In a dimly lit room, a young man sits before his computer, contemplating a thought he believes is universal. His screen displays a scene from a video game, and he muses on a peculiar observation: that in this game, the mothers of the main characters are undeniably more captivating than the heroines themselves. Suddenly, the world seems to shift. A woman's voice cuts through, addressing someone named Ray. She confirms his identity, stating that her daughter has told her about it. She introduces herself as Maniana, extending a hand with a confident smile. "It is," she says, "a pleasure to finally meet him." A rapid sequence of moments flashes by. Maniana, graceful and deadly in a sword duel, lets out a soft laugh, complimenting her opponent on their impressive skill. Another image follows. Maniana in a shower, startled, yet a playful smile crosses her lips as she calls someone a naughty boy. The montage concludes with a blur of violent, indistinct motion. The final scene is one of pure tragedy. Maniana lies defeated, tears streaming down her bruised face as she sobs an apology for being a bad mom. Nearby, a fist slams down beside a keyboard. Back in his room, Ray's face is a mask of horror and disgust. He can only whisper how awful the entire ordeal was. His phone suddenly beeps, displaying a notification, a text from the game's management team. Clutching his head, he screams in anguish, unable to comprehend why such a beloved character had to die. He stared at the message on his phone, a surge of hope rising within him. He wondered aloud if the game developers had finally accepted his request and created a story route where the mothers could be saved. His hope was instantly shattered. With a cry of frustration, he slammed his head onto his desk. It wasn't a new story route. It was just another event for the main heroines, who already had their happy endings. This was the world of an average corporate drone, whose primary hobby was playing these sorts of browser games. Tears of genuine sorrow streamed down his face as he pleaded with the indifferent developers. He begged them to give him a break, questioning how long they would continue to ignore the mothers. He was, after all, a great admirer of the heroine's mothers. The game in question was Magia Fantasia, also known as Mama Fan. It was a typical fantasy story set in an academy, filled with swords and magic. Despite being an adult-oriented game with content for hardcore players, its role-playing elements had garnered significant praise. The heroines, each with their own distinct and different personalities, were certainly one of the game's charms. But what truly made the game stand out was something else entirely. Its main draw was the awesome cast of moms. These charming older women, despite being mere supporting characters without their own dedicated story routes, were the true focus for a passionate segment of the player base. However, a terrible fate awaited most of them. They were brutally murdered, poisoned, attacked by dogs, or captured by powerful villains and subjected to torture. Many died while trying to save the protagonist, meeting one tragic end after another. In stark contrast to their grim fates, the game's protagonist, Ray, would simply risk his life to protect the young heroines. After a mother's lackluster death, he would vow not to let anyone hurt his partners, declaring that they had no choice but to move forward. Back at his desk, Ray seethed with anger. He couldn't understand why the protagonist wasn't a deacon for the moms. He knew a huge number of players, himself included, had sent requests for a mom route to the developers, but they had all been ignored. The game remained popular, but its fanbase seemed dominated by those obsessed with the high school girl heroines, a sentiment he found utterly baffling. He sat before his computer, seething with frustration. It felt as though everyone, from the game's developers to its own hero, was forsaking the mothers. A dark resolve settled over him. If he were the protagonist, he would have done everything in his power to save them. But with the game finished, he sighed and resigned himself to the mundane. It was time to go to work. As he descended an outdoor staircase, his foot slipped. A misstep sent him tumbling. He let out a cry, but instead of hard ground, he landed with a soft thud on a plush bed, finding himself in a grand hall, utterly bewildered. He sat up, his head spinning. He wondered where he was, questioning if he had truly fallen down the stairs. The opulent, Western-style mansion felt strangely familiar, a place he felt he had seen before. His eyes scanned the room and fixed on a portrait hanging on the wall. A flicker of recognition sparked within him, quickly followed by a dawning sense of dread. The truth began to crash down on him. He scrambled back, his mind reeling. It couldn't be possible. He was inside the game. As this impossible reality set in, the door swung open. A woman rushed in, her expression laced with concern. She explained that she had heard his loud screams and asked if he was all right, calling him by the name Demania. He stared at her, a jolt of pure shock coursing through him. He knew who she was. The woman before him was Rosa, one of the game's tragic mothers. He remembered her story, how she would choose to stand by her son, Demonio, her single most precious son, even if the entire world became her enemy. She stood before him in an ornate room, confirming his deepest suspicion. He was truly inside the world of the game, and this woman was one of its characters. This realization didn't bring fear, but a surge of excitement. He clenched his fist, thrilled at the thought of being transported into Mama Fan, the very game he had been playing. His excitement faltered as a crucial detail surfaced in his memory. He turned toward an ornate mirror, recalling that Rosa had just called him Demonio. The woman watched him, a puzzled expression on her face. The reflection confirmed his dawning horror. The face staring back was not his own. A cold dread washed over him as he realized this was the last person he ever wanted to be. This was very, very bad. Memories of the character he now inhabited flooded his mind. Demonio Tridal, an arrogant and callous aristocrat. Though his magic skills were first-rate, he was a typical villainous brat who picked a fight with the protagonist only to be swiftly defeated. His path of arrogance always led to the same conclusion. After his defeat, Demonio would succumb to forbidden magic, lose control, and meet a grisly death. It was an unavoidable fate. The weight of this knowledge sent a fresh wave of panic through him. He had finally come to the world of manhwa, only to be damned with a bad end. His panic was interrupted by a gentle voice. Rosa approached, her expression filled with concern. She asked if he was all right, noting that he looked very pale. Her presence was unexpectedly soothing. Her name echoed in his mind, along with her in-game history. Rosa Tridal, Demonio's stepmother. She was a secondary character who didn't feature much in the main story. Despite her limited role, he knew she was extremely popular with a certain subset of players, himself included. She looked away, apologizing for having entered his room without knocking. She then explained the reason for her sudden appearance, her expression laced with worry. She had heard his scream and grew concerned, admitting that perhaps her intrusion had been out of line. She appeared quite frightened. Standing before her, Demonio registered her unease. He watched as she let out a soft, hesitant sound, his brow furrowing in confusion. She then broke into a warm smile, waving a hand dismissively. She insisted that what happened was completely her fault and that he need not worry about the welt on her face. Her gentle words triggered a violent flash of memory. He saw the original Demonio striking her down, accusing her of being a filthy when she was only after his father's money. The realization struck him with force. These were the memories of the body he now inhabited. The memories continued to surface, revealing the plot's backstory. After losing his beloved mother at a young age, Demonio had coped by hating Rosa with every fiber of his being, as evidenced by a memory of him contemptuously pouring a drink over her head. Despite his constant abuse, Rosa had never wavered, always showing him the unconditional love of a mother. However, this devotion led to a tragic end. In a vision of the game's final battle, after Demonio had fallen to darkness, Rosa placed herself between him and the protagonist, putting her life on the line to protect her son-in-law. Her plea was met with pure malice. The corrupted Demonio, his face twisted into a sadistic grin, ran her through with a blade, snarling at her not to get in his way. He trembled as the vision concluded with the image of her bleeding out on the cold floor. This was the inevitable ending Rosa met in every single path of the game's story. The weight of this future knowledge crashed down on him. He seized Rosa's hands, his voice filled with anguish as he apologized. He lamented that the original Demonio was a piece of filth, expressing his deep regret for everything that had been done to her and his fear that she might be scarred. He scrambles for an explanation, awkwardly suggesting his prior hostility was just a typical rebellious phase. With a nervous smile, he claims that in truth, he only ever wanted to get closer to her, calling her Mom Rosa. Stunned by the sudden shift in address, she can only repeat the words back in disbelief. Mom Rosa. Internally, he panics, realizing he called her mom out of habit from his previous life playing the game. He curses his mistake and blurts out an apology, worried that he has made her uncomfortable. But Rosa simply looks down, lost in thought. To his utter shock, her face lights up, and she rushes towards him, joyfully exclaiming how happy she is. She throws her arms around him in a tight embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. She tells him he has finally acknowledged her as his mother, while he can only stammer her name in surprise. He remains stiff and bewildered as she holds him close, a look of pure bliss on her face. As she pulls back slightly, his mind races, overwhelmed by the sudden physical contact. Composing herself, Rosa smiles warmly and asks him to call her mom, often from now on. She reassures him, saying she understands and always knew he was a nice boy deep down. She suggests that there's no need to rush things. They can build their bond as a family slowly from this day forward. With a final, cheerful farewell, she turns and exits the room, leaving him alone as the door clicks shut. He stands alone in his room, the recent interaction with Rosa replaying in his mind. A blush creeps across his face as he thinks about how cute she is, followed by a pang of sorrow at the thought that such an adorable, kind person was fated to die without her goodness ever being truly acknowledged. His thoughts race. It wasn't just her. He suddenly recalls a critical detail from the game. It was Demonio himself who killed Rosa in manhwa. This grim fact sparks a new, defiant idea. If he tries hard enough, perhaps his mother, Rosa, won't have to die. This realization fills him with a surge of manic energy. A wide, determined grin spreads across his face as he looks down at his own hands, wondering if he truly has the power to save all the mothers who were never given a chance to live in the original story. The world he now inhabited was known as Magia Fantasia, or more colloquially, manhwa. In that world story, while the protagonist saved the main heroines from their merciless destinies, there were other, overlooked heroines who were not so fortunate. His eyes narrow with intense focus. He understands that in order to save the mothers, he needs one thing above all else: power. He knows he needs the kind of power that can defeat any foe, overcome any adversity, and ultimately change the very trajectory of the story itself. Fortunately, while the original Demonio was an undeniable jerk, his talent was genuine. And as a high-ranking noble, he has both money and influence at his disposal. He throws himself into his studies, poring over books by candlelight. He reasons that if he trains as if his life depends on it and actively avoids the path of the villain, he can achieve his goal. Out in a clearing, he begins his physical and magical training, dark energy already beginning to swirl around him. With a confident smirk, he makes a decision. He will let the game's protagonist handle saving the heroines. His own mission is different. He unleashes a torrent of dark power, certain that by following this path, he will obtain the incredible strength he needs. He reaches forward, dark energy coiling around his outstretched hand. With a look of fierce, almost manic determination, he makes a bold declaration, a vow that sets him apart from the game's original hero. He proclaims that he, on the other hand, will save all the mothers of this world. Behind him, spectral images of Maniana and other matriarchs appear, solidifying his newfound purpose. The Tridal peacekeeping unit faces a monstrous wild bear, its maw dripping as it lets out a deafening roar. The soldiers realize with dread that the beast is far larger than their reports indicated, questioning if they even stand a chance. Stepping before them, Lord Demonio raises a hand, calmly ordering them to stand back. He wastes no time. With a swift gesture, Demonio unleashes an intermediate spell, Black Dance. A whip of pure dark energy erupts from his hand, striking the bear with immense force and sending it hurtling backward through the air. The soldiers stare in disbelief, amazed that he took the beast out in a single strike. They marvel that their master would personally come to handle such a creature. Demonio, however, has his own motivation. He needs to finish the job quickly so he can go praise Rosa. He reflects that 3 months have passed since his reincarnation into the body of the villainous noble. His actions have not gone unnoticed back at the estate. From the Grand Mansion, whispers circulate among the staff that Lord Demonio has been treating the servants differently as of late, no longer like mere cattle. The gossip continues as 2 maids push a cart. One recalls how he even helped her a while ago, while the other notes that he seems to be training hard, having gone out of his way to subdue a beast. Nearby, a male servant overhears and blushes, admitting to himself that this change feels nice. Inside his stately office, Demonio sits behind his desk, hands steepled in thought. Rosa stands behind him, a faint smile on her lips as she observes him, thinking to herself that he has become a respectable man. The reason for his new focus is clear. With the current head of the house, Glenn, regularly away from the mansion, his son Demonio has taken on the duties of acting head. He is seen here concluding a business meeting, confirming that they have a deal. As the meeting ends, he turns to Rosa, handing her a folded document. He instructs her to put it in the safe. She accepts the document with a simple yes. Bowing slightly, she informs him that she will excuse herself to carry out the task. The important document is then carefully placed within the heavy steel confines of the safe. Within the Tridal mansion, a business meeting is underway, the tension masked by opulent surroundings. One of the family's associates, a portly man with a smug grin, addresses Demonio directly, a dismissive tone in his voice. That will not do, Lord Demonio. He then turns his attention to Rosa, who is reviewing a document with a worried expression. The associate questions the wisdom of handing a contract over to her, insinuating that she might simply run off with the family's fortune. His companion joins in the slander, crudely suggesting that Rosa seduced Lord Glenn with her body. They sneer, remarking that her skills as a woman must be something else entirely, and that they would like to see those skills used on them. From across the room, Demonio observes, his face a mask of cold fury. He knows Rosa comes from a fallen, impoverished noble family, a fact that makes her an easy target for such scorn. The strain is visible on Rosa's face as she forces a pained smile. The associate continues his torment, reminding her that since marrying into the Glenn family as the second wife, she has been branded a gold digger. He notes that the constant insults have clearly taken a toll on her, yet he beckons her closer, feigning concern. His words finally break through Demonio's restraint. A sharp crack echoes as he clenches his fist, his knuckles white. He thinks back to his previous life. Before he was reincarnated, no one but the original Demonio had ever treated her this way. He internally seethes at the filthy wench, furious that they only care about his father's money. His rage intensifies as he thinks of the woman they are insulting. To him, Mom Rosa is a wonderful person, dignified, charming, and full of love. His eyes glow with protective fury. His fury erupts into action. He slams his hands on the table, startling the 2 associates. One looks on in disbelief, whispering to the other if Demonio really just called her mom with such a terrifying expression. He rises to his feet, dark energy swirling around him like a shroud. He declares that seeing them disrespect his mother to his face means they have no further need for their necks. His shadowy power constricts around the 2 terrified men, lifting them into the air as they gasp and choke. With glowing eyes, he issues a final chilling command. Now, get out of my sight. As the commotion echoes through the grand hall, 2 onlookers flee in terror. One shouts in confusion, questioning what just happened, as he believed Lord Demonio was supposed to loathe his stepmother. Back in the study, Rosa gently chides Demonio for his outburst. She reminds him that as the next head of the house, he should not allow himself to become so emotional. He immediately shrinks back, looking small and contrite as he apologizes. He explains that he simply got angry when he saw them disrespecting her. Rosa's hand reaches out towards him. She pulls him into a warm embrace, her expression soft and understanding. With a gentle smile, she calls him a bad boy and asks what he hopes to achieve by making his mother so happy. He buries his face in her chest, a blush spreading across his cheeks. He realizes with a jolt that he is on very good terms with his stepmother and internally confesses his wish to flirt with her for the rest of his life. His thoughts drift to the original purpose of the game. He recalls his duty to save all the mothers of that world, a mission that requires him to gain more and more power. He remembers the grim fate that awaits his character. At the end of a certain quest, Demonio is set on a one-way path to ruin and desolation, a future represented by crumbling, ancient ruins under a lonely moon. But there's a way to change that destiny. He recalls a subquest, one that doesn't affect the main story but rewards the player with a very rare weapon, the Glenn family treasure. With his face still buried in her chest, he resolves to do everything in his power to get his hands on it, all in order to save his mom. Demonio tried all sprints through the corridors of a hidden dungeon, his mind set on acquiring a rare weapon. He navigates from memory, recalling the precise sequence of actions needed. A right turn, then a left, followed by the destruction of a specific statue. He continues onward, deliberately ignoring a room filled with gargoyle statues, knowing they are a distraction from his true path. Pausing for a moment, he leans against the stone wall, reaffirming his strategy. This dungeon appears near the end of the game, but he has the entire route memorized. His plan is to pick only the correct paths, avoiding all monster encounters to reach the deepest level efficiently. His thoughts drift back to his previous life as Ray, hunched over a computer screen, frustrated. He knew the game by heart, a maddening obsession. He recalls messing up and realizes that relying on a save point now would be the same as admitting he had lost the game back then. Returning to the present, Demonio stands before a massive, final gate, his progress thus far having gone exactly as planned. He enters a vast, pillared hall. Suspended high in the air by thick chains is his prize, a formidable dark blade. This is the demon's sword, Despena, a weapon capable of exponentially strengthening its wielder's dark magic. He recalls, however, that despite being a rare weapon in the game, it was practically unusable for him then. He had possessed an all-rounder weapon that boosted all his magical attributes. With a surge of power, he reaches out and grasps the hilt, shattering the chains. He knows this sword will be a perfect fit for him now. As the last link breaks, a swirling vortex of darkness begins to form, revealing the final task. The darkness coalesces into a massive, grinning creature, the guardian of the treasure. To claim his prize, he must defeat this guy. The monstrous entity loomed before Demonio, its wide grin a silent threat. Despite the creature's intimidating presence, Demonio stood his ground, sword in hand. He calmed himself with the knowledge that this was the fierce guardian of Despena, and he already knew all of its attack patterns. His confidence was immediately tested as the guardian lashed out with a massive tentacle. The appendage slammed into the stone floor with incredible force, shattering the ground where he had been standing just a moment before. He narrowly avoided the blow, a swirling shadow barrier absorbing the impact. A smirk crossed his face as he acknowledged the close call. Had his barrier been even a second slower, he would have been annihilated. The near-death experience served as a stark reminder that game knowledge alone wouldn't guarantee an easy victory. A further complication arose as he realized he couldn't see the creature's health bar. Despite the disadvantages, he hardened his resolve, recalling the vow he had made to himself. His vow was to protect the mamas he had grown to love in this new world. He analyzed his opponent, recognizing the difficult matchup. The Guardian's skin was incredibly tough, highly resistant to both physical and magical attacks. Worse, with the creature clinging to the ceiling, his own attacks could barely reach it. He was forced onto the defensive, skillfully dodging a barrage of sharp projectiles. His strong aptitude for black magic, particularly spells that controlled shadows, was on full display, lending him a distinctly villainous air. This villainous power was a familiar tool. In the game, Demonio had been a genius, but also a vicious and arrogant man. His greatest weapon had been his flawless proficiency in magic power manipulation, an exceptional skill he now resolved to put to good use. He watched the Guardian, waiting for the perfect moment. He knew his opportunity would come just after the creature finished its next tentacle attack. The moment arrived as the Guardian opened its maw to launch a poison breath attack. Recognizing this as his only chance, Demonio prepared to unleash all of his magic, focusing his aim with absolute precision. He unleashed his full power, roaring the name of the spell. Black Lance. A concentrated spear of dark energy shot forth, striking the Guardian directly in its eye through its open mouth, causing the beast to cry out in agony. Its sole weakness, the eye hidden deep within its maw, was struck true. Demonio had used his spells and mana manipulation to compress his energy into a long, narrow strip, piercing the Guardian's vital point. As the creature dissolved, Demonio found himself holding an ornate, demonic sword. He reflected that its power output had increased significantly, crediting the weapon, Despena, for taking the Guardian out in a single strike. He celebrated his success, overjoyed that he had not only acquired a powerful weapon, but had also cleared the dungeon. With renewed determination, he declared that this was another step toward saving his beloved mother. His triumphant moment was interrupted by the sound of a woman's laughter. A figure materialized before him, stating her curiosity had been piqued as her seal had been broken for the first time in ages. With an amused smirk, she noted that her new master was a mama's boy. He stared, utterly bewildered by her sudden appearance and words. The question echoed in his mind. Who was she? After clearing the dungeon, Demonio Tridal examines his reward, a menacing, ornate sword named Death Pena. He is pleased to have acquired it without serious injury, but reflects that he certainly didn't expect the nuisance that came along with it. He decides to wash up before doing anything else, noting with interest that while this world has a Middle Ages feel, it still has modern conveniences like showers. With that thought, he heads for the bathroom. As he opens the door, a woman inside, Rosa, lets out a startled cry, caught completely by surprise while bathing. He freezes in the doorway, his face flushing red at the unexpected sight. The grand mansion stands silent under the night sky, the earlier awkwardness hanging in the air. Sometime later, Demonio and Rosa sit across from each other at a small table, a heavy silence filling the room. Breaking the quiet, Demonio bows his head, blushing as he apologizes profusely. He insists it's all right, admitting it was his fault for not locking the door. She counters, equally flustered, saying she should be the one apologizing for showing him something so unseemly. As she speaks, Demonio has a realization. He expected her to be furious, but her humble reaction is incredibly cute. He recognizes this as the very essence of her charm. She continues her self-deprecation, her hands clasped nervously. She doubts he was pleased by the sight, calling herself an old lady whose body isn't much to look at. His internal thoughts flare with intensity. He sees through her words, realizing she's being cunning by trying to downplay her appeal, yet this only makes her more precious to him. To Demonio, she is simply adorable. He sits across from Rosa, who playfully calls him a sweet talker. Internally, however, he dismisses any notion of her being an old lady, instead believing she is far more beautiful than the average young woman. A brief, quiet moment passes between them in the well-appointed room. Her gaze then falls upon the ominous sword resting nearby. She expresses her astonishment, finding it incredible that he managed to clear the entire dungeon all by himself. He becomes flustered, laughing awkwardly at the praise. Rosa adds that she has heard it is a particularly challenging dungeon, her expression turning more serious. The weapon is the notorious demon sword, Death Pena, which controls dark magic. Its power was so unbelievably strong that no one could wield it, forcing the head of the Tridal family to seal it away generations ago. With this knowledge, Rosa clasps her hands and earnestly pleads with him to be careful. He listens, a flicker of surprise on his face as he realizes her explanation is identical to the one from the game he knows. She elaborates on the legend, explaining that the demon sword is said to possess a will of its own, a will that hates its masters and seeks to bring them to ruin. He internally scoffs at the notion, thinking it's surely a jest. But as Rosa looks up in alarm, a young woman with long, light hair materializes from the sword itself, floating playfully in the air. Elsewhere, under the night sky, Demonio walks away from the mansion, unaware of the event unfolding within. The spectral girl, now free, helps herself to a bag of cookies, munching on them with delight and proclaiming how delicious they are. He pauses his walk deep in thought. The appearance of a young girl from Death Pena was the last thing he expected. He racks his brain, certain that this character never existed in the game he played. He held the strange, demonic blade. Realizing this had been a good lesson. He had mistakenly believed it was just a harmless sword with some ominous text scribbled on it, taking his knowledge of the game for granted. Turning his attention to the girl who had emerged from the sword, he asked what he should call her. She replied that she had no name, inviting him to call her whatever he wished. He considered for a moment, deciding against Deathy, and settling on Pena, a shortened version of Death Pena. The newly named girl cheerfully accepted. Her cheerful facade dropped instantly. With a menacing glint in her eyes, she revealed it was her first time outside in ages and issued a chilling warning. If he bored her, she would curse him to death. She then challenged him to do his best to entertain her, calling him her mama's boy master. He immediately protested, insisting he was not a mama's boy. Pena, however, was unconvinced, declaring that he definitely had a mother complex and was, in fact, crazy about moms. His demeanor shifted from flustered to fiercely proud. He declared that his love for mothers was nothing pathetic. It was his redeeming quality, and he was proud of it. His intensity seemed to surprise Pena, who realized he was completely serious. Floating beside him in a diminutive form, Pena asked what her master had been occupied with. He looked down at the papers in his hands, his expression resolute, and stated it was time for him to start acting behind the scenes. His plan centered around the Magic Academy. In this world, it was common knowledge that one became a noble at 16 and began their studies there. He recalled that, if he was not mistaken, he would meet many of the mothers he admired once the main story got rolling. However, there was one exception, a particular mother who was one of the strongest characters in the game and an extremely popular heroine. He knew that things had already become serious for her. If he didn't act before the main story's official start, saving her would prove impossible. He resolved then and there to save her from the terrible fate of being trained into submission. Within the world of the game Malmagia Fantasia, there exists a legendary figure, Maniana Velheaven, a magical swordswoman wreathed in lightning. She bears the title Witch of Thunder. She is known as one of the game's heroines and, significantly, as the mother of another character, Monica. Her renown is extensive, She's also counted among the 7 Magia, a former S-rank adventurer and one of the 7 strongest pillars of the Royal Knight Order, a testament to her immense power. In the game's prologue, she appears as a guest character alongside her daughter, Monica. Following the death of her husband, the two of them are the only family each other has. Despite being widely considered the strongest character in Magia Fantasia, her role is fleeting. She has nothing to do with the main story. She playfully calls out the game's protagonist for staring at her, teasing that she'll tell Monica if he keeps making passes. Even with her limited appearances, her bewitching looks earned her immense popularity. However, her time in the story is short-lived. Mid-game, she suddenly vanishes without a trace. The next time she appears is not in the game, but in the real world, within a ruined structure in the northern part of Tridal's territory. There, a group of bandits complains amongst themselves. They feel it's unfair that their bosses get to have their way with the Witch of Thunder first, but one reminds the others of the promise that they'll get to have their fun with her later, their anticipation palpable. Observing them from above is Despina, who descends silently. Overhearing their crude talk, she muses that being a diligent bandit might not be so bad, considering the divine body they speak of. Her arrival startles Demonio, who watches from the shadows of the trees. She reports her findings to him. The ruins look average, but there are 4 people at the front gate, 3 in the back, and a hidden passage underneath the building. He confirms his suspicions, noting that Maniana's capture by the bandits is unfolding exactly as it did in the game. Despina floats before him, her cheeks puffed out in a triumphant smile as she declares him incredibly useful. He tells her to keep the praise coming and show more gratitude. Prompting a chuckle from her, she finds a strange talk of a past life amusing and considers herself fortunate to have been picked up by such an entertaining man. He reflects on his circumstances under the crescent moon. After some experimentation, he has confirmed that Despina, or Pena, is visible only to him. She can be physically touched, can eat for some reason, and can even transform into a flying ball of spirit. Realizing this, he decided it would be best to tell her everything about his past life and his knowledge of the game to secure her cooperation in achieving his goal. She understands his intentions perfectly. Since the woman named Maniana is fated to become the bandit's plaything, she surmises that he would like to save her. Demonio confirms this is exactly his plan. His mind drifts back to the game's original plot. What awaited the protagonist in the enemy hideout was a grim reality. After her initial appearance, Maniana showed radio silence throughout the entire middle portion of the game, only to reappear at the very end. In that story, Maniana had fallen under the bandit's control. To the protagonist's horror, she had been completely tamed and broken into submission, with the magical pattern of her enemy engraved upon her body. Since she was completely loyal to them, the protagonist had no choice but to defeat her. When Maniana came to her senses after the battle, she was filled with remorse. Apologizing for being a terrible mother, she took her last breath as a price for an incantation. After Monica lost her dear mother, the protagonist, Ray, hugged her. They then moved on to the next stage to protect the world. Remembering this outcome, Demonio's voice cuts through the memory, shouting, "Give me a break." The scene shifts to his past life. As a young man, he clutched his head in front of his computer monitor, aghast. He couldn't believe they gave Mama Mania such an awful ending and desperately wondered if there was a route where she could be saved. His face flushed as he clenched his fist. While he found it absolutely unforgivable that she was defiled so early in the game, he had to admit to himself that it was also a bit of a turn-on. Despite his feelings, all of his wishes came to naught. He had frantically begged the game's developers to add a route where she could be saved, but his pleas went unanswered. Returning to the present, Demonio's expression hardens with resolve. He adjusts his glasses, declaring that now is their perfect chance to change things, since the main story has yet to begin. With determination in his eyes, he announces, "We're going to attack." He races forward under the cover of night, a simple mask now covering his face. Despina, floating beside him, questions the purpose of the lame mask, and he explains curtly that it's to hide his identity. She notes his admirable sense of justice, acting without asking for anything in return. He ignores the comment, his mind set on a single goal. He will save her swiftly, without a word, and then leave. To him, this is the best possible outcome. As they approach the bandits' hideout, he confirms the presence of 4 lookouts, just as Despina had reported. She teases him, finding his single-minded devotion to Mama Maniana unsettling. But his focus remains unbroken, his only thought being that as long as Maniana is happy, nothing else matters. Without hesitation, he unleashes his magic. A wave of dark energy erupts from him as he casts Black Slave, instantly binding the 4 lookouts. They freeze in place, unable to move a muscle, their surprise turning to helpless terror. Observing the fallen bandit, Despina analyzes his technique. She recognizes it as fundamental magic, yet its power is on a completely different level. She marvels at the impeccable flow of magic he uses for physical reinforcement, finding it a frightening display for someone still in his early teens. She offers a compliment. "Not bad, master." Dismissing the defeated men as mere lackeys, she tells him it's time to proceed to their underground facility. Demonio stands silently, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Deep within that very facility, a muscular man with a fur-lined garment and a scar across his eye smirks. He stands before a row of cells, his attention on one in particular. You cut a gorgeous figure, Maniana, he says with a leer. Inside the cell, Maniana kneels on the stone floor, bound by chains and collar. Despite her predicament, a defiant smirk plays on her lips. The bandit leader looks on, pleased, remarking that she comes with the full package. In the underground facility, the young man in the academy, uniform raced through a stone corridor, a thought nagging at him that still made him scratch his head. He couldn't understand it. Maniana was meant to be a very skilled warrior. So how could she have been captured by mere bandits? He continued his sprint, concluding there had to be deep reasons for it. The enemy's top executives had laid the trap and captured her, but they had left the subsequent humiliation to their pawns. A vision appeared before him, showing a man lounging in a chair, identified as the writer Onikichi Ujima. This figure casually explained that it was very important for Maniana to be brought to her knees by low-grade, geezer slime balls. The protagonist recoiled, realizing it was simply the writer's sick taste. He cared more for erotic scenes than for consistency in the story. He couldn't get it all. Meanwhile, in her cell, the real Maniana struggled against her bonds. She tried to summon her power, but grimaced in frustration, realizing she couldn't use her magic. The bandit leader loomed over her, sneering that she cut a gorgeous figure. He explained that her efforts were futile. The choker around her neck was a special incantation. Once placed, it not only rendered her magic useless, but also prevented her from strengthening her body. He grabbed her chin, adding that this meant she was now nothing more than a mature woman with a large chest. She could only grunt in defiance. He leaned closer, taunting her by guessing that the only thing on her mind was a desperate desire for a man. Maniana flushed, telling him to shut up, but her body's involuntary reaction revealed that the aphrodisiac was working well. He turned to his braided subordinate with a grin, remarking that he was having a blast. He mused that while she might be a mother, he never thought he'd get his way with such a fine woman, and that he had been given permission to do as he pleased as long as she was kept in one piece. He dismisses his subordinate's impatience, declaring that he will be the first to have her. Powerless, Maniana's thoughts turn to her daughter as despair sets in. She whispers an apology, believing her end has come. Her mind drifts to the past, to her deepest desires. She had always wanted to be a strong and proper mother, one who could protect her daughter from all harm and be a source of pride for her late husband. She recalls the difficult path she walked. As a commoner joining the Royal Knights, an order rife with outdated beliefs, she was met with severe discrimination, constantly denigrated and insulted. Despite it all, she pulled through every obstacle with her own skill. For her daughter's sake, she stood her ground against all humiliation, overcoming her loneliness and sadness without relying on anyone. The memory of her hard-won strength makes her current situation unbearable. After everything she had done, she was now to be violated by these lowlives. As the bandit's hand touches her skin, she whispers a final message to her daughter, apologizing for being a terrible mother and declaring her love. But before he can proceed, a flash of steel severs his hand at the wrist. The bandit leader cries out in agony as blood erupts from the wound. He looks up to see a dark-clad figure standing over them, sword drawn. Maniana stares in stunned disbelief. The remaining bandit, enraged and confused, demands to know who the intruder is. The newcomer doesn't waste time with words. He moves in a blur, deflecting the subordinate's attack before striking the injured leader, who curses in pain. The bandit leader, however, is not finished. He turns and flees down the corridor. A small, winged creature appears, alerting the protagonist that the man is escaping with something important, prompting an immediate chase. The bandit leader flees through the stone passage, clutching a dark, spherical object. In the background, the captive Maniana watches in confusion, wondering what is happening. His desperate escape is cut short by a shadowy blur. A blade slices clean through his ankle, sending him tumbling to the ground with a cry of pain. As he writhes on the floor, a figure in a dark, high-collared coat looms over him, holding a jagged blade. The bandit leader frantically insists he's done nothing wrong, claiming he was merely following orders from his superiors and demands to know who his attacker is. He suddenly has an idea, holding up the orb. He explains that with this cursed tool, the woman will be unable to use her power, offering it as a desperate bribe. Prostrating himself on the stone floor, he pushes the orb forward. "Here, it's all yours," he shouts, begging the masked man to spare his life and the lives of his men. The masked man remains silent. A young woman with a winged hairpiece, who has appeared beside him, speaks up, telling him to say something and dismissing the bandit as a sub-third-rate liar. Her words seem to break his concentration. The masked man's face flushes as a thought crosses his mind. Is he now free to have his way with a captive woman? His small, round companion looks on in utter shock. But this momentary lapse is a feint. With a sharp cry, the swordsman swings his blade in a vicious arc, decapitating the bandit and sending the cursed tool flying. He calmly catches the orb. His expression is now cold as he mutters, "You scumbag," before asking what the man took women for. Nearby, his round companion asks the winged girl if the swordsman seemed torn about the offer. She confirms that he did not at all. In a stone cell, with broken shackles lying on the floor, Maniana sits in a state of undress, looking flustered. A masked swordsman appears, draping his dark coat over her shoulders to cover her. She looks up at her rescuer, her face flushed and beaded with sweat, and manages to stammer a quiet thank you. He asks with concern if her captors had harmed her in any way. Maniana reassures him that she is fine and that they didn't get to do anything, breathing a sigh of relief over the close call. Nearby, his small, round companion is starstruck, recognizing her as Mama Mania. She gazes up at him, still blushing, and asks if she might know his name. He dismisses the question, stating his name is not worth mentioning. He suggests she simply think of him as a man who has fallen head over heels for her, a declaration that shocks his floating companion. Without another word, he sweeps her up into his arms. Maniana lets out a startled cry, completely flustered by his actions and words. He tells her to hold on tight as he sprints down a long stone corridor lined with prison cells, carrying her to safety. As he carries her, a profound thought strikes Maniana. She looks at her rescuer's determined face and wonders when the last time was that someone had gone to such lengths to protect her. He brings her to a simple tent pitched in a forest clearing. Setting her down gently, he tells her it is his tent and that she should rest. Maniana apologizes, admitting that her body feels strangely hot. He watches over the resting Maniana, believing she is now safe and that his mission is complete. He resolves to find the right moment to leave once she is asleep, but clutches his chest, acknowledging the immense pain this decision causes his heart. As if sensing his turmoil, Maniana cries out in her sleep. His resolve to leave faltered. Inside the tent, Maniana's eyes fluttered open, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks as she let out a soft, breathy sigh. He found himself above her, struggling against an overwhelming force. He realized with dread that the situation was dire. Her devastating pheromones were causing him to lose all control. His body trembled with the effort, a flush rising to his face as he tried to stammer out a denial, insisting that this was all a misunderstanding. Outside the tent, the round companion floated in the moonlit forest, its eyes wide with shock at the commotion within. It gasped, calling him a beast, and marveling that the display was even more impressive than its late husband's. The sounds from the tent continued unabated, and the companion grew impatient. It wailed that it was nowhere near satisfied, wondering aloud how many years it had been overdue and when they would finally finish. As the night wore on, the companion's complaints shifted to a dazed confusion. It felt its mind slipping, becoming dumber and dumber as it lost itself in the sounds echoing from the tent. The sun began to rise, casting its first rays through the trees, yet the activity inside had not ceased. The companion stared in disbelief, its frustration turning into a shouted declaration of profound love and admiration. When a morning light fully filled the tent, Maniana sat up, her hands flying to her mouth in horror. "What have I done?" she whispered, her gaze fixed on the small, newborn-like figure lying peacefully on the bed. Her panicked eyes then shifted to the swordsman, who lay fast asleep beside her. Leaning over him, she quietly asked if he was all right, her voice filled with concern. He stirred, his eyes slowly opening. A look of serene gratitude washed over his face as he brought his hands together, expressing his heartfelt thanks. With tears in her eyes, Maniana apologizes profusely. She admits that while an aphrodisiac played a part, she still holds herself accountable for forcing herself on a young man. Kneeling before him, she confesses that despite him saving her from the bandits, she allowed her lust to take over and did something unforgivable. She bows her head low, promising to do anything to make amends for her actions. Ray simply watches her, considering what he should do now. His internal thoughts, however, are far from troubled. With a confident smirk, he reflects that he enjoyed every single moment. In fact, he feels such gratitude that he would have no problem paying her for the experience. He tells her to please raise her head, conceding that the situation isn't as simple as he's making it sound. He looks at her directly, stating that what happened between them was nothing but an accident and that it doesn't bother him at all. Maniana lets out a startled cry, exclaiming that his casual dismissal won't do. Flustered, she scrambles to put her clothes back on as Ray watches in surprise. Now fully clothed, she correctly identifies him as Demonio, the next head of the Tridal family. She laments what she's done, noting that she has a daughter his age and that he must have hated being forced into such a situation by an older woman. Ray interrupts, telling her there's no need to agonize over it, because on the inside, he's in his 30s. He states firmly that it didn't bother him at all. In fact, he had a stellar time. His bluntness leaves Maniana utterly shocked. He continues, admitting that if anything, he feels ashamed of himself for letting her take the lead and not being more assertive. Maniana quickly refutes his self-criticism, insisting he was more than manly enough, full of energy, and that it felt wonderful. She immediately becomes flustered, trying to take back her words. She insists that this will weigh on her conscience, and that he must let her make it up to him in some way. She addresses him as master, but Ray, still shirtless, insists that her proposed amends are unnecessary. His small, floating companion interjects, suggesting he listen to her and ask for a favor. This, the creature reasons, would put the lust-addled mature woman's mind at ease, a description Ray internally questions. At the grand villa of the Tridal family, he mulls over the idea. Ask her for a favor. Later, on the villa grounds, now fully dressed in his dark coat, he puts the idea into practice. He asks Maniana if she is certain she wants to train him, and she eagerly agrees. He explains that after 2 months of training, he feels he has reached a plateau on his own. He considers her first-rate swordsmanship and magic to be unparalleled, making her the perfect master for him. Maniana listens intently. She accepts his proposal, though she doubts it will be enough to truly make amends. He thanks her, internally celebrating his new master. But Maniana adds a condition, stating that she has never taken a disciple before, having refused countless offers from high-ranking nobles. Without warning, she lunges, her sword striking the ground just inches from his feet. Ray stares, startled by the sudden aggression. The force of the blow sends him stumbling backward. She explains that she can only teach through actual combat, as she has never been able to provide careful tutelage. She asks once more if he is truly prepared for such a violent master. He recalls that in the game, Maniana had a side to her that reveled in battle against strong opponents. A wide, eager grin spreads across his face as he clenches his fist. "Bring it on," he declares. In a courtyard before a grand estate, the masked swordsman clashes with Maniana. He grits his teeth, acknowledging her impressive power. As one of the seven magia, she is on a completely different level from him, and he knows it. In response, she leaps back and unleashes a devastating spell, calling forth a lightning hammer that smashes into the ground with blinding force. He braces for impact, raising a hand as dark energy erupts from the ground to shield him from the electrical onslaught. As their high-speed duel continues, Maniana's thoughts turn to his origins. The Tridal family, she recalls, is an established noble house that has produced highly skilled shadow users for generations. Her mind focuses on Demonio Tridal, the next head of the family. Publicly, he is known as a genius with impeccable magic, yet he acts like typical nobility, showing no mercy to commoners or the weak. An extremely arrogant person, or so people believe. However, Maniana feels he is nothing like the rumors say. Flashing blades with him now, she can feel the pure sincerity in his swordplay, a noble and unwavering will to grow stronger. This sincerity, combined with his actions from the previous day and the intimate moment they shared, causes her to question everything. She wonders if the rumors of him being a scoundrel are just fabrications. The memory sends a wave of heat through her, and she flushes bright red, desperately trying to convince herself that she shouldn't recall such a thing. Her sudden distraction does not go unnoticed. Though confused by her behavior, the swordsman recognizes an opening and decides he won't pass up the chance, hurling his jagged blade through the air. His blade flies true, pinning her shadow to the ground. Maniana recognizes the technique instantly, shadow bind. She smirks, noting that while it's a useful skill for slowing an opponent, it is utterly ineffective against a high-level person like herself. Her confidence suddenly shattered. A jolt ran through her as she realized something was terribly wrong, her eyes widening in disbelief. She tried to step forward, but found herself completely immobilized. Panic began to set in as she discovered her right leg felt as if it were fused to the very ground beneath her. The masked swordsman watched her struggle, the true nature of his technique becoming clear. A standard binding spell would have scattered its power across her entire body, a weak effect she could have easily broken. He, however, had focused the spell's entire binding effect onto that single point, increasing its power exponentially. The realization struck Maniana. He had condensed the magic with incredible precision. This young man's control was astounding. He was in a class of his own. She thought his control over magical power on another level entirely. But as she processed this, he was already moving, unleashing a swirling torrent of dark energy directly towards her while thinking of a promise made to his dear mama. The masked swordsman lunges forward, his jagged blade cutting through the air towards Maniana, who braces for the attack. In response, she unleashes a blinding flash of power, a concussive blast that sends him reeling back in surprise. He tumbles to the ground, losing his grip on his sword, which skitters across the dirt. Sitting up with a wry smile, he concedes defeat, admitting he couldn't succeed after all. He remarks that the seven magia never disappoint and that he still doesn't stand a chance against her. Maniana looks on, taken aback by his cheerful admission. She reflects on the fact that she was utterly bested by a 15-year-old boy. His talent, she thinks, is fearsome, yet he remains diligent, always striving to improve. She finds herself wondering just how powerful he will become when his abilities fully develop. As his small companion notes his struggle, the swordsman admits his heart was pounding so hard he couldn't focus. Maniana then approaches, extending a hand. She compliments his remarkable use of magic, but states that he has much to improve, and it would be a shame not to polish those skills. Her expression softens into a playful smile. She thinks to herself that while she was supposed to make amends, she's now getting butterflies. With a wink, she declares her intention to train him hard from now on, addressing him as Demonio. After Maniana insists on being called Master, she explains that she must keep the fact she took on a disciple a secret from the Night Order. Demonio's demeanor abruptly shifts to one of grave concern. He asks her bluntly if there's any chance she could be pregnant, reminding her they took no precautions. She responds with a sly chuckle and a wink, teasing that if that were the case, she might just have him take her as his wife. His face flushes as he grabs her hands, earnestly shouting, with pleasure. Taken aback by his sincerity, Maniana quickly clarifies that she was only kidding, suggesting he wouldn't want an old woman like her. His earnest acceptance left Maniana momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing as she stared back at him, uttering a single, questioning word. She quickly turned away, explaining that he was a silly goose and that she had only been joking. She reassured him not to worry, as she had already handled the situation with contraceptive magic. He processed this, realizing that such erotic jargon had indeed come up in the game. He struggled to compose himself, while Maniana, walking ahead, felt a strange sensation and wondered what was happening to her. The feeling intensified, and she clutched at her chest, questioning if the aphrodisiac had truly left her system. And so, with their agreement made, Maniana secretly became his master at the main estate of the Tridal family. Within the estate, a noblewoman instructed a maid not to tell a soul about the new arrangement, remarking that she expected nothing less from Sir Demonio. She noted Maniana's renowned beauty and expressed her delight that she would be Demonio's master. Far below in the gardens, the two began their new partnership. His resolve firm, Demonio gathered a sphere of glowing energy in his hands, declaring that for the sake of his dear mothers, he would withstand any sort of rigorous training. She watched him, a blush creeping up her neck as she pointed out that the magic current near his chest was a bit off. He moved closer, taking her hand in his. He offered for her to try and sense his mana directly. The moment his hand made contact, a jolt shot through Maniana. She let out an involuntary cry, her body trembling from the sudden, intense sensation. He pulled back, flustered, reminding her that she shouldn't lose focus. He tried to dismiss the moment, insisting that this was just training, though his own reddened face betrayed his composure as he thought to himself what an intense session it was. An hour earlier, on a secluded, rocky shore, Maniana stood opposite the young man, known as Demonio. He channeled his power, a dark aura flaring around his bare torso. With a sharp cry, he clenched his fist, concentrating his strength. Unleashing the gathered force, he drove his fist into a massive boulder, shattering it completely on impact. He stood panting among the fragments of stone. From a distance, Maniana's voice carried over, acknowledging that he seemed to have grasped the technique. She praised him, impressed by his progress. Maniana explained that the technique, body enhancement, is a cornerstone of magic-based combat and a crucial secret. She stressed the importance of continuing his fundamental training, silently noting that his rapid learning was exactly what she expected from him. He readily agreed to her instruction. Internally, he affirmed his new reality. Maniana had become his master. Their training progressed to sparring. As he lunged with his blade, Demonio reflected that for someone he thought would only teach him aggression, Maniana was a surprisingly thorough and patient instructor. Parrying his strike, she was equally impressed, recognizing his natural talent after having faced many shadow users before. As their blades clashed, she observed how quickly he was absorbing her lessons on swordsmanship and body movement, like a sponge. She had never encountered anyone who could command their shadow with such meticulous control. A confident smirk played on her lips. She concluded that he was already stronger than she had been as a teenager, a truly fearsome prospect. The intense training left him breathing heavily, sweat glistening on his toned physique, yet his expression remained one of unwavering determination. As the training continues, Maniana's face flushes, a bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple as she shudders. Standing behind him, she places her hands on his abdomen and instructs him to focus, to put force into his core. She explains that while the method is perilous, it is the fastest way to increase his mana. She will channel her own into him, forcing his body to acclimate to its high density. With a slight blush, she adds a warning that the process might be a bit too stimulating for him. A jolt runs through his body, his expression a mixture of shock and exertion. He stammers, his face flushed, admitting that the contact with her chest is indeed incredibly stimulating. Leaning in close, she whispers in his ear that he cannot afford to be immobilized by such slight stimulation. She reminds him that some enemies might use their charms to make him lower his guard. He forces himself to agree, internally repeating that this is proper training and he must remain focused. His hand trembles, betraying his struggle for composure. The struggle intensifies. He questions his own reactions, feeling his control slipping away. Gritting his teeth, he commands himself to stay rational, to endure this serious training. At the same time, Maniana feels her own body tingling, the woman within her unable to suppress her desire for him. In stark contrast, he desperately tries to clear his mind, to embrace a state of nothingness. Sometime later, the small, round companion watches from a distance as he carries an exhausted Maniana on his back. The creature floats in confusion, wondering what kind of training could have possibly led to this outcome. As they walk toward a grand building, he reflects on their master-disciple relationship, believing it to be very good. He feels he has successfully avoided the bad fate destined for Maniana, at least for now. Yet, a sense of caution tempers his relief. He knows he cannot afford to be optimistic. He sits at the dining table with Maniana, lost in thought. He resolves that the only thing he can do now is become stronger. Noticing his distraction, Maniana asks if he is even listening. He explains his reasoning, voicing his concern that since the plot has strayed so far from the source material, there is no telling how the game will play out from this point on. Maniana looks up, surprised by his sudden seriousness. His intensity quickly turns to embarrassment as he apologizes, accidentally addressing her as Mama Maniana. Flustered, he waves his hands frantically, trying to retract the statement and insisting it was just a slip of the tongue. Maniana, however, responds with a warm, gentle smile. She reaches out to pat his head reassuringly, telling him that she doesn't mind being called Mama. In fact, she adds, she would love to have a brilliant and cute son like him. This tender exchange does not go unnoticed. From a nearby doorway, Rosa Tridal peeks into the room, her eyes wide with shock as she witnesses Demonio and Maniana laughing together. Her shock quickly morphs into a possessive jealousy. A new path has just been unlocked. As she clutches her necklace, a single thought consumes her. But I'm his mama. Outside the grand estate, Maniana and a shirtless Demonio conclude a training session amidst a rocky landscape. Later, Demonio enters the mansion, wiping sweat from his neck and remarking on his fulfilling training. He is greeted by the warm smile of his stepmother, Rosa, who observes that he seems to be working very hard. He credits his progress to his master's excellent tutelage. Rosa adds that the soldiers have been telling her how he's been learning one powerful spell after another. She gently warns him that he'll catch a cold if he remains sweaty, then startles him by suddenly grabbing his arm and insisting he hurry and take a bath. Propelled by her insistence, he dashes down the hall completely undressed, wondering what just happened, leaving his clothes discarded in a heap behind him. Once he is gone, Rosa picks up his vest. She closes her eyes and brings the fabric to her face, inhaling deeply and recognizing the familiar scent of Demonio. Her expression instantly sours. She realizes it is not his scent alone. Mixed with it is the scent of what she perceives to be a lascivious, mature woman. Meanwhile, Demonio soaks in a large, steaming bath, letting out a relaxed sigh. He is not alone in the water. Maniana, in her small, fairy-like form, asks him to rub her back. He looks at her tiny body and questions the request, asking where her back even is. His question is interrupted by the sound of the bathroom door creaking open. A pair of bare female legs steps inside as Demonio turns his head toward the sound, a look of surprise on his face. He stared in disbelief as the intruder revealed herself to be none other than his stepmother, Rosa. Wrapped in a towel, she smiled warmly and offered to wash his back for him, much to his shock. Before he could protest, she joined him in the water, insisting that as his mother, it was her role. She even declared herself his true mother, leaving him utterly overwhelmed by the situation. And so, he eventually surrendered to the moment, finding the warm water and care surprisingly pleasant. His life became a whirlwind of intense nurturing and rigorous training. His devoted stepmother, Rosa, prepared lavish meals to strengthen his body, while his great and mighty master, Maniana, constantly pushed his spirit, questioning his resolve. Their methods were unconventional. Rosa insisted that a son is supposed to sleep with his mother, while Maniana framed it as a necessary trial to build his resistance against seduction. Both women, he realized, were blessing him with their unique forms of service. And so, his days were filled with relentless practice, honing his physical abilities and magical defenses under Maniana's watchful eye. As the seasons came and went, his skills grew exponentially. He sparred with his master, awakened a formidable dark power, and eventually stood ready to face monstrous beasts. He unleashed the full might of his shadowy magic, forming a monstrous maw of darkness that lunged forward and completely consumed the creature's head with a sickening crunch. Having completed his grueling tutelage, the day finally arrived. Dressed in a sharp new uniform for his first day at the academy, he turned to his two mothers with a confident smile, announcing his departure. They saw him off with pride. Rosa, with a warm smile, wished her dear son to take care. Maniana, ever the master, reminded her best disciple not to go overboard at the academy. He stood ready to depart, clad in the dark, formal uniform of the academy. His two mothers, Rosa and Maniana, watched him go, with Maniana beaming, her eyes sparkling with pride. Despite his composed exterior, he was flustered by their heartfelt send-off, clutching his head as he admitted to himself that he would miss them dearly. Moments later, seated inside the carriage, his small companion floated beside him and asked if it was finally time. He confirmed quietly as the carriage lurched forward, its wheels beginning to turn. As the journey began, his demeanor shifted. He reflected on the fact that his enrollment in the academy marked the beginning of the Mama Fan main story, a plot he knew would lead to his beloved mothers being treated horribly. A dark, determined grin spread across his face. He made a silent vow. He would turn everything on its head. In the heart of the training capital stands the Noblessum Magic Academy, a prestigious institution considered one of the finest in the country. Within its halls, a new class of students is welcomed. An announcer congratulates them on their enrollment, reminding them that this elite school, attended by royalty and nobles, has produced many esteemed members of the Knights Order and the Ministry of Magic. An instructor then addresses the assembled students, explaining that they will all take entrance exams to determine their class placements. He offers a word of caution. This year's exams have spiked considerably in difficulty, and they must do their utmost. The exams begin with a magic appraisal. When Demonio, Tridal, takes his turn, the appraisal crystal shatters under the sheer force of his power. Following this, he sits for the written test, focused and composed. During the practicals, a rival student, declaring himself the eldest son of the noble Carmes family, unleashes an intermediate fire spell, Blaze Arrow, vowing not to lose. Demonio, however, effortlessly parries the attack during the swordsmanship portion of the exam. He counters with overwhelming force, casting an advanced black magic spell, Black Fawn. The other students watch in disbelief, recognizing it as the sort of magic employed by the Knights Order. Watching from the sidelines, a bead of sweat rolls down Monica's face. She murmurs to herself about his incredible strength, admitting that while she had heard he was a genius, She never could have imagined he was this powerful. His performance solidifies his reputation. Standing before the results, Demonio sees his name at the top. First place, Demonio Tridal. His grades are top-notch, befitting an elite from a distinguished noble family. His small companion floats beside him, questioning why he came to this deserted place. A memory surfaces, a younger version of himself, bursting with joy, running to announce his success. He shouts for Mama Rosa and Mama Maniana, proudly declaring that he got first place in his first exams. In the present, the two women receive the news. Maniana sips her tea, stating calmly that it's what she'd expect from her disciple. Rosa, however, clasps her hands together, beaming with pride as she congratulates him, exclaiming, "That's my son for you." She and Rosa beamed with pride, their faces pressed against the window, radiating an almost blinding aura of maternal joy. Their display left Demonio flustered, his face flushed as his small companion looked on. He recalled their parting words. Maniana, sipping her tea, had mused about the academy, suggesting she might try attending next time, as she wanted to keep an eye on her daughter anyway. Rosa, holding a small doll in his likeness, offered a gentler sentiment, telling him to feel free to come home should anything become too difficult. Remembering their support, he turned and walked toward the academy grounds, his back to the past. He clenched his small fists, steeling his resolve with a quiet affirmation that he needed to give it his all. His determination, however, soon soured into frustration. He had been placed in Class C. With a grimace, he realized that this was it, the true beginning of the story. As he walked, he overheard the laments of other students. One, covering his face in shame, despaired over being placed in Class D and having to face his parents. His companion tried to console him, pointing out that at least he was better off than those in even lower classes. His small companion, floating beside him, looked up in confusion and asked about the meaning of these classes. Demonio explained plainly that it was a system of hierarchy. The academy, a sprawling and magnificent structure, operated as a strict meritocracy. Students were sorted into classes from A to E, their placement determined entirely by their academic performance and grades. This system created a stark divide. Upper-class students received all manner of preferential treatment, while those in the lower classes were forced to study in inferior conditions. Because students could change classes based on their performance, everyone fought desperately to climb the ladder, even by a single rank. His companion remembered that in the original story, Demonio was an A-class student, the unrivaled top of his year. It buzzed with excitement, exclaiming that this meant he could do whatever he wanted and eagerly asked what mischief he was planning. Demonio flatly denied any such intentions. He clarified his position, stating that he had no desire to become an outcast and follow a path to ruin. However, he admitted that he did intend to follow the game's events to some extent. His companion seemed to understand his carefully considered plan. He walked along the paved path of the academy grounds, his small companion floating beside him. The creature observed that he had gone easy on his opponents during the earlier exams. He confirmed this, explaining that he didn't want to attract any unwanted attention. Just as in the game he knew, it was better to maintain a low profile and present himself as merely an average elite. His companion teased him, pointing out that even while holding back, he still managed to secure first place. Demonio looked away, reflecting that a full year had passed since he was reincarnated into this body. Through intense and diligent training, he had awakened the dormant talents hidden within his new form. Despite this progress, he knew he couldn't rest easy. To truly turn the fate of this world on its head, he understood that he needed even more power. Meanwhile, inside the grand halls of the academy, two students gossiped in hushed tones. One mentioned that a commoner had enrolled this year, and that the existence of that guy concerned him. His friend reacted with surprise, asking if the commoner was truly competent. The first student confirmed he had seen him at the exam venue, describing him as bad news. He then dismissed the threat, clarifying that while the commoner possessed monstrously good sword skills, he was an E-class and couldn't even use magic. In an office elsewhere in the Noblesse Magic Academy, an instructor with a large witch's hat reviewed student files. She mused that there were many amusing students this year, but two stood out. The prodigy of the Tridal family, whose exam results were incredible, but whose full strength remained a mystery, and a commoner who couldn't use magic. The witch-hatted instructor remarked that with a trouble kid and a maverick, the head teacher would have their work cut out for them. In response, Maniana, holding a riding crop, declared she would take it upon herself. With a sharp crack of her crop, she vowed to discipline both of them and drill the academy's code into them until they became obedient. Inside the classroom designated IA, Demonio's presence casts a palpable chill. His fellow students whisper amongst themselves, remarking on his terrifying face and the dark rumors that follow him. His small, floating companion observes the scene, noting that Demonio's reputation for being hated is only growing, even in the capital. Despite the fear he inspires, a group of female students boldly approaches his desk. One, a longtime admirer, expresses her honor at being in the same class. Another quickly suggests they have a private magic lesson together after school, trying to gain an advantage over the others. He remains utterly still and silent. His companion floats beside him, processing the scene. It realizes that for every person who fears Demonio, there's another who is drawn to the power and notoriety he commands. The companion glances over at Demonio, its own expression twisting into shock at the sight of his face. A perfect, unnerving blend. His complete lack of reaction sends a clear message. The companion notes his disinterest in young women, while the students themselves, flustered, decide it's best to return to their seats. Suddenly, the chatter is cut short by a sharp crack as a teacher's pointer slams down on a desk. A clear command for order. The source of the command is a formidable woman standing at the front of the room. She introduces herself as Gloria, the homeroom teacher for the class this year. The small companion recognizes her instantly, crying out her name internally. Mama Gloria. It recalls her reputation as a stern, elite knight and professor. However, it also realizes something is wrong. In the original story, Gloria was never the protagonist's homeroom teacher. She begins her inaugural address, acknowledging that while the nobility are generally well-bred and talented in magic, talent alone is pointless. With a fierce look, she declares that it is entirely up to them whether they hone their skills or let them die. Her voice booms with passion. As their new teacher, she vows to forbid any arrogance. Under her watch, the weak will become strong, and the strong will be pushed to aim for even greater heights. She bellows at the stunned classroom, demanding to know if her intentions are clear. The students sit in rigid silence, intimidated by her overwhelming presence. Turning away, she reflects on their reaction. She had only unleashed a tiny bit of her magic, yet it was enough to cow them. She concludes that A-class nobility isn't what it used to be, finding them all rather amateurish. Her thoughts are cut short as a sudden, intense gaze from the back of the room catches her attention. Her eyes widen in surprise and alarm. The piercing stare belongs to Demonio Tridal. Another student feels a chill as his eyes seem to scan her body, but Gloria recognizes the look for what it is. As a veteran professor, she can tell it's the gaze of someone looking down on their instructor, provoking her with a silent assertion that he has nothing to learn from her. Outside the Grand Academy building, a silent understanding passes between them. Demonio looks forward to their future encounters, while Gloria internally vows to discipline him thoroughly. Later, while walking through the Academy's halls, his small companion asks if he has seen everything in the Academy during his previous life. He replies that he hasn't, explaining that he only ever visited the locations specified by the game's progression. He spots the cafeteria below and points it out. He admits to his companion that while he knows the named characters from the game, he doesn't recognize most of the students around him. His gaze settles on two girls. He identifies one as Sakura from the Easter Island country, and the other as Tina, an international student from the land of the elves. When his companion asks about their characteristics, he simply notes that their mothers are cute. As a tray of food is suddenly knocked over nearby, he recalls that both girls were conquerable heroines in the game. He remembers they had explicit scenes, but he skipped all of them, finding no interest in such things. The disruption comes from a male student berating one of the heroines. He shouts that a lowly G-rank laggard like her should eat in a corner by herself, not shamelessly in the middle of the table. The girl stands her ground, demanding to know what he just said, as other students look on. He stepped forward, his polished shoe stopping just short of the spilled meal. With a tone of mock regret, he remarked what a shame it was, as he had yet to try that particular dish. The girl, her face a mask of fury, glared up at him. Just then, another student arrived on the scene. Demonio's eyes narrowed, a predatory grin spreading across his face as he recognized the newcomer, the game's protagonist. He also identified the girl as Rebecca, one of the main heroines of Mama Fan. The newly arrived student stood firm, his voice clear and steady as he declared that he did not approve of wasting food. The determined eyes of a young man with light-colored hair scan the area. He's being watched from a distance by a shadowed figure. From a balcony overlooking the hall, the masked swordsman observes the students below, noting with a slight smirk that the boy has finally shown up. His small, floating companion asks about the boy. The swordsman identifies him as Ray Brave, explaining that he is the protagonist of the original game. He then adds with a sudden, intense glare that Ray is also a fearsome Lilicon bastard, shocking his companion. Down below, a group of students confronts Ray, their leader dismissing him as a lowly E-class swine. The companion questions the swordsman's accusation, pointing out that Ray is a teenager himself. The swordsman retorts that Ray only goes for teenagers, cementing his label as a hardcore Lilicon. The bully continues his taunts, laughing that he heard Ray can't use magic at all. He declares that a no-talent peasant has no right to defy the nobility. Ray's expression hardens as he clenches his fist. He draws his sword, stating that his lack of magic doesn't matter. At this point in the story, Ray is a laggard, a character who can only fight using his swordsmanship. Watching from above, the masked swordsman thinks cynically that despite Ray's grandstanding, his magic will awaken soon. Unaware, Ray shouts his vow to crawl to the top of the academy and prove that even laggards can best geniuses if they try hard enough. A torrent of ancient magic then erupts from Ray. As the descendant of a legendary hero, he is capable of learning such powerful arts. The swordsman dryly notes how Ray's heroic speech about being a laggard fits perfectly for someone from a peerless bloodline, leaving his companion utterly confused. The masked swordsman and his companion discuss the grim reality of his former in-game persona, Demonio. He explains that in the original story, Demonio loses badly to the protagonist mid-game, is ruined, and ultimately dies a miserable death. His companion asks if this means the protagonist, Ray Brave, is destined to save the world, to which the swordsman grimly confirms. He knows in his head that to avoid this death route, it would be best to avoid antagonizing the protagonist and instead build amicable bonds. Considering the menacing foes they will eventually have to fight, Rei is a valuable combat asset. But despite this logic, he clutches his chest, overwhelmed by the raw emotion of it all. He simply cannot bring himself to forgive him. A memory surfaces of his past life. As a young man, he sat before a computer screen, watching a scene with the game's heroine, Rebecca. She confessed to feeling lonely, a sentiment he shared, thinking he would also be alone if he went home. In that moment, the game presented him with a choice: part ways with her and return to the dorm, or stay with her until dawn. His hand trembled as he moved the cursor toward the latter option. His past self slammed the desk in frustration, deciding against it to avoid getting in trouble. Back in the present, the masked swordsman descends a grand staircase, gritting his teeth. He resolves to steer clear of the protagonist as much as possible to protect his own mental state, fearing Rei's cloying nature would rub off on him. Elsewhere, the recently defeated bully and his cronies pick themselves up, swearing revenge on Rei Brave. Rei, however, stands unfazed as Rebecca approaches him. She compliments him, saying he doesn't disappoint, prompting him to ask what's wrong. He suddenly looks up, having sensed a strong, frustrated bloodlust. The feeling emanates from the masked swordsman, who glares down at him from a balcony above, his eyes glowing with an intense, barely contained fury. The swordsman reflects on the game's timeline. If events proceed as they should, this is the point where the protagonist is meant to meet the young women and deepen his bonds with them. An hour later, within the walls of the Grand Academy, a class is in session. The instructor, Gloria, stands before the class and asks if anyone recognizes the complex incantation written on the chalkboard. From the back of the room, the masked swordsman's hand shoots up as he confidently declares, yes. He stands and provides the correct answer, identifying it as the magic sequence of Zoltak, advocated by the Julius Magic Association. Rei Brave, sitting nearby, is shocked by his classmates' focus and knowledge. The swordsman, however, simply thinks to himself that he is concentrating intently, just as any student should. His perfect performance left Gloria gripping her pointer, flustered. He had mastered all of her material, down to his diligent posture in class. Her small companion, however, was thrilled, shouting its approval and readiness for the next challenge. She sat with a confident smile, declaring that Mama Gloria's lessons were exceptionally fun. She glared back, demanding to know what the traitor Demonio was trying to pull. His outward confidence masked an internal conflict. Looking out the window, he considered the difficulty of balancing his actions. Becoming a hated troublemaker was the last thing he wanted, as deviating too far from the original plot would render his knowledge from his past life useless. Elsewhere on the academy grounds, two of his classmates, Carol and Mina, found themselves in a tense situation. They were being confronted by two older students. The red-haired one, Greb, sneered at the first years, telling them they wouldn't get off easy for spilling coffee on his shoes. The girls insisted they had already apologized, but his companion simply smirked and told them to come along. He leaned in closer, his voice menacing. He reminded them of who he was and warned that defying him would lead to their expulsion from the academy. With false reassurance, he added that he wouldn't harm them. From a short distance away, the confrontation had not gone unnoticed. Rei Brave's companion remarked that Greb seemed to enjoy picking on first-year girls, wondering if he planned to use them as playthings until they broke. He mused that Greb's parents must be exhausted from cleaning up his messes. Rei Brave confirmed his intention to intervene, stating simply that they were his classmates. From a classroom window above, the masked swordsman and his companion watched the scene unfold. The small creature turned to him, asking if he was going to save them too. In response, he leaped from the window with a fierce expression. His companion called the action rude, but he thought to himself that while he had zero interest in the girls, he wanted to make his mothers proud. The true essence of filial piety, he mused, was something to be understood through Maniana. Demonio lands with a sudden thud, crouching between the bullies and his classmates. Carol calls out his name in surprise, while Greb looks on, startled by the abrupt intervention. His arrival sends a ripple of disbelief through Greb's companions. One of them recognizes the name, identifying him as the infamous demon of the traitor family. Another asks if this is truly the student who ranked first among the first years. Greb, attempting to project confidence, tells his friends to relax, dismissing Demonio as just a first year, regardless of his genius. From his position, Demonio observes the group, noting that they are third years from Class A and surmising that a strict seniority hierarchy governs the academy. He offers a polite apology to the seniors. Internally, however, he recalls the events of the original game, where this same bully had gained notoriety by brutally beating anyone who angered him, including upperclassmen, from the very beginning of the school year. Continuing his deferential act, he bows deeply. He explains that the girls are his classmates and offers to compensate for their actions, pleading for their forgiveness. Greb watches him with an amused, condescending smirk. He resolves to lower his head as much as necessary, having no desire to become a conceited villain. From a distance, other students observe the scene, remarking that his submissive behavior is exactly what they expect and dismissing him as a simple wimp. In a sudden, violent motion, Greb lashes out, kicking Demonio hard in the stomach. As he stands over the fallen Demonio, Greb wonders aloud if beating the top-ranked first year will make him famous. His friends watch, one admitting he feels bad for him, while Carol and Mina look on in horror. Greb scoffs at Demonio for not fighting back, calling him lame. He decides to let him off for the day, telling the first-year brat to go suck on his mom's tits. The insult triggers a terrifying change. In an instant, Demonio lunges forward, grabbing Greb by his uniform with crushing force. A dark, predatory grin spreads across his face as his eyes gleam with fury, and he repeats the bully's words back to him. "I should suck on my mom's tits, you say?" His grip tightened, lifting the bully effortlessly. Greb, his face contorted in disbelief, could only stammer at the monstrous strength holding him captive, wondering how much the dark-haired student had been holding back. The insult echoed in his mind, throwing him back to a memory from his youth. He was in bed, flustered, as his mother, Rosa, gently invited him to sleep beside her as he always did, reminding him that a son is supposed to sleep with his mama. She soon fell asleep, but sleep would not come for him. He lay tense and awake, tried to keep his distance in the bed. In her slumber, she rolled over, pressing against him. His eyes widened in panic, his breath catching in his throat. The proximity was overwhelming. He recoiled with a choked gasp, his mind reeling. Kneeling on the bed, he fought against his own body's reaction. He had to endure it, he told himself. He could not respond to his mother's innocent affection with lust. This was the daily torment Greb had so casually mocked. Snapping back to the present, Demonio unleashed his fury, hurling the bully through the air. As Greb crashed to the ground, Demonio roared, demanding if he had any idea how much he had to endure on a regular basis. His companions rushed to his side, helping the dazed Greb to his feet and retreating with threats of revenge. Demonio watched them go, his expression cold, before declaring that his mother's breasts are a holy thing and should never be spoken of with a filthy mouth. Nearby, Carol and Mina swooned at his display of power and conviction. They continued to fawn over him, much to his discomfort. Mina admitted she had no idea what his triggers were, while Carol remarked that she was surprised by this side of him, as if he were a completely different person than she'd imagined. As a result of the confrontation, Greb lay defeated on the ground. It was a significant victory, as he was known to be the third strongest student among the third years, a true powerhouse of the academy. News of his defeat spread like wildfire across the academy grounds. Whispers followed in the wake of the confrontation, confirming that Demonio, a first year, had not only fought but decisively beaten Greb, the third strongest student in the entire school. A palpable fear began to grow. He was an unbelievable scoundrel, someone not to be defied. Among the gossiping students, opinions were divided. One young man dismissed the rumors, finding it impossible that a brilliant student would say such things. His friend, however, leaned in to whisper the true cause. Greb had been talking about a woman's chest. Nearby, a group of girls swooned, recalling how incredibly cool Demonio had been when he threatened to permanently shut Greb's filthy mouth. Elsewhere, Ray Brave conferred with an academy elder, his own expression troubled. He worried that this incident would only worsen his own notoriety and began to question Demonio's motives, wondering aloud if the man planned to take control of the entire academy. The subject of his concern was, at that moment, kneeling before Professor Gloria. She had summoned him. Internally, he lamented his fate. Despite his efforts, he was still being treated as a trouble kid. He wondered if this was the unbendable power of fate from the game. Gloria looked down, her arms crossed, and declared that he had finally shown his true colors as an incorrigible child. She continued, stating that while she had much to say to him, Carol and Mina had already filled her in on the situation. She acknowledged that he had saved them from being picked on by senior students, which framed his actions as a form of self-defense. However, she made it clear that this context didn't mean she could simply dismiss what he had done. With that, she delivered his punishment. He was to run 20 times around the field. It was necessary, she explained, to set a good example for the others. He accepted without protest, simply apologizing and promising to be careful from then on. Her stern expression softened into a knowing smile. She told him he was an honest fellow, admitting that she had been mistaken about him. As a veteran professor, she could tell these things. She then reached out and gently patted his head, her smile remaining. He might be a trouble kid, she conceded, but he was definitely not a rogue. As she turned to leave, he rose to follow. A realization settled in his mind. This was exactly the same as in the game. While the other professors would treat him like a ticking time bomb, Mama Gloria was the only one who treated him normally, like any other student. He clenches his fist, his resolve hardening. He recalls Professor Gloria, remembering her as both kind and strict, the best professor he knew. That is precisely why he would be damned if he allowed her to face her fate alone. He knows what will happen. She will tell her companions to leave it to her, to press on, and then she will be left to die. With unwavering certainty, he vows that he will not let Mama Gloria perish. 1 month into the school year, Gloria gathers the first-year students at the mouth of a torchlit cavern. She announces their next activity. They will be split into groups of 5 to explore down to the 5th floor of the dungeon. Her voice rings with authority as she warns them not to underestimate the dungeon despite its low level. A moment of carelessness in real combat, she stresses, could cost them their lives. With a final command to stay on their guard, she sends them off. Gloria further explains that this dungeon exploration is a required extracurricular activity for all first years during their first term. However, while it is compulsory for the low-class students, participation is entirely voluntary for those in the high class. She notes that while students often explore dungeons for extended periods, even on holidays, no one from the higher classes chose to participate. Her gaze then lands on the sole exception, standing with his arms crossed. Demonio Tridor, the only participant from Class A. Gloria approaches him, questioning why he would do this solo without a group. She points out the vast difference in power between him and the other students, but he simply states that he doesn't mind. He lets out a large, indifferent yawn as other students wonder why the top-ranked student would bother with this activity. He had a single reason for taking part: to make sure he didn't get on Gloria's bad side. The true, unspoken reason flashes in his mind, a memory from another timeline. In the original game, Mama Gloria loses her life during this very extracurricular class. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, the other students are already in the thick of battle. Ray Brave, the game's protagonist, slices through a stone golem as his party members, Rebecca, Monica, and Sakura, handle other threats and gather valuable crystals. Elsewhere, the masked swordsman dispatches a massive wolf-like beast with casual ease. From a distance, Gloria monitors the students' progress on a floating magical screen, her expression unreadable. The first day of the dungeon exploration concludes without any apparent issues, and night falls upon the cavern entrance. Suddenly, a panicked voice cuts through the darkness, shouting in alarm, "What?" Miss Gloria. She sits with her students on the 5th underground floor of the dungeon, where the sudden revelation that she has children has left them speechless. She calmly states that it shouldn't come as much of a surprise. To illustrate, she opens a locket, revealing a cherished image of her daughter, Gelda. She adds that the girl is turning 6 this year. A fond smile touches her lips as she describes Gelda as a lovely and well-behaved girl, musing that her daughter is nothing like her. Her rare display of warmth is not lost on Ray and Rebecca. Ray comments that he has been so swamped with work lately that he hardly gets to go home, showing a hint of understanding. She continues, explaining that she must leave her daughter in the care of servants, a choice that makes her feel she is causing the child to suffer due to her parental obligations. Determined, she announces her plan to take a long vacation after this class to go home, believing she must finally do something mother-like for the girl who has no one else. As she daydreams about taking her daughter to the market and the place she promised, Demonio listens from a distance. His small, winged companion calls out to him, sensing a shift in the air. The companion is suddenly struck by a dreadful feeling. Though she cannot quite place it, she has a powerful premonition that Gloria is going to die. Her premonition only confirms what he already knows. In the original game, Mama Gloria was known for setting up her own death flags, being a workaholic, taking her first day off in a long time, her family duty, and a promise to her daughter. She had triggered every single one. He recalls the grim timeline. The very next day, the leaders of an enemy organization would attack the dungeon. Their targets were the heroines, who held secrets within their lineages. As the students came under attack, Gloria would intervene. In that moment, she would put her life on the line to protect her students, shouting for them to leave it to her and go. And there, she would die. He couldn't stop the tears as he recalled the funeral scene from his past life. On the screen of his memory, Gloria's daughter, Gelda, was bawling her eyes out in front of the coffin, crying for her mother. His grief hardened into resolve. He vowed to save her, one way or another, and to crush the stupid, cliched death flags that led to her demise. His thoughts turned to strategy as he walked with the other students. He had considered avoiding this extracurricular activity, but realized it was a prime opportunity. Letting the event play out to a certain degree would make it easier to lure the enemies into making their move, allowing him to counter them. As the others celebrated the chance to finally have a bath, he remained focused on his plan. They arrived at a building with separate entrances for men and women. One of the students expressed surprise that a dungeon would have hot springs, but another explained that the academy had apparently set it up for use in classes. As the boys prepared to enter, Rebecca pointed a stern finger at Ray Brave, warning him not to dare peep on them. She noted that the walls were a bit run down, and he stammered that he would. Her words triggered another memory for Demonio. He recalled with a jolt of panic that this was the night of the infamous peeping event from a game, where a wall breaks down and the girl's bath comes into full view. He realized the situation was bad. You'll be dragged into the mess at this rate. He had to evade it at all costs. As an adult with common sense, the thought of seeing naked teenagers made his stomach churn. He turned and fled from the building. He ran until he was out of breath, finally stopping by a secluded, rocky pool. Catching his breath, he looked around, only to see the winged girl already submerged in the water, looking up at him in surprise. She remained in the water as he took in the scene. He realized it was a hot spring. A smile spread across his face. This was perfect, as he had wanted to take a bath anyway. He slipped into the warm, hazy water. As he relaxed, he noticed the winged girl beside him, also enjoying the bath. He let out a contented sigh, stretching in the soothing spring. He froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. In the steaming water before him was not the winged girl, but his instructor, Gloria, stretching languidly. The hot spring was known for its rejuvenating and stiffening effects, a fact that did little to calm his racing mind. As Gloria let out a gasp of surprise, his own thoughts screamed her name. In a steaming hot spring, Ray's moment of peace is shattered when a woman's cry echoes through the air. It is Gloria, who has just been stripped of her role as a demon professor. He whirls around, flustered, and immediately shouts an apology. She turns toward him, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger, demanding to know why one of her own students is in her private hot spring. He stammers another apology, insisting he had no idea she was there and that for some reason he was compelled to come to this location. With a sharp command for silence, Gloria regains her composure. She accepts that it was an accident, stating that as a veteran professor, being seen by a mere child won't faze her in the slightest. Ray listens, seemingly placated by her confident demeanor. He sees through her facade, however. He realizes she must be incredibly embarrassed, but her pride as an adult won't allow her to be honest. To him, her attempt to act cool is simply adorable. She continues her attempt at nonchalance, lamenting that she used to have a more toned body, even with defined abs, but has been too swamped with work recently to maintain it. He recognizes her words for what they are, excuses born from worry that she's out of shape. He finds this trait, which he considers a charm of young heroines, to be incredibly cute. She then adds with a self-deprecating smile that he is also out of luck, as his partner in the mixed bath happens to be an old woman of a demon professor. Her thoughts reveal a deeper insecurity. She is well aware of how her students regard her, imagining they would find her body boring and would much prefer that of a younger woman. He can't stand to hear her speak that way. Ray surges to his feet, splashing water everywhere as he shouts, demanding to know what she is saying. He declares that she is a wonderful teacher, hundreds of times more charming than any young woman who has only youth to offer. He holds Gloria close, his voice ringing with startling intensity as he confesses that he wanted to see her naked body. He explains his reasoning with unwavering eyes, admitting he has always wanted to see her and lamenting that the game he knew never included such intimate events. His words strike Gloria with the force of a physical blow, leaving her completely flustered, her face flushing a deep red as sweat beads on her skin. She recoils in shock, stammering in disbelief at what he is saying. The outburst sends a splash of water through the rocky hot spring. She scrambles out of the water, turning her back to him as she shouts, admonishing him for lusting after his teacher. Ray remains submerged, looking stunned. He counters her accusation with a roar of his own, insisting that she is a wonderful teacher. Now dressed, Gloria looks down, her anger giving way to quiet confusion. Her composure shaken, she wonders to herself just what is going on with this particular student. Elsewhere, deep within a dungeon's lower floors, a cloaked figure kneels. Placing a hand against the stone wall, they sense a strange mana, noting that it is being skillfully hidden. The figure considers if they have been detected, but dismisses the idea, reasoning that the Academy would have made a more significant move. Their attention then narrows, sensing a single person moving and pondering the unique nature of their mana. In a stark vision, a cloaked figure in a full helm stands over the defeated form of a masked swordsman. On the wall behind them, images of the Witch of Thunder and a set of powerful restraints are displayed. The figure contemplates the scene, wondering if the fallen man is connected to the incident involving the powerful witch. The vision fades. In the present, this same knight stands within a dungeon, a massive, glowing magic circle materializing at their feet. As the ground begins to tremble violently, they determine that their plans will need to be adjusted. Nearby, Ray Brave and Rebecca look on in alarm. From the cavern floor, the source of the tremor erupts. A monstrous, multi-headed hydra bursts forth, shattering rock and roaring. The students can only stare in shock as the beast emerges before them. Rebecca's voice cuts through the stunned silence, her eyes wide with terror as she identifies the creature with a single, horrified shout. It's a hydra. Her mind reels, unable to process the impossibility of the situation. She questions aloud why such a legendary monster would ever appear in a lower-level dungeon, one supposedly managed and secured by the Academy. The hydra strikes without warning, one of its heads lunging into the crowd and sending students flying. Ray Brave stands frozen for a moment, his face a mask of disbelief and horror at the sudden carnage. The chaotic scene cuts away to a surreal, watery space. A small, winged girl frantically splashes, shouting for someone to wake up and change the outcome. Within a cavernous training ground, a monstrous, multi-headed hydra erupts, sending Academy students scattering in terror. One of the girls cries out in alarm, asking if the others forgot to carry their teacher. In the face of the beast, Ray Brave steps forward, sword held ready. With determination etched on his face, he prepares to confront the creature. He leaps into action, bringing his blade down in a powerful arc towards one of the hydra's heads. His blade, however, glances off the creature's unbelievably tough scales with a sharp clang. As Ray recoils, the other students look on in despair, certain they are doomed. Just then, a fiery projectile hurtles past them towards the monster. The blast erupts against the hydra's flank. Miss Gloria appears, her pointer held like a weapon. She sternly tells the students to cease their futile attacks, stating they stand no chance and must follow emergency survival protocols and evacuate immediately. Ray Brave starts to protest, but she cuts him off, warning him not to make her repeat herself. A powerful, swirling aura of energy begins to gather around her as she prepares to face the beast alone. She grips her pointer with both hands, her expression fierce, and roars for them to leave the beast to her and get out now. Elsewhere, the masked swordsman, Ray, arrives in a frantic rush, cursing his tardiness. He angrily demands to know why his companion, Pena, didn't wake him. She appears upside down beside him, retorting that she tried to wake him by smacking his rear end multiple times, a fact he acknowledges with a complaint that it now hurts. He looks around, bewildered. A cold sweat forms as he realizes that in the game he knows, this attack was supposed to happen on the second day, not the first. He wonders what could be happening. His eyes then find the source of the commotion, the students fleeing from a cave entrance. He recognizes the scene instantly. If the plot is proceeding as it should, this must be the moment the students escape under Mama Gloria's instructions. He recalled the original script of events, where the game's protagonist, Ray Brave, could only lament his own weakness. The young man felt like a dead weight, forced to place all his hope in Gloria's strength. In that version of events, Rebecca had tried to reassure him, expressing her certainty that Gloria would be fine, reminding him that she was once the ace of the Order of the Knights. It was a scenario designed to be a no-win fight, but he knew the grim truth of that plotline. With the protagonist's power yet to awaken, there was no chance of defeating the Hydra. Mama Gloria was supposed to sacrifice her life to ensure the students could escape. The protagonist's awakening was scripted to happen later, during a crisis involving the heroine. Gloria's death was treated as nothing more than a subplot, a sacrifice to add drama to the story as Ray Brave vowed to protect his friends. The memory fueled his rage. He grit his teeth, cursing the protagonist for being late, for only being fated to awaken during Gloria's episode. He burst into a desperate sprint, inwardly roaring at the foolish protagonist who could only awaken his power when young girls were in peril. His path was not clear. As he raced through a rocky passage, a monstrous two-headed snake lunged from the shadows to block his way. His companion's voice cut through his haste, warning him not to let his guard down against the powerful creatures. He cursed, realizing the beast had made it this far out from their usual territory. She urged him to focus, to recall his intense training and the feeling of facing his master's overwhelming power on the verge of a helpless death. Gripping his jagged blade, he affirmed that he understood. With his resolve hardened, he launched himself into the cavern. Far below, Gloria unleashed crackling bolts of lightning, desperately holding back the multi-headed Hydra. From above, he descended, a dark blade poised to change fate. He lands with the force of a thunderclap, his blade striking the ground and unleashing a devastating shockwave. The earth cracks and shatters under the immense power of the blow, obliterating the smaller serpentine monsters in an instant. The raw exertion flashes a memory to the forefront of his mind, a quiet night under the stars. He recalls Maniana resting against him, her expression serene as she leaned into his side. The memory sharpens, focusing on her affectionate smile as she looked up at him, a moment of gentle intimacy that caused his own face to flush. Snapping back to the present, he channels the memory into resolve. With a sharp cry, he pivots and slices cleanly through another wave of writhing tentacles, his movements fluid and precise. As he fights, his winged companion's voice chimes in, teasingly suggesting he should find a new master before he dies during intimacy with his current one. Irritated, Ray shouts back that he became strong by overcoming intense training, and nothing more. He pushes onward through the rocky passage, dismissing the thought with a sigh. Love, he muses, is truly blind. His focus then shifts, a wave of concern washing over him as he realizes that someone nearby is still suffering from the effects of an aphrodisiac. He feels a pang of sympathy for her. Panting heavily, Gloria stands her ground against a monstrous, multi-headed Hydra, her greatsword held at the ready. She grits her teeth, cursing the wretched beast before her. Her frustration mounts as she realizes her constant attacks have inflicted hardly any damage. The creature's scales, she thinks with grim determination, are as tough as hell. Despite the futility, she had managed to seal off the exit to the cavern with a rock slide. However, she knows she must hold it together. She cannot afford to collapse yet. Her makeshift barricade shatters as the Hydra bursts through. Resolved to buy her students even a single extra second to get away, she braces for impact as a massive tail whips toward her, striking her blade with incredible force. The blow sends her flying across the cavern. Crying out in pain, she crashes to the ground, her strength failing. As she lies defeated, she wonders if this is as far as she can go. Her gaze falls upon her winged hairpiece, knocked loose in the fall. Her thoughts drift to her students, hoping they escaped, and especially hoping that one particular troublemaker made it out safely as well. The image of the hairpiece triggers a flood of memories. It reminds her of a locket containing a picture of her smiling daughter, Gelda. Her mind flashes back to a loveless marriage, decided upon by her parents. Where her husband's family business failed, he fled the country, leaving her behind with their infant daughter and a mountain of debt. To manage this debt, she was forced to work under the thumb of the Academy and the Order of Knights. The memories show her swamped with work, toiling late into the night. On the other hand, she recalls that working as a professor wasn't much of a struggle. In fact, she found it to be very fulfilling, confidently instructing her students on complex magical theory. A more recent memory surfaces. Leaving for work, she looks back with a troubled expression as her young daughter, Gelda, calls out for her. She had told someone to take care of her daughter, explaining that some trouble had cropped up at the academy. Her thoughts drifted back to a recent memory, a promise made to her daughter, Gelda. She had apologized for her absence, explaining that her first day off in ages was tomorrow, but she wouldn't be truly free until the week after. Gelda's face fell with disappointment, but she quickly forced a smile, wishing her mother luck and insisting she was fine. That memory fueled her present despair. Lying defeated on the dusty ground, her headband lost beside her, she was consumed by regret. She wished she had praised her daughter more, played with her more. What a shame, she thought, what a waste. Her sorrow was a physical ache, tears streaming down her face as she clutched a keepsake. Her greatest wish, now an impossible dream, was to have seen Gelda grow up much more. She sobbed, repeating her daughter's name in a choked whisper. I am sorry, Gelda. I'm so sorry, she lamented, wishing she could have held her so much more. As she lay lost in sorrow, the towering hydra loomed over her. Its multiple heads reared back, fangs dripping as they prepared to descend for the final, fatal strike. But before its fangs could find their mark, a torrent of high-level dark magic erupted from the ground. Vicious, thorny tendrils of shadow shot upwards, ensnaring the beast in a construct identified as the prison of darkness. The sudden intervention left Gloria stunned. She looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief, as a calm voice cut through the chaos, assuring her, "You can go home and hug her as much as you want." In response to the lingering threat, a solid wall of shadow materialized before her, forming an impenetrable shield. The voice spoke again, this time with unwavering resolve. "I won't let you die here." The source of the voice was revealed. The masked swordsman stood with his jagged blade drawn, flanked by the winged girl. He swore to protect Gloria, then added with a sharp edge of annoyance, "Seriously, you're way too late." They're happy. The masked swordsman stands firm, his jagged blade ready, as the multi-headed hydra looms before him, its many maws roaring in fury. Watching from the ground, Maniana's eyes widen in disbelief. She realizes with a shock that he just cast an advanced spell, something she thought impossible. She understands this is a level of power far beyond what is considered high level. It is an unreachable territory, a might that only a handful of knights in the entire order are capable of wielding. Back in the cavern, Despina remarks that they barely made it out. Maniana, still processing the event, notes that his power is beyond the capabilities of a student and that he is teleporting using shadows. She clutches her cloak, wondering what is truly going on. He simply agrees with Despina's assessment. She adds that it was a good thing she had already tweaked things beforehand, blocking off the passageways to cover their escape. He then reveals his own foresight, explaining that his current sleep-deprived state is because he snuck into the dungeon the previous night. He planted several teleportation circles around the area, which they can use to escape once they reach them. His preparations went even further. He reveals that he had already secretly marked Maniana with the coordinates for the teleportation, a glowing magical sigil now visible on her shoulder. He had anticipated that the enemy might discover his plans and attack sooner than expected. After all, teleportation is a high-level spell that requires special skills and extensive preliminary preparations to use effectively. Just as he considers this, a new threat emerges. A massive, serpentine creature with a wicked maw materializes and fires a concentrated blast of energy directly at the group. Despina cries out in alarm. The beam of light detonates with immense force, engulfing the area in a blinding explosion. Caught in the blast, both the swordsman and Despina cry out as the ground shatters around them. He reacts instantly to the Hydra's attack, using the shadowy tendrils of his coat to form a shield around Gloria. The monster's power is immense, a foe that seems impossible to defeat at this stage. As the dark energy envelopes her, she realizes with a start that he is using his special-made coat to protect her, leaving himself exposed to the danger. Her expression shifts to one alarm. She tells him it's fine and shouts for him to get out of there immediately, insisting that it would be easy for him to escape on his own. He flatly refuses, kneeling and weakened. Gloria pleads with him to just leave her behind. His response is to tear open his coat and shirt, revealing his chest. He steps toward her, his gaze intense, and reminds her that she had just tried to protect her students at the cost of her own life. He continues, telling her that she fulfilled her duty as a teacher by putting her life on the line, and that her resolve was both noble and beautiful. His words bring tears to her eyes, declaring that this is precisely why he must act. He rips away the tattered remains of his upper clothing, casting them aside. Now bare-chested, he stands with unwavering resolve and proclaims his desire to protect her, even if it means risking his own life. Gloria can only stare, stunned and flustered by his declaration. He then looks up toward the sky, calling out to Despina that he's going to get serious. In response to his rising power, the shadowy bindings restraining the Hydra shatter with a deafening roar. She appears before him, asking if he is sure and warning that he might be consumed by her power if he pushes himself to his limits. He shouts back that there's no point if he doesn't, his eyes blazing as he readies his blade for an all-out battle. He unleashes a torrent of dark energy, which writhes and surges across his back like living shadows. Without hesitation, he seizes one of the Hydra's heads, his grip tightening with crushing force as dark power swirls around him. Gloria watches in astonishment, reeling from the hideous quality of the mana radiating from him. She realizes that while his magical energy has overflowed, his shadows have paradoxically grown thinner, understanding that this is something entirely different from a simple surge of power. His voice is cold as he promises the beast will pay dearly for harming Gloria. The very nature of his magic shifts. The energy condenses, transforming from a diffuse cage into countless razor-sharp blades that begin to rip the Hydra apart. He clenches his fist, his expression hardening with intense focus. The goal is no longer containment, but a precise, targeted strike. He unleashes the new form of his technique, the Prison of Darkness, Shredder. Vicious blades of shadow erupt, tearing through the Hydra's flesh with devastating speed and precision. In the aftermath of the battle, the Hydra's form returns to the earth. A shirtless Demonio stands amidst the crumbling rock, his back to the viewer, before turning to face the debris with a dagger in hand. Watching him, Gloria is stunned, struggling to comprehend what she just witnessed. She realizes he not only used an advanced spell, but also added his own, superior modification to it. His level of genius, she thinks, is beyond any simple explanation as she wonders who this man truly is. As Gloria processes the event, the cloaked, helmeted figure observes from a distance, noting that the order will arrive soon. Unconcerned, Demonio announces his intention to burn the remaining monster parts to prevent any chance of regeneration, conjuring a small orb of fire. The helmeted figure decides it is time to leave. They acknowledge that while they were only supposed to observe, they never imagined a single person could defeat the Hydra. They ponder the implications of Demonio's actions, questioning whether this traitor will become an enemy or an ally. In the background, Gloria remains bound as Demonio incinerates the Hydra's remains. Having made their decision, the figure turns away from the scene. They resolve to report these events to Mother, affirming that everything is done for the sake of the progenitor mother. A final flash of light emanates from the cave's entrance as the last of the Hydra is destroyed, leaving the area quiet once more. Sometime later, a unit of knights arrives at the cave. Demonio and Gloria, now freed, watch them approach. He recounts that their arrival ensured both his and Gloria's safety. Several days pass. At the Noblesse Magic Academy, Sagaro holds a document in her signature pipe. She notes that following the attack, the Academy and the Order have launched a joint investigation, which coincides with the upcoming festival. Back in a private room, Gloria, having fully recovered from her injuries, bows deeply to Demonio in gratitude. He stands before her, now dressed in his usual dark coat, holding his hands up in a placating gesture as he explains that she came to thank him. He sits across from her at a small table. Gloria challenges his narrative, stating that while the official story claims the Hydra was defeated by their collaborative effort, he was the one who defeated it by himself. She looks at him intently, asking if he is truly sure about this deception. He listened as Gloria recounted the moment she returned home after her treatment, when her daughter ran to embrace her. Unmoved by her gratitude, he simply stated that her safety, and that of the students, was more than enough for him. The memory was a vivid one, a tight, tearful embrace filled with overwhelming relief and joy. Overcome by the recollection, tears welled in her eyes. She confessed how truly glad she was to have survived, admitting she had been just one step away from leaving her daughter all alone in the world. In a sudden, earnest gesture, she bowed low, insisting she must thank him properly. The intensity of her emotion caught him off guard, and he could only stammer out his relief that everything turned out well. She straightened up, declaring that her conscience wouldn't be clear otherwise and that she would do anything he asked. He met her gaze with a serious expression and stated his one wish, to be allowed to keep looking at her, as she was beautiful. In his mind, a triumphant thought took flight. He had successfully navigated the death flag with Mama Gloria, ensuring she would remain his teacher. His strange request left both Gloria and Pena stunned and flustered. Gloria stammered, trying to process if she had heard him correctly. His mind, however, immediately twisted his words into a far more explicit scenario. He imagined her asking what he meant, only for him to boldly declare his desire to see her unclothed. Back in reality, Gloria fidgeted with her collar, her face flushed. She muttered to herself about the hopeless libido of young men, questioning what could possibly be attractive about the body of a mother. Then, with a sigh of resignation, she seemed to come to an understanding. She sits across from the young man, her expression resolute. Placing a small, circular device on the table, she declares that she has no choice but to obey the orders of the one who saved her life. He looks back, utterly bewildered by her statement. To demonstrate her commitment, she begins to disrobe, pulling on her stockings. She tells him there's no need for words. As a veteran teacher, she claims to understand exactly what he wants from her. Acknowledging that he is a troublesome child, she resigns herself to the fact that she cannot defy his wishes. She then positions herself on the bed, looking back at him with a flushed, expectant expression. He remains standing by the door, completely silent. Confused by his lack of reaction, she asks what's wrong and why he isn't saying anything. Her mind races to a mortifying conclusion. She realizes he must want to see a mature demon teacher in a state of utter humiliation, demanding that she seduce him in an even more lascivious manner. He, however, is having an entirely different internal monologue. He curses her as a pervert but feels trapped, believing there's no way he can defy the one who saved his life. Overwhelmed by the situation, his face flushes a deep red. His small companion, Pena, peeks around the corner, takes in the scene, and quietly announces that she will wait outside. Sometime later, a heartfelt cry of gratitude echoes from the residents, suggesting the misunderstanding has been resolved. Meanwhile, at the Magic Academy of Noblesse, Headmistress Sagaro sits in her office, smoking her long pipe. She informs Maniana that she is counting on her to handle the matter of the special lecturer, which is set to begin the following week. Maniana agrees, her expression serious. She states that she understands and views this as a good opportunity, admitting she has always been concerned about the academy and her role as a guardian. She appears flustered by the headmistress's words, wondering which period of her life Sagaro is referring to. Sagaro, with a knowing smirk, muses aloud about Maniana's role as a guardian, remarking on how the once unruly horse has finally grown up. Composing herself, she proudly declares that she is a proper adult. She explains that in addition to her title as one of the 7 Maggia, she has also gained peerage as a noble. Maniana adds that her own daughter is turning 16 this year, the age of adulthood in their nation. She reflects that while she was once unruly, she has since mellowed, gaining common sense and decorum. 2 weeks have passed since the dungeon attack at Noblesse Magic Academy. On the school grounds, 2 students watch Ray Brave walk by with his companions, identifying him dismissively as the E-class peasant who can't use magic. As they walk, Rebecca reminds him that his contribution during the incident was immense. She recounts how he fought against the monsters, allowing all the other students to escape to safety. The memory is vivid. Ray, the protagonist, single-handedly held back the monsters that had appeared along the escape route, ensuring his classmates could flee unharmed. Rebecca continues, telling him that people are finally recognizing his incredible strength and that his reputation is steadily improving, just as it did in the game. Monica adds that she wishes she could have fought alongside him, but Ray humbly insists he didn't do much. However, a new crisis emerges elsewhere on campus. A slime monster, one specifically designed to only melt the fibers of clothing, has escaped from the research building. The creature immediately hones in on a group of girls, its strange properties making it target their clothing specifically. It lunges, splashing its gelatinous body across Rebecca, Monica, and another female student, its corrosive substance instantly dissolving their uniforms. Exposed and flustered, the girls cry out. Rebecca shouts in frustration as mysterious shadows begin to cover them, yelling at the gawking boys not to look. The slime poises to strike again. From a nearby terrace, Demonio calmly sips his drink. He remarks that young women shouldn't show so much skin in public and manipulates his shadows to cover them. The girls, touched by what they perceive as his awkward kindness, are smitten. He inwardly notes their convenient misunderstanding. His actions do not go unnoticed. The same 2 students from before recall hearing that Demonio was also amazing during the dungeon attack, fighting alongside Gloria. They begin to reconsider their view of him, suggesting that maybe he isn't so bad after all as his infamous reputation starts to change. He stood with his classmates on the training grounds as Gloria announced a practical lesson for the day. She informed them that a special instructor would be joining, revealing that she herself had returned to the academy after a break. The special instructor stepped forward, and he recognized her immediately, Lady Maniana, one of the legendary 7 Maggia. He recalled that her daughter was a student in B class. Maniana greeted the assembled students with a confident smile, expressing her pleasure in meeting them. As she waved to the crowd, her gaze seemed to lock directly onto him. The personal acknowledgement caught him completely off guard, his eyes widening in surprise. The unexpected attention sent a rush of heat to his face, and he found himself completely flustered, unable to compose himself. His embarrassment quickly melted into pure elation. He was so happy, realizing this was a development that had never occurred in the original game's timeline. As if responding to his thoughts, Maniana gave a playful wink and warned the class to brace themselves, promising she wouldn't hold back. She began the lesson by explaining the fundamentals of high-level magic. To cast a powerful spell, she instructed, one must first vigorously draw forth magic and then concentrate it with precision. To demonstrate, she declared the process simple, promptly constructing her incantation and unleashing an intense blast of energy that completely obliterated a large tree in the distance. Watching from the side, Despina sighed in exasperation, complaining to Gloria that Maniana hadn't changed at all and that her method relied on instinct and feeling alone. Following the overwhelming display, Maniana cheerfully announced that the best way to learn would be to pair up for one-on-one fights, suggesting their bodies would learn naturally after taking a punch. Both Despina and another student cried out in protest, begging her to stop. The sparring sessions commenced, and soon Despina was on the ground, defeated. As Maniana stood over her, Demonio sent a telepathic message to Despina. He thought back to when Maniana had trained him, acknowledging that while she was a terrible teacher, she was also completely self-taught and wasn't holding back her power. Gloria tried to console the gloomy Despina, explaining that Maniana had always been an instinctive genius who achieved her strength by fighting alone. She was a good master to Demonio, but her methods were proving too harsh for the other students. As they spoke, Maniana unleashed another devastating magical attack, her power undeniable. As they walk through a grand, sunlit hall, Demonio processes the new information. He remarks to Gloria that the headmistress had filled him in, and now her extraordinary strength makes sense. He admits he never would have guessed she was Miss Maniana's disciple, though he still feels her power is overwhelming. He then asks how her break was. Gloria smiles, recalling a peaceful moment reading with her daughter. She explains that she enjoyed her time with her to the fullest, fawning over the child so much that she eventually got annoyed. With a sigh, She adds that it's about time to get back to work. Her expression turns serious, her face partially obscured by shadow. She tells him that, more importantly, she needs to ask if he's truly sure he wants to continue calling her Miss. As Demonio looks on, flustered, Gloria blushes and reminds him of her previous request, that he can call her Mama when it's just the two of them. He hesitantly complies, uttering Mama Gloria, creating a moment of awkward intimacy. Breaking the tension, she turns and walks ahead down the corridor, stating that they have no time to be taking things easy. He follows close behind. Upon entering a large, well-appointed room, Demonio's gaze is drawn across the space. He sees the game's protagonist, Ray Brave, engaged in conversation with Maniana and her winged companion. From his vantage point, he watches Maniana give a cheerful wave and a wink, an interaction that sours his mood. He internally grumbles about the protagonist and Mama, Maniana. The scene shifts to a quiet, stately office. A long, ornate pipe rests in an ashtray, smoke curling gently from its bowl. Behind the desk sits a figure obscured by a large witch's hat. The figure is revealed to be a woman with long, light-colored braids, a confident smirk on her face. She apologizes for the summons and addresses the stunned Demonio by his startling name, Demonio Traitor. The shock of this address is overwhelming. In his mind, a small, angelic version of himself ascends to the heavens as he recognizes the woman, exclaiming, Granny Cigaro. The woman before him is Cigaro Shellheis, the headmistress of Noblessa Academy. Despite her youthful appearance, she is old enough to have children and grandchildren, maintaining her looks with a special magic known as you-know-what. She holds a significant position within the Order of the Knights and is known to use smoke magic on the battlefield. Ray finds himself thinking that, if she weren't an old woman, he could find her quite cute. He observes her from across the desk, recalling that in the game, she was merely a sub-character who rarely appeared. Internally, he dismisses her as an old hag. Cigaro gestures towards a chair, inviting him to have a seat. His thought does not go unnoticed. The winged girl, communicating with him telepathically, asks in disbelief if even old women are fair game for him. A blush creeps across his face as he mentally retorts that women who aren't technically old are basically mamas. Now seated with Ray, Maniana, and Gloria, the group listens as Cigaro gets straight to the point. She wants to discuss the attack that occurred 2 weeks prior, directing her attention specifically to Ray and Ray. She recounts their heroic actions. Ray Brave took the initiative during the students' escape, ensuring their protection, while Demonio Traitor worked alongside Gloria to take down the Hydra. Following her summary, she offers her sincere gratitude. Both young men appear flustered by the formal thanks. Ray quickly adds that it was thanks to their great work that they were able to get through the ordeal without a single casualty. Her expression then turns serious as she shifts the topic. The investigation, she explains, has yielded a clue about the perpetrator. She looks at them intently and asks if they have ever heard the name Alta Mater. Before they can answer, she elaborates. Alta Mater is a criminal organization that has been rapidly growing in power in recent years. They are, she states, the group currently causing the most trouble for the Order of the Knights. Maniana then contributes her own intelligence, confirming that she has fought against them in the past. She adds a crucial detail from witness reports. One of Alta Mater's leaders is a man who wears an iron mask. Cigaro takes a drag from her pipe, summarizing their current position. They now have a name for their enemy, Alta Mater, and a description of one of its leaders. However, she concludes grimly, they still know very little about the organization itself. She continues her explanation, revealing that the organization's top leader is called Mother, or Progenitor Mother, and that a group of people worships her. The winged girl, floating in disbelief, asks if he just made up the story about an organization that worships mothers. He flatly denies it, his expression grim as he confirms that Alta Mater is the final boss organization from the game. Ray Brave considers the implications, realizing that since his fellow students were attacked, the Academy will not let the perpetrators go unpunished. He recalls how deeply involved they were in the game's plot, from an incantation engraved on a character to a training submission designed to sabotage Demonio. He understands the gravity of the situation as Cigaro explains her strategy. She clarifies that she summoned Maniana specifically to have her work behind the scenes on this incident, confirming that hiring her as a special instructor is merely a cover story for her covert operations. Maniana's shoulders slump in disappointment, as she had intended to take the instructor role seriously. Cigaro bluntly tells Gloria that it's obvious a muscle brain like Maniana isn't suited for teaching, and instructs them all to keep what they've just heard a secret. One of them then asks why she's leaving such a critical task to them. Cigaro, holding a tray, replies that she doesn't want to cause any careless disturbances herself. She brings her long pipe to her lips, a confident smile playing on her face. She tells them to consider this a sign of her high expectations and faith in their abilities. As Ray and the masked swordsman turn to leave the now concluded meeting, she calls after them. She states that moving forward, she will be asking for their help and counting on them. He walks down the corridor, the winged girl floating beside him as he quietly murmurs Demonio's name. He reflects on how much has already deviated from the events of the game. His thoughts are interrupted when Ray Brave approaches from behind, praising his impressive feat of defeating the Hydra alongside Gloria. Ray's fist clenches in frustration as he admits that, by contrast, all he could do during the attack was run away. He extends a hand, his voice filled with newfound resolve. He declares his desire to become strong, just like the masked swordsman, vowing to work as if his life depends on it to catch up. Together, he proposes they can aim for greater heights as students of the academy. The masked swordsman, however, recognizes this scene. It played out in the game as well, a moment where Rei was impressed by the original Demonio's strength and talent. But he also recalls Demonio's cruel dismissal, a cold command for the lowly commoner to know his place. His mind flashes with a disturbing vision of the original Demonio's thoughts, a sinister obsession with little girls, and he wonders what might have been if he hadn't adopted that arrogant persona. As Rei's hand reaches closer, the dark thoughts swirl. He recoils sharply, channeling the original character's disdain. He thinks of the words Demonio would have used, a venomous declaration that the very idea of getting friendly with a commoner makes him sick, a cruel jab at Rei's earnestness. The abrupt rejection leaves him reeling internally. He realizes he acted just as the game character would have, a fact that clearly pains him. A small, winged spirit appears beside him, bluntly stating that his personality is a pain. A tense silence falls between them. The masked swordsman stands stiffly while Rei, his hands still outstretched moments before, now looks down at the floor, his expression unreadable. But instead of despair, a new fire ignites within Rei. He clenches his fist, realizing the masked swordsman isn't just a genius. This understanding fuels his own determination. He too must give it his absolute best. Meanwhile, in her office, Headmistress Sagaro sighs, remarking that more trouble seems to be piling up. She resolves to be more thorough than ever in monitoring foreign enemies and preparing countermeasures against them. Gloria agrees with the sentiment, but adds a crucial point. While foreign enemies are a concern, she cautions that they cannot afford to focus on them alone. She reminds the group that they are in an elite academy where skilled nobles from powerful families gather. The implication is clear as the view shifts to an ornate chandelier. The presence of so many students with special origins naturally means their parents are influential figures as well, creating a complex and potentially volatile internal political landscape among the student body. The first years are known to have a particularly eccentric group of parents. Elsewhere, Sagaro reviews a document with an annoyed expression. She mutters in frustration that they already have a guardian who has made a tricky request of them. The request originates from a remote elven village at the ends of the continent, where a serene elf woman sits peacefully in a sunlit clearing. An elven guard approaches her, addressing her as Lady Tiara. He reports that the gate leading to the capital will require several days to repair, as it has been in use for quite some time. She listens, then states her intention to depart for the academy as soon as preparations are complete. Her wish, she explains, is to bring back Miss Tina. A gentle, knowing smile graces her lips as she gazes forward, small birds fluttering around her hands. Her expression shifts, the smile tightening with a hint of mischievous determination as she lets out a soft, breathy sound. Within the sprawling metropolis known as the capital, daily life unfolds on its busy streets. In one such street, Lady Tiara appears suddenly flustered, her elf guard looking on with concern. Elsewhere, at the Trader family house, a weekend visit begins. Demonio sits at a patio table across from his mother, Rosa, announcing that he has returned home. She smiles warmly, remarking that it has been a long time since they've had a chance to talk so leisurely. Demonio agrees, explaining that things have been hectic, but he has finally received permission to use the teleportation gates, which will allow him to visit home more often. He clarifies that these gates are teleportation devices connecting key locations, run by the Order. Normally, students are forbidden from using them, but access is granted as a special privilege to the year's top-scoring student. Rosa listens, expressing that she had been worried, but it seems he is trying his best. She muses that since he is brilliant, kind, and dashing, he must be quite popular at the academy. She admits her main concern was that he might bring a girlfriend home with him. Demonio quickly dismisses the idea, insisting he has no time or energy for such things. His denial is cut short as Rosa's eyes widen in surprise. She remarks that he has certainly surprised her by bringing home not one, but two old women. Demonio looks on, flustered, as Gloria and Maniana are now seated at the table. Gloria speaks first, her expression stern, stating that as his teacher, she always wanted to visit his home. Maniana then adds with a confident smirk that it is a master's duty to escort her most precious disciple. Hearing their justifications, Rosa beams with delight. She clasps her hands together and declares that her beloved son Demonio is truly adored. He watched the women interact, a wry smile on his face. The atmosphere felt as tense as hell. He turned to his companion, Pena, and explained that in his former world, people like them were called mom friends. She stammered, insisting he had the wrong idea. Demonio, however, appeared blissfully unaware, simply glad that everyone seemed to be on good terms. The tense conversation gave way to a lively dinner. Demonio, now in a vest and shirt, served food to his mother Rosa, his teacher Gloria, and his master Maniana. As night fell over the estate, the meal continued. Later that evening, Rosa and Maniana shared a bath, laughing and splashing water on each other in a display of camaraderie. While Demonio was settled in his room for the night, quiet footsteps padded down the hallway, stopping just outside his door. The approaching figure was Maniana, now dressed in light sleepwear. She hesitated in the hall, her thoughts in turmoil. She questioned her own actions, wondering if she could really blame a potential failure on an aphrodisiac, and steeled herself to act before her daughter's classmate could make a move. She reached his door, her hand trembling slightly as she reached for the knob. She swore to herself that this would be the last time. But before she could turn the knob, another hand shot out and clamped down firmly on her wrist, stopping her cold. The hand belonged to Gloria, also dressed for bed. Startled, Maniana demanded to know what she was doing there. Gloria shot back, asking her the same question and declaring it inappropriate to enter a young man's room dressed in such a manner. She forcefully argued that Maniana should go back to her own house, reminding her that her own child was very young and currently away at a sleepover. She and Maniana are stopped in their tracks as the door to Demonio's room opens, revealing Rosa, flustered and clad in revealing nightwear. Rosa, equally surprised, utters both of their names. Peering back into the empty bedchamber, she informs them that if they're looking for Demonio, he has already gone out. The tense confrontation moves into the hallway under the moonlight. Gloria, with a stern expression, demands to know why Rosa was in that room. Maniana, equally suspicious, questions her choice of dress for such a visit. Elsewhere, under the same crescent moon, Demonio stands cloaked and masked on a high perch. He reflects on his foresight, remembering the need for follow-up after averting Gloria's death flag. His attention is drawn to the grounds below, where an intruder has just infiltrated the garden, sensing that a rat has entered his domain. Perched high on a tree branch overlooking the mansion grounds, Demonio Tridal watches a lone intruder. He knows the man's presence is no secret. A barrier erected around the property can detect any such trespassers in no time. The intruder looks up, his face a mask of shock as he recognizes the figure above, stammering the name Demonio Traitor. In response, Demonio calmly unleashes an intermediate magic spell, Earth Lance. Dozens of sharp rock spikes erupt from the ground, forcing the intruder to hastily conjure a defensive magic circle, cursing his predicament. With a flick of his cape, he effortlessly shatters the remaining lances. Then he vanishes. The intruder whirls around, bewildered, frantically searching the moonlit clearing for any sign of his opponent. He reappears in an instant, pressing the cold, jagged edge of his blade against the intruder's throat. The man freezes, pleading for his life. He confesses that he only accepted the job to investigate the Tridal family, the traitor family, for the money. His eyes narrow as he listens. He surmises that this man is just a hired lackey, someone of even lower standing than a common minion working for the organization known as Alma Mater. He realizes his enemies must have been researching him for some time, likely ever since the Hydra incident. They must have set their sights on his in-game persona, Demonio, even back then, aware of the rumors that he had been stained by darkness. He tightens his grip on his weapon. He doubts this man possesses any valuable information about them. Rather than capturing him, another idea begins to form. He tells the captive that, unfortunately, he has nothing to offer to lowly bandits. The intruder, sweating profusely, quickly interjects, claiming that there is, in fact, one thing. Demonio's expression contorts with absolute hatred as he begins to speak. He mentions his stepmother, Rosa, describing her as a shameless parasite, a female pig who seduced his father solely to live off the family's wealth. A sinister grin spreads across his face. He tells the bandit he is free to take that woman with him. He even suggests that the man could sell that female pig to a brothel that would better suit her. He laughed, a triumphant sound in the moonlit forest, as the captured intruder cowered before him. Demonio now understood the man's purpose completely. Watching from a distance, his companions analyzed the strategy. The winged girl surmised that Demonio wanted to create the appearance of being on bad terms with his stepmother. The round one agreed, noting it would be tricky if their enemies targeted and kidnapped the thick-eyebrowed mature woman, as she couldn't fight back. The winged girl continued her assessment, remarking that Demonio was the type of person who would use any dirty trick necessary for the sake of his mothers. Her blunt words sent the round companion reeling in shock. The round companion quickly tried to console the distraught young man, reminding him that it was all just a plan. Demonio, sweating and flustered, internally apologized to his mama Rosa for the horrible things he had said. Later that night, back within the walls of his family's grand estate, Demonio slept, his breathing deep and steady. 3 of his mothers stood by his bedside, watching over him. One of them quietly suggested they let him get some proper rest. As they departed, another figure silently entered the room. Despina floated through the air towards his bed, passing a portrait of a younger Demonio with his stepmother, Rosa. She hovered over him for a moment, her expression unreadable as she gazed down at his sleeping form before turning away. Leaning closer again, a small smile played on her lips as she whispered that his sleeping face was the only cute thing about him. The next day, walking the grounds of the Noblessum Magic Academy, Demonio found himself wishing he could have stayed longer in his home. He considered going back to using the main gate as usual, but as he rounded a corner, he stopped short, narrowly avoiding a collision with a small, startled girl. The sudden halt, however, sent him stumbling directly into someone else. He felt a soft impact and immediately apologized. Looking up, he found himself before a towering elf woman with a crown of flowers in her hair. She gazed down with concern, asking if he was all right. She continued her gentle inquiry, asking if he was hurt anywhere. Patting his head, she praised him for being a strong boy who wasn't crying. He repeated his apology, admitting he hadn't been watching where he was going. Her attention was then diverted by a man in a suit, who called out to her as Lady Tiara. She responded with a soft coo, assuring him she would be right there. Turning to the man, she began patting his head in the same manner, commending him for doing a great job showing her to the academy. The man, flustered, pleaded with her to stop, explaining that he was turning 50 this year. She simply chuckled at his protest. With a gentle smile, she explained that, to her, all humans are nothing but babies. Her words struck a chord of recognition within him. An image of a cherubic infant with a halo flashed in his mind. Mama, Tiara? He was now certain of who she was. He recalled her profile from the game. Tiara Elin Forest, the elder of an elven village at the ends of the continent. Over 1,000 years old and standing more than 2 meters tall, everything about her was immense. She was one of the heroines, a huge mama, whose size was her greatest appeal. As he watched her walk away with her companions, he remembered that she had been a very popular subcharacter among a certain portion of the players, a portion that included him. His eyes narrowed with intense focus. He understood now. The fact that she had come to the academy meant only one thing. As Tiara and her guard proceeded through the grounds, her presence captivated the other students. 2 young men watched her pass, their faces flushed with awe, one murmuring to the other that things were finally about to begin. What was beginning was a pivotal series of events known from the game's lore. The convention of the Elven Elfarch. With a determined shout, Ray Brave projects a glowing, circular shield of magic. He stands his ground against a massive, monstrous bird, declaring that he will protect his friends as the creature is blasted back by the sheer force of his power. This display does not go unnoticed. From the shadows, a figure in a dark cloak and full helmet recognizes the power, realizing they must report this to their mother. Nearby, his friends Monica and Rebecca can only stare in shock, questioning how it's possible for Ray to wield magic. He himself is stunned by the result. His magic has carved a new cave entrance into a cliffside. Staring at his hands in disbelief, Ray questions if this incredible power is truly his own, all under the distant watch of the Noblesse Magic Academy. Later, inside the academy, Monica reflects on the event. She notes that Ray's magic seems different from any regular magic she knows, and proposes that they should investigate its nature by researching in the library. Within the library's towering shelves, Sakura has a sudden realization while reading. She wonders aloud if Ray's ability could be a form of ancient, lost magic, recalling that Tina had mentioned something similar just the other day. The thought brings to mind a somber Tina, who recalls a legend from her elven village. The story spoke of someone who used that very same power during the Great War, long ago. Her grim expression suggests a dark history tied to this ability. From a distance, the masked swordsman known as Ray observes the scene. He notes internally that the story is progressing according to the plot. The protagonist has awakened his true power during a crisis involving the young girls. His gaze settles on Ray, comforting the distressed elf. He approaches her, asking what's wrong. Tina looks up at him with worried eyes, explaining that her mother is at the academy right now and intends to take her back to their village. Her voice breaks as tears well in her eyes. She pleads with Ray, asking what she should do, confessing her desperate wish to stay at the academy. In the distance, the headmistress's office is visible, where the fateful meeting is taking place. Inside that office, the atmosphere is heavy. Lady Tiara, the elf matriarch, sits with a calm but unyielding demeanor, flanked by her guard. Across from them, representing the academy, sit the formidable Granny Sagaro and Gloria, their expressions stern and serious. She is Tiara Elin Forest, the mother of the first-year student Tina. As the great woman who has reigned as ruler of the elves for a very long time, she now sits before the academy's leadership. Gloria confirms her understanding of the request, a leave of absence for her daughter. The instructor finds the situation unheard of, internally noting that Tiara's presence is so overwhelming that she seems twice her size. The elven ruler then takes a serene sip from her teacup and specifies the duration of the requested leave, 100 years. Stunned, Gloria immediately asks if her student has agreed to this decision, insisting she cannot ignore Tina's wishes. Tiara calmly explains that due to pressing circumstances, it has been decided that she must serve as the next head of their village without delay. Her guard cuts the conversation short, coldly stating that no one is asking for the instructor's opinion and that she should simply comply. The sharp remark causes Gloria's grip to tighten, snapping the pointer she holds in her hand. Breaking the tension, Granny Sagaro chuckles. She muses on the absurdity of a 100-year leave of absence, calling it a very elf-like request and dryly hoping the academy will still be standing in a century. She takes a thoughtful puff from her long pipe, her expression turning serious as she gets to the heart of the matter. The fact that Tiara wants her daughter away from the school for a full century. This long duration, she deduces, must mean that the legendary world tree is involved. At the mention of the name, Tiara's fingers tap lightly against her teacup. Gloria reacts with surprise at the mention of the world tree. She acknowledges her awareness of the ancient legends passed down in the elven village, but admits she had always dismissed that particular story as nothing more than a fairy tale. She elaborates, revealing that she has been receiving reports of monsters growing unusually vicious in the western continent. While the connection to the world tree remains unconfirmed, she concludes that Tiara's urgent request implies an irregular and serious situation has arisen. She lets out a long, weary sigh of resignation. In contrast, Lady Tierra beams, praising Sagaro for being so well-read and having done her research, affectionately calling her a good girl. Sagaro bristles at the condescension, muttering about the nerve of being treated like a child. Tierra's expression turns serious as she warns that it is improper for a kid to meddle in the grown-up affairs of the world tree. Her elven guard reinforces the point, declaring that the issue concerns their village and that Lady Tina must fulfill her generational role as its priestess. He firmly requests that the Academy refrain from interfering in their matters. From her seat, Gloria confirms that this is a holy ritual, one that Lady Tierra herself conducted 800 years ago. Tierra elaborates with a determined, shadowed expression, stating that they will simply have the world tree go in a slumber for a mere 100 years. As the discussion concludes and the elven delegation departs down the long hall, a dark, jagged aura manifests in the empty space, a silent observer to the proceedings. From his hidden vantage point, the masked swordsman muses that events are unfolding according to the plot. Tina will leave the academy tomorrow. His thoughts are cut short as a hand suddenly clamps down on his head. He is yanked violently from his hiding place, looking up in shock to see Lady Tierra. She remarks that she had felt a strange tickle in her nose and now realizes it was the boy from earlier. He stares, stunned, as she leans in with a menacing look, asking if he's playing hide-and-seek. He stammers a denial, his mind racing with the realization that while Tierra had no fighting scenes in the story, she was known to possess a special detection ability unique to the elves. The swordsman stood silently as the elf, Tierra, regarded him with a knowing, playful smile. She chuckled, stating that bad boys need to be punished. After confirming her suspicion that he had been eavesdropping, she announced that she had decided on the perfect punishment for him. Her smile widened into a radiant, almost motherly beam as she revealed the nature of this strange retribution. He was about to become her baby. In a flash of unseen magic, he was transformed, regressed into a toddling infant with a pacifier. Uttering a panicked babo, he scrambled away with shocking speed as his small, winged companion gave chase, astonished by how fast the newly infantilized warrior could move. In the royal capital, a grand carriage comes to a stop. Inside, the young man introduces himself as Demonio. The elf woman, smiling warmly, finds it admirable that he could say his own name. She introduces herself and invites him to call her Mama Tierra. Watching from nearby, her elven guard sighs in resignation. He mutters to himself that this is Lady Tierra's bad habit, feeling a sense of pity for the young man who must be feeling utterly humiliated. As a result of this habit, Demonio is suddenly transformed into a cherubic baby, complete with a pacifier. He happily exclaims, "Yes, Mama Tierra," as she holds him, much to the shock of her guard in the background. Now seated comfortably, Tierra cradles the baby Demonio, cooing about how adorable he is. Her guard, still aghast, wonders aloud how a human man could be weakened so easily. The small, floating companion dismisses his concern, stating that this is just how Demonio is. She continues to dote on him, holding a spoon to his mouth and encouraging him to open wide. Their day continues at a park, where delighted Demonio laughs while Tierra pushes him on a swing set. Later, she gently cradles the sleeping baby in her arms, a serene expression on her face. He lies on a park bench, overcome with bliss. He thinks to himself that he is so happy he could die. His small companion simply remarks, "Good for you." The elf guard finally intervenes, telling Lady Tierra that she is taking her jest too far. He warns that the same applies to their upcoming meeting at the academy, stating his suspicion that the headmistress, Sagaro, is someone they must be wary of and that Tierra should act more carefully around her. She turns to her guard, calling him Sharon, and tells him not to be so earnest. With a knowing smile, she dismisses his worries, beginning to explain that, after all humans are. She reflects on the nature of humans, seeing them as small, immature, foolish, and short-lived. Because of this belief, she concludes that facing them head-on is a pointless exercise that only leads to exhaustion. Her current charge, however, was now arriving at her accommodations. Inside a luxurious hotel room, the infant Demonio toddles forward, understanding this is where Lady Tierra is staying. His small, floating companion urges him onward. He finds her preparing to relax. Holding a bottle of oil, she explains that she is quite exhausted and playfully asks if he would mind giving her a massage. The small child obliges, climbing onto her back to begin. She acknowledges the difficulty he must face due to her size, but soon sighs in pleasure, praising him for finding the perfect spot. As he continues his work, his hands stray to a more intimate area. A flustered Tierra quickly stops him, chiding that a baby shouldn't be touching such places. She gently pats his head, thanking him for his efforts and promising to reward him. The infant Demonio beams, happily declaring he would do this for Mama Tierra whenever she wishes. His cheerful response seems to change her demeanor. Her expression sharpens, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she observes him, remarking that he is a truly amusing child. Her amusement stems from a deeper understanding. In a starkly different setting, a horned woman directly confronts Demonio, whose infantile act has completely disappeared. She asks what information he intended to extract by acting like a clown, as his floating companion realizes with shock that the baby persona was a ruse all along. Returning to the hotel room, a fully dressed Lady Tierra addresses a worried-looking student, Carol. Tiara explains that her guard, Sharon, informed her that Carol is a classmate of her daughter, Tina, and was with her during the recent dungeon exploration. She then gently asks if Carol's visit is due to her concern for Tina. Her question hung in the air, her expression a mixture of vulnerability and challenge. She asked Demonio directly if he considered her a terrible mother. He recalled how the atmosphere grew tense after that, making it feel wrong to call her Mama Tiara any longer. With their conversation concluded, he departed for the academy, leaving her behind. She, in turn, traveled through the night. Inside her carriage, Lady Tiara gazed out the window with a somber, distant look, the lights of the world outside blurring past her. The next day at the academy, Monica delivered shocking news to her friends. Tina had disappeared. Her mother had arrived first thing in the morning to take her away. Furthermore, Monica explained that, due to a decision by her village, Tina would be taking a 100-year break from school. The news stunned the group. Sakura, distraught, questioned if this meant they would never see Tina again. Beside her, Ray Brave clenched his fist, his expression hardening with resolve. He refused to accept it. Ray declared loudly that he would not acknowledge such a way of parting with her. In response, the heroes' party immediately set out for the elven village. Their purpose was clear: to save Tina, who, they had learned, was to become a sacrifice according to the customs of her people. From a distance, Demonio watched them go, his arms crossed. As they traveled, Rebecca voiced her outrage, calling Tiara an insufferable parent for ignoring her daughter's feelings and forcibly taking her away. This perception aligned with the established narrative. Even in the game, Tiara was portrayed as a terrible mama at this point in the story. The image of a toxic parent was reinforced by the scene at the Rest Village. There, Tiara was seen prioritizing the customs of her village over her own daughter, compelling Tina to follow her commands without question. Despite this perception, a deeper story lay hidden. As Tina stood with a downcast expression, a gentle hand resting on her head, it was known that players who reached the end of this chapter would learn the truth behind these events. She rested peacefully in her mother's care, unaware of the approaching conflict. Lady Tiara gazed out the window of the carriage, her thoughts on those who misunderstood her actions. Soon, they would come to understand her true motives and the depth of the love for her daughter that was vaster than the land itself. At the heart of the world stands the World Tree. It is the source of all magic and life force, a font of blessings for the land. Yet, it is a power that must be respected, for if provoked, it is capable of unleashing great calamity. On the western Mundo continent, in a human village near the Elven lands, that peace is shattered. A monstrous, dark-feathered bird descends from the sky with a shriek, its talons tearing through the street. A woman and her young son flee, but she stumbles and falls to the ground. As the creature bears down on them, the injured mother pushes her son away, desperately urging him to run and save himself. Tears streaming down his face, the boy screams in defiance, pleading for the beast not to touch his mother. The monster lets out a piercing cry as it lunges, its sharp beak aimed for the fallen woman. In that instant, a flash of black cuts through the air. A swordsman in a dark coat descends between the monster and its prey, his blade carving a clean arc that fells the beast in a single motion. The boy and his mother can only stare up in stunned silence. This incident occurred on the Mundo continent. The swordsman had been traveling with permission from his academy, heading toward the elf settlement known as Rest Village. Having dispatched all the monsters in the area, he assures the villagers that it should be safe for a while. An elder, overwhelmed with gratitude, thanks him profusely, but the swordsman calmly explains that there is no need for repayment, as this was simply part of his studies. The villagers murmur amongst themselves, surprised that a noble, and especially the young master of the traitorous Tridor family, could be so kind-hearted. The boy he saved approaches, his mother just behind him, and offers his heartfelt thanks. The swordsman places a reassuring hand on the boy's head, a slight smile on his face. He tells the child that, in that moment of defiance, he looked truly cool. He then imparts a piece of wisdom, telling the boy that if he wants to be a true man, he must become strong enough to protect his mother. The boy agrees with earnest conviction. He stands back as the villagers he rescued wave and cheer for him. His small, floating companion observes with amusement, noting that he's being treated like some kind of hero. Elsewhere, Sakura expresses her relief that they managed to save the village. She recalls that in the original story, this very village was wiped out by rampaging beasts in a single line of text, a fate they have now averted. The thought of rampaging beasts brings a grim expression to the swordsman's face. He knows the true cause is the instability of the World Tree. To prevent such calamities from striking the continent, the elves have a tradition. Once every few centuries, they offer up a village maiden. This ancient duty now falls to a new generation. 800 years ago, the maiden was Mama Tiara. In the present day, her daughter, Tina, is the one destined to fulfill that same role, a heavy burden visible in her somber expression. This very situation has led him to an office, where Granny Sagaro explains the political complexities. She states that the Academy had sensed something suspicious in the elf village, but because it's considered an autonomous district, they couldn't take direct action. She continues, clarifying that while the village is technically part of the nation, it functions almost as a separate country. This status requires a just cause to dispatch the official night order, which has caused the investigation stall. The situation is incredibly delicate. She explains that any careless resistance could easily escalate into an international incident. Because of this, even with Tina being a first-year student, they had no choice but to hand her over in silence. However, she offers a loophole. While the academy is bound by politics, students possess a certain degree of freedom. If they were to volunteer on their own, it would be more than the academy could hope for, and the action could be framed as mere extracurricular study. He understands her meaning perfectly. His thoughts turn to his comrades. He knows that Ray and Rebecca also arrived recently with the same objective, to save Tina. With his resolve set, he turns and walks toward the door. As he leaves, he tells her that as for the girl, he will leave her to them. Watching him go, Sagaro confirms to herself that his aim is the same as theirs, even if his methods may differ. The masked swordsman stands at the entrance to a dense forest, his small, round companion floating beside him. The creature asks if the elven village lies deeper within the woods. Turning with a look of grim determination, he declares that as for him, he has a woman of his own that he needs to save. His thoughts clarify his true objective. If events unfold as they did in the original story, the one destined for sacrifice in this arc is not the daughter, Tina, but her mother, Tiara, who is currently bound and helpless within the forest. Outside a large tent pitched in a clearing, Demonio activates a communication device, intending to make a routine check-in with Gloria. His call catches her completely by surprise. Gloria yelps, startled in the middle of changing her clothes, which in turn leaves Demonio utterly aghast. He recoils in a panic, covering his eyes and stammering an apology. He insists he thought the matter might be urgent. His small, round companion floats beside him, skeptically questioning if he truly didn't do it on purpose. Still partially undressed, Gloria accepts his explanation with a simple acknowledgement. Her mind already on other matters, she asks if a nearby beast had been dealt with. He chuckles, regaining his composure. His companion praises his skill, noting that it never ceases to be amazing. Now fully dressed, Gloria apologizes for having left Tina's situation entirely in the student's hands, but reassures him not to worry about it. Looking at her with sincere admiration, Demonio expresses that he now completely understands the depth of her care for her students. Sometime later, as they walk through the woods, he reports that Ray and the others arrived at Rest Village the previous day. Contrary to what might have been expected, their reception was friendly. However, he adds that they haven't received any word since. His companion floats up beside him, posing a logical question. Since they are all heading to the same destination, why didn't they simply travel together? He explains that according to the original story, the protagonist party is meant to be warmly welcomed upon their arrival. When his companion asks if his dislike for Ray Brave is the real reason, he admits that is part of it. While he watched from a distance, the hero's party was being welcomed into the elf village. As Tina's classmates, they were greeted warmly and treated to a grand banquet. But the hospitality was a ruse. The celebration was, in fact, a trap, and Ray Brave suddenly found himself ensnared by thick vines. He was not alone. Sakura and Monica were also bound tightly. Tina watched them struggle, cackling with delight as she revealed their predicament. Their food had been spiked with sleeping powder, their weapons and communicators confiscated, and the vines themselves were absorbing their magic, rendering them helpless. Amidst the despair, Ray noticed that one of his own bonds had been cut. He realized it must have been Tina's doing, a deliberate setup. Just as he suspected, he found a prison key tucked away in his pocket, confirming that this was meant to be a solo escape mission, just like in a role-playing game. This entire scenario mirrored a frustratingly common game mechanic. A forced event that separates the player from their party, strips them of all equipment, and tasks them with a difficult stealth minigame to escape from guards. The masked swordsman, observing from the woods, felt a surge of irritation. He grimaced, annoyed that the protagonist's group was now entangled in such a troublesome event, a complication he had no desire to be dragged into. He decided to use the chaos to his advantage. While the others were causing a commotion in the village, he began to sneak in quietly, intent on his own goals. His covert advance was abruptly halted. Ray Brave, having escaped, burst from the trees and stopped short, calling out the name Demonio in surprise. Ray was confused, wondering why he was here of all places, though he did recall that Demonio Tridal was expected to arrive later. He looked flustered, struggling to explain the situation. He stammered, recounting that a lot had happened after being captured by the elves, and that he was somehow the only one who had managed to escape. Ray then admitted his critical failure. The guards had spotted him. The masked swordsman's expression twisted into one of pure fury. The useless protagonist had failed the minigame, triggering what he knew would be an insanely troublesome chain of events. As Ray realized they were already on his tail, the swordsman seethed with frustration. He and his unwanted companion were suddenly confronted by a stern-faced elf, who landed gracefully before them. The newcomer's sharp gaze was fixed on the pair, a clear obstacle to any further progress. The elf recognized Ray Brave, identifying him as the one who had been with Tina. As the elf spoke, Demonio internally seethed with frustration, silently insisting that these people were not his comrades. He demanded to know what ritual the elf was referring to. The elf guard calmly instructed him to cease his resistance and allow himself to be imprisoned, assuring him that he would be released once the ceremony was complete. His eyes widened in understanding as he connected the ritual to Tina's fate, questioning if their plan was to seal her within the world tree. Upon learning this, he clenched his fist in defiance. He declared with absolute certainty that he would stop that ritual, no matter the cost. The elf guard, now perched atop a gnarled branch as thorny vines writhed around him, looked down with disdain. He warned the human not to meddle in the customs of his village, of which he knew nothing. Realizing he couldn't continue to evade capture in this unfamiliar territory, he turned to his only potential ally. He called out to Demonio, deciding that if it had come to this, he had no other choice. He then shouted his desperate plea, demanding that Demonio fight alongside him. The request was met with stunned silence, as both the masked swordsman and his small companion stared back, their expressions a perfect picture of overwhelming stress and disbelief. In a tranquil spring nestled within a sun-dappled forest, a young elf maiden stands waist-deep in the purifying waters, preparing for a sacred duty. It is a long-held tradition. The maiden who dedicates herself to the world tree must first cleanse her body in this very spring. She closes her eyes, embracing the solemnity of the moment. The water ripples as another figure joins her. It is Tiara, who remarks that the ritual brings back memories, for she performed the very same rite 800 years ago. She reassures the young maiden, Tina, telling her not to worry. Before the ritual, there are many preparations, and she promises to be with her every step of the way. With a gentle expression, Tiara leans closer and softly asks if Tina is scared. Tina looks away, her face a mask of resolve, and insists she is fine. She understands it is an important duty. If she fails to perform it, everyone will suffer. Tiara quietly acknowledges her words as a single leaf drifts across the water surface. Tina hesitates for a moment, something still weighing on her mind. Her resolve wavers as she turns back, her eyes wide with worry, and asks about everyone at the academy. Tiara simply replies that she knows. As Tiara calmly promises Tina not to worry, assuring her that she will handle everything, the scene shifts. Elsewhere, an elf warrior channels the forest's power, roaring for the ignorant fools to be judged by its wrath. His command unleashes a torrent of sharpened roots and vines that erupt from the earth, ensnaring the masked swordsman and Ray Brave. Ray stares in disbelief, realizing the forest itself is like a living creature. The masked swordsman understands immediately. Elra's warriors can command the trees, and under the world tree's blessing, their power grows even stronger. The swordsman and his companion were trapped, facing an enemy empowered by his domain. Elves are at their strongest within their forest, a fact that has long guaranteed their village's autonomy through formidable defenses. As roots and branches lashed out, Ray Brave realized with a jolt of panic that he was defenseless. The elves still possessed his sword. Seeing his predicament, the masked swordsman acted quickly, tossing a spare blade toward him and urging him to take it. He caught the weapon, and as he did, the swordsman told him not to worry about returning it, his own face tight with concentration. Now armed, the two stood back to back, a whirlwind of steel cutting through the barrage of sharpened roots and branches. Their coordinated defense drew a look of grudging respect from the elf warrior. He conceded they had some skill, but with a confident smirk, he challenged them to face his next move. In response, the ground churned, and from it rose lifelike, unclothed figures of the women Ray knew, his comrades and classmates, sculpted from the very essence of the woods. The elf warrior gloated, asking Ray how it felt to see his precious friends exposed. He revealed that he had summoned the forest's memories to recreate their images. The sight left Ray aghast, his face flushing as he shouted in disbelief. He recoiled as the wooden effigies of his friends began to close in. He yelled that the tactic was cowardly, but the elf mocked him from afar, noting that knowing they were fake didn't make it any easier to strike them down and was clearly having an effect. While Ray was occupied, the elf warrior turned his attention to the masked swordsman. He acknowledged that shaping the trees with such detail was a significant drain on his mana, but he was confident. With this distraction, he believed the pathetic man in black would fall swiftly. He believed his tactic was foolproof, certain that all men were fools who would be easily swayed by such a display. He watched, expecting the swordsman to be just another womanizer caught in the trap. But the masked swordsman's hand simply tensed, fingers curling like claws, ready for action. His assumption was shattered in an instant. The masked swordsman moved like a phantom, his blade a blur as he sliced through the replicas without a shred of hesitation. The elf warrior could only stare in disbelief, shouting out that it was ridiculous. As the swordsman continued his dispassionate work, Ray Brave watched from the side, his mouth agape in utter astonishment. He could only whisper a single word in awe, beautiful. He marveled at the incredible swordsmanship on display. The masked swordsman's movements were not only precise, but also completely free of any ill intent, a pure expression of martial skill. His focus was absolute. With half-closed, vacant eyes, he serenely scanned the battlefield, his heart as calm and still as a tranquil ocean. This state of perfect clarity was not lost on his observer. Ray realized that, in that moment, the swordsman embodied the very essence of swordsmanship. When the last of the replicas fell, dissolving into lifeless vines upon the ground, Ray clutched his chest, overwhelmed. He could only repeat how amazing Demonio was. He turned to Tina, admitting that seeing so many bizarre things was starting to make him feel sick. From a distance, the elf warrior watched, his plan in ruins. He gritted his teeth, muttering that this wasn't how it was supposed to go, The masked swordsman coolly observed that Ray seemed to have hit his limit. His frustration boiled over into rage. The elf glared at the swordsman, identifying him as Demonio Tridor, and demanding to know why someone with such immense power had put on such a timid and weak act before. In response, the masked swordsman simply ran a hand through his hair, a sly, knowing look on his face. He feigned ignorance, coolly asking what the elf could possibly mean. He watches as the elf warrior suddenly collapses to his knees, his body trembling. With a strained voice, the elf admits defeat. The abrupt surrender leaves the swordsman completely bewildered, wondering aloud what is truly going on. His small companion floats beside him, equally confused by the turn of events. With the immediate threat handled, Ray Brave urges his companions to return to the village. The bound elf guard, however, challenges their departure, asking if they truly intend to stop the sacred ritual. Ray apologizes, promising he will come back later to help him. His voice is laced with urgency as he explains the dire situation. The world tree is in a dangerously unstable state. He warns that if an elf priestess is not offered as a sacrifice without delay, a great calamity will befall the entire continent. He continues, stating that the recent violence among the nearby beasts is nothing but a prelude to the disaster to come. Hearing this, Ray Brave glances back, a flicker of confusion on his face. The elf's warning paints a grim picture. As the very source of life, the world tree's disruption will spread across the continent, causing mana depletion, natural disasters, famine, and widespread beast rampages. Every calamity imaginable will descend upon the lands. He explains their ancient duty. For thousands of years, the elves have lived alongside the world tree, offering a maiden at set intervals to ward off these impending disasters. His voice rises, filled with desperate conviction. He shouts that the peace of humankind has always rested upon the sacrifices of the elves, demanding to know if they understand that it is his people who have preserved the world's peace. Ray Brave turns to face him fully, his expression serious. He asks the elf if he would truly sacrifice Tina for the world. Before the elf can answer, the masked swordsman speaks, stating calmly that circumstances have changed. He elaborates, revealing that the world tree's condition has deteriorated drastically in just the last few months, an unprecedented event. By the natural cycle, it should have remained stable for another 50 years. He adds a crucial detail. The sacrifice does not die, but merely sleeps for 100 years. Ray clenches his fist, his head bowed in thought. He concedes that 100 years might be a short time for elves, but for humans, it is a lifetime. They would never see Tina again. His head snaps up, his face contorted with righteous anger. He declares that a world that demands the sacrifice of a single girl to save others is absolutely, fundamentally wrong. His face was set with determination, but the masked swordsman saw right through it. The protagonist, he thought with disdain, was completely clueless and had no plan whatsoever. Unsure of his next move, he turned to the masked swordsman for guidance. The masked man told him to go and free his comrades from their cells first. Internally, the masked swordsman mused on the classic dilemma of choosing between the world and a single girl, noting that the protagonist had no real plan and was just spouting empty, idealistic words. As Ray processed this, the masked swordsman turned his menacing gaze upon the captive elf guard. He declared his intention to squeeze every last bit of information out of him, startling the prisoner. He shot a wicked grin towards Ray, telling him he was free to simply watch from the sidelines. With that, the masked swordsman announced he was getting started. The elf warrior, however, refused to be intimidated. He grit his teeth and roared in defiance, proclaiming his pride and vowing that he would never yield to torture. Unfazed by the outburst, the masked swordsman simply confirmed the elf's name was Sharon. As he spoke, the ropes binding the warrior suddenly constricted, digging painfully into his flesh. While Sharon gasped in pain, the masked swordsman presented his terms: cooperate to save Lady Tiara. He then revealed a stunning insight, stating that Tina was planning to take her mother's place in the sacrificial ritual. The elf stared back in utter disbelief, demanding to know how he could possibly be aware of that secret. This was, in fact, Lady Tiara's true, hidden intention. In the world's original timeline, it was not the daughter who was sealed, but the mother. Lady Tiara had intended to sacrifice herself from the very beginning. Her entire effort to bring her daughter back from the academy was a carefully constructed performance. The sole reason for this elaborate act was to see if her daughter, Tina, had managed to make any true friends during her time at the academy, friends who would stand by her. The truth of her mother's intentions was now clear. Lady Tiara was ready to sacrifice herself to protect both the continent and her daughter's youth, driven by a love more profound and enduring than the very earth itself. This revelation sent Ray Brave into a fury. He vehemently declared that there was no way Tina would be sacrificed, recalling how the protagonist of the story had furiously opposed it. His anger only subsided when he remembered it was her mother who was the intended offering. Tina, holding on to him, gently suggested they should respect her mother's wishes. As Ray grappled with the news, Sharon turned his attention to the masked swordsman, demanding to know who he was and how he knew such a secret, a matter known only to a handful of the top brass. The swordsman, however, was internally seething, frustrated that the damned protagonist was so understanding only when the mother was the one in danger. He knew there was no time to waste. They had to share information immediately. With a new, shared purpose, the masked swordsman and Tina ventured into the forest. He acknowledged the immense obstacles they would face, but vowed to use every means at his disposal to save Lady Tiara. Their path led them deeper into the woods. The condition of the World Tree was an anomaly, even for the elves. If events were to follow the original story, the cause was a sudden, rapid decline that broke away from its natural cycle. Unseen by them, others were drawn to this same power. A slender figure with a covered face sighed in ecstasy, unable to get enough of the potent energy. His muscular companion agreed, feeling the World Tree's magic seeping right into him, remarking on its supreme quality. The slender man's revelry was cut short by a figure in a dark cloak and an ornate helmet. This commander reminded him not to overindulge and to remember the mission entrusted to them by the primordial mother. The slender man casually agreed, suggesting a little fun wouldn't hurt, noting the primordial mother's kindness. Their conversation echoed through the ancient trees, revealing a chilling philosophy. They believe their mama forgives all, no matter who they kill, what they destroy, how selfish or foolish they are. The four figures stood together, a united front of zealots ready to carry out their destructive mission. After parting ways with the elf guard Sharon, Ray raced through the forest, his small companion struggling to keep up. He soon arrived at the entrance to the elf village, where he found the game's protagonist, Ray Brave, waiting for him. Ray apologized for the delay, explaining that monsters in the forest had held him up. Ray looked up from his seated position on a crate, his expression one of surprise to see Ray still there, as Sharon walked away in the background. Their attention then turned to the recovered supplies. Two large wooden crates filled with their stolen weapons and equipment. Holding a spear from the crate, Ray announced with renewed confidence that these were the items stolen from their supply box. He declared that now, with their gear back, everyone could fight again, and their next destination was the dungeon. His confident declaration was cut short as he suddenly found himself on his knees. A woman's high-heeled shoe stepped into view, and a playful voice inquired what they were all doing. The voice belonged to Lady Tiara, Tina's mother. Holding a glass of wine, she smiled down at them, remarking that she had found some naughty little babies. She mused that on such a happy day, they should all drink and have fun. Ray, standing beside Ray, recognized her immediately. Her lighthearted demeanor concealed a serious purpose. In a recent conversation, she had informed a kneeling Tina that the ritual would begin soon, and that it was far too late to stop it. Back in the present, she took Ray's hand, speaking to him as if he were a small child. She told him to be good and stay quiet until it was all over. Ray tried to protest, insisting they'd come and talk. She turned away from him, completely dismissing his plea. With a soft hum, she commented that someone must be cranky because they were sleepy. Then, with a disarming smile, she faced them again, offering to help them go night-night and mentioning she had their favorite milkies. In a bewildering turn, she was now cradling Ray like an infant. Tina cried out his name in alarm, while flustered Ray demanded she stop messing around, stressing that their situation was serious. Ray Brave stares in disbelief, wondering what on earth Ray is doing. Held in Lady Tiara's arms, Ray has taken the form of a baby. Tiara, however, misinterprets the situation, believing the clever demonio must have some kind of plan. He decides to follow suit. Transforming into a baby himself, complete with a bib, Ray begins crawling on the floor, determined to play along. His attempt is cut short as Ray lunges forward, delivering a surprisingly forceful headbutt that sends Ray reeling backward in shock. The impact clarifies Ray's true intention for him. Ray will act as the sole distraction so the others can be saved. Internally, however, Ray seethes with fury, silently berating Ray for his pathetic, half-hearted baby act and for even thinking of touching Lady Tiara. The gambit pays off. Having reverted to his normal form, Ray sprints out of the room. Lady Tiara watches him depart, remarking on what a magnificent man he is and thanking Ray for his assistance. With Ray gone, Lady Tiara's attention returns to the baby in her arms, whom she affectionately calls Damashchan. She coos that he should stay with her so they can get sleepy while he nurses. Nearby, Tina adjusts her attire, her face a mask of resignation. The ritual will begin soon, and she accepts that this is simply how it must be. She hardens her heart, believing that if she bears the full burden herself, everything will proceed without issue. She tells herself she cannot afford to be afraid. As Tina resolves herself to her fate, Ray, still being cradled, senses a subtle shift in Lady Tiara's demeanor. He looks up at her, his infant-like appearance belying the seriousness in his eyes. He tells her directly that she has lost her focus, that he can see hesitation in her now. His gaze is sharp and unwavering. He thinks to himself that while he is sorry, he has no room in his heart for such sentiment. He is not the type to cling to a mommy. He continued to press his point, his thoughts echoing in Lady Tiara's mind. He mused that a true mother desires only her child's happiness, giving everything of herself without expecting anything in return. When he saw a mother like her, one who never complains and always smiles despite being utterly exhausted by her burdens, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming affection and a desire to spoil her. He clarified, however, that simply being a mom doesn't mean one should always be a source of comfort. To think so is shallow and foolish. Lady Tiara's composure began to crack under the weight of his perception. In a sudden, inexplicable flash, their roles were reversed. Ray stood in his true form once more, now cradling a bewildered, infant-sized Lady Tierra in his arms. Tina and Ray could only stare in shock, Tina crying out in disbelief, begging for someone to tell her it wasn't real. Holding a startled, infant-like elf in his arms, Ray attempts to soothe her. He whispers that she's a cute little one and tells her to calm down, but she can only wonder what is happening to her. He continues with a wry smile, remarking that even mothers sometimes want to be babies too, and that there's nothing strange about it. Nearby, Rebecca watches the scene unfold, completely bewildered by the bizarre situation and questioning her own perception of reality. His attention then shifts to Ray Brave, who stands on a nearby staircase. Ray confirms that everything is proceeding according to his plan, noting that the other academy students are currently occupied, desperately trying to save the infant's daughter. Ray reveals the truth to the de-aged elf. Behind the scenes, she was already preparing to take her daughter's place. A memory surfaces of her adult self purifying her body in a spring and drinking sacred wine, completing the ritual of a shrine maiden. The realization dawns on her infant face. He looks down at her, his expression hardening slightly. He confirms that he learned of her plan from Sharon, calling her a naughty child for her secretive actions. Now sitting with her, he presses the point. He knows she understood the stakes, that sacrificing herself and her daughter was, in her mind, the only way to save the world, and questions if she intended to let events unfold without intervention. The weight of his words causes the tiny elf to tremble. Her composure breaks as she stammers, unable to form a complete thought, her voice trailing off with if only I. Her eyes widen in sheer panic. Sweat drips down her face as the reality of her situation crashes down upon her, leaving her to question why this is happening. Ray's gaze remains steady and piercing. He tells her that her fear is only natural, for she is now just a baby. In this state, she can no longer hide her terror behind a facade of pride or a sense of duty. He then explains the fatal flaw in her plan. The sealing ritual's 100-year duration only applies to young elf maidens. For someone of her age, the chances of surviving until the seal breaks are extremely low. Her life force would run out, and she would die. He concludes that she had already accepted this, preparing to die in her daughter's place. Hearing this, the de-aged Tierra realizes he is right. She has nothing left to fear, not even death itself. She trembled, tears welling in her infant eyes. After 1,000 years of life, the raw fear of dying still gripped her, a shocking and undeniable truth. Holding her small form, Ray admitted to himself that he had hesitated. He'd wondered if her desire for death was genuine, and if his interference was purely selfish. But seeing her now, he was glad he had come. His doubt vanished completely. Looking down at the wide-eyed infant elf, he made a firm vow. He would save her, no matter what it took. The moment was shattered by a sudden intrusion. 2 elf guards burst into the hallway, spotting him immediately. "Found you," one shouted, demanding to know what he was doing there. With a swift kick, he sent the guards sprawling. "Can't be helped," he called back over his shoulder as he fled. "We'll meet again, Tierra Mama." In the aftermath of his departure, a flash of light enveloped the room, and Tierra suddenly returned to her adult form, utterly bewildered by the transformation. The guards scrambled to their feet, one shouting for the other to pursue the intruder. The first guard, however, rushed to Tierra's side, anxiously asking if she was all right and unharmed. She assured him she was fine, but her thoughts were consumed by the memory of Ray's promise to save her, his words echoing in her mind. A deep blush spread across her face. Flustered, she quietly insisted to herself that nothing had happened, her hand touching her lip as if to quell the rising emotion. The story of the elf village's traditions reaches its climax. Beneath a great, ancient tree, the feelings of all involved begin to collide. 2 factions stand opposed, those who wish to carry out the sacred ritual, and those who would do anything to stop it. In a stone chamber, Ray Brave and his companions prepare to intervene, while deep within the sanctuary, the elven maiden and her attendants proceed with the ceremony. He and his companions watch from the forest's edge as the various factions converge. Before them, Lady Tierra prepares for the ritual, a focal point for one who schemes in the shadows and another who tries to take her daughter's place. And among them is another player entirely, the one who walks a path that never existed in the original story. This complex series of events is being chronicled. At the Noblesse Magic Academy, a new record is being made. Within the Academy's walls, Headmistress Cigaro and Gloria receive a communication. Cigaro acknowledges the request for aid, stating that the plea itself is more than enough reason to dispatch reinforcements. On the other end of the magical link, the elf guard, Lady Sharon, offers his thanks, admitting that the entire situation has been quite a surprise. Cigaro finds this amusing, remarking that after all his talk of hating interference, she never thought he would come to them so willingly. The memory of their prior encounter is still vivid. In the forest near the elf village, Sharon had furiously rejected the idea of relying on humans, demanding to know if Demonio was insane to suggest asking the Academy for help. His prideful outburst had been met with an act of utter desperation. Demonio had bowed low, his voice strained as he begged for assistance. He had then looked up to answer Sharon's bewildered question of why he would go to such lengths for Lady Tierra. He needed no reason, he explained, to save a noble and kind mother. Watching that man's conviction had made Sharon realize just how pointless his own stubborn pride was. The small communication device on the ground before him was proof of his change of heart. Back in the present, A smirk plays across Sagaro's face as Gloria leaves the room. She takes a long draw from her pipe, musing on what a truly fascinating student demonio Tridor is. In an office, Gloria presents a book to her superior, snapping it shut with a crisp sound. The title is clear: How to Teach Your Students Without Violence. After a moment of hesitation, she turns and clarifies, "It's work, manana-sama." The attempt to instill a non-violent approach immediately backfires. Maniana turns, a sly, knowing smirk on her face as she removes her glasses. She completely misconstrues the lesson, asking with relish, "Does this work mean I get to smack them?" Deep within a forest shimmering with ethereal light stands the world tree. To appease it, a sacred ritual must be performed, one that requires a priestess to be sealed away. As this ritual proceeds, a solemn procession of elven women moves through the woods, the events unfolding exactly as foretold. From the shadows, another figure watches. The heretic Demonio lurks behind a tree, his eyes fixed on the ceremony, waiting for the perfect moment to intervene. He is not the only one intending to interfere. During the ritual's final phase, Ray Brave and his friends arrive at the site, determined to stop it. They find Lady Tierra standing before her daughter, Tina. The young elf turns, her face etched with despair at the sight of her friends. Her composure shatters. Tina cries out that she doesn't want this after all, that she doesn't want to be separated from everyone. She still wants to attend the academy. Her emotional plea does not go unheard. Lady Tierra calmly reaches forward and removes the ornate ceremonial hairpiece from her daughter's head. She then places the delicate circlet upon her own hair, a gentle smile on her face. She tells Tina that she was waiting to hear those very words. The sudden substitution clarifies everything for Ray Brave. He asks if she planned from the beginning to take her daughter's place, and Lady Tierra confirms that the elven leaders are already aware of the change. As Tina cries out for her mother, she is held back by Sharon and another guard. He informs her that this is the decision Lady Tierra has made for herself. Her face pale with shock, Tina listens as the elf guard explains her mother's intentions. He states that Lady Tierra plans to willingly sacrifice herself to resolve the crisis, entrusting the future of the elves to her daughter. The guard insists that they must not interfere with such a noble resolve. As she trembles, Ray Brave gently holds her shoulders, his expression somber. He urges her to respect her mother's wishes, but Tina can only look up at him, her voice barely a whisper as she says his name. Meanwhile, as Lady Tierra ascends the final steps, her mind drifts back in time. A wave of nostalgia washes over her as she remembers a similar moment from long ago. The memory is from 800 years in the past, a time when she loved a human with all her heart. He was a traveler who had come to her village by chance. Yet, as she reminisces, a sad truth surfaces. With the passage of centuries, she can no longer recall his face. She recalls the painful end to their love, a bond between two different races, a human and an elf, that was ultimately ripped apart by the cursed customs of her people. Returning to the present, she stands before the threshold of her fate. To enter a slumber for a century, assuring peace for the continent. This, she accepts, is the duty of a priestess. Yet, the memory of his final words still rings in her ears. He had shouted his promises to her, vowing to always wait, to stay alive for 100 years, and to keep loving her even after he had grown old. His desperate vow had made her happy, and despite knowing it was an impossible promise, she had allowed herself to believe that a miracle might happen. As the ritual commences, thick, shadowy tendrils from the world tree lash out, ensnaring her body. She understands the truth of her fate. The century-long slumber is not sleep at all, but a metaphor for something else entirely. While sealed, her consciousness is connected directly to the world tree. Her mana and intelligence are continuously drawn upon, leaving her aware but trapped. She is now in a world devoid of light and sound, completely unable to move. She merely waited for time to pass, hoping that in the emptiness and loneliness, she would one day be reunited with him. For 100 years, her prayers for a miracle were the only thing that kept her going as her feet finally touched the grass once more. But no miracle had happened. She stood alone before a weathered gravestone under a gray sky. She was told that for a human, he had lived quite a long life. The inscription on the stone confirmed the truth. He had died of old age 15 years before her seal was lifted. Her eyes widened as she learned he had been surrounded by his children and grandchildren when he passed. The story continued. Only a year after she was sealed away, he had married another woman. He was blessed with wonderful children and built a happy family. He ended up living a most happy life, surrounded by many grandchildren. He never even mentioned her once, not even when he was about to die. The full, horrifying realization struck her. While she was sacrificing herself for the sake of the world, he was making the best of a happy life with another woman. When she finally processed that reality, it felt as though everything had become worthless to her. She sat slumped in a chair, an empty wine glass beside a full bottle. She took a slow drink, coming to a bitter conclusion. It was her own fault for getting her hopes up for a human. She lay there, a wine glass held loosely in her hand, her face flushed with sorrow and drink. A bitter thought surfaced, a pathetic wish that if he was going to choose another, he could have at least waited another 10 years. The realization of her own foolish hope only deepened her self-loathing. Lady Tierra recalls a time when her love for humanity was slowly being dyed black. Once she began to hate them, Only their ugly parts stood out, their destruction of the forests, their endless wars, and their base desires. She remembers a human who once swore he would never forget the debt of an elf saving his life. But times had changed. 50 years had passed, and others argued that it was unreasonable to expect children to keep promises their parents made. The man was long gone. With a quiet sigh, she decided to forgive it all. With a serene smile, she came to a conclusion. Humans were no different from babies. There was no use getting worked up over every single thing they did. And with that realization, she gave up on them entirely. After that, her life became monotonous. She addressed her fellow elves, explaining that she simply worked to fulfill the duties that had been passed down through generations, devoid of any personal purpose. This sense of obligation extended even to her most intimate moments. She harbored no love for her partner. She merely produced children out of her duty as an elder. But despite the circumstances of her child's conception, the moment she held her newborn daughter, everything changed. She loved her child with all of her heart. This profound love reshaped her worldview. Addressing her daughter, Tina, in her thoughts, she acknowledged that she herself could no longer face humans. However, she was certain that Tina could succeed where she had failed. She now wants to give Tina the time to spend her youth alongside people, with her friends, a chance that was taken from her. A brief memory surfaces of her own time with a human lover, a time cut short, leaving her to mourn alone at his grave. As she descends a staircase, she feels a sense of conviction. The youth that Tina will spend with humans, she believes, will surely carve a path for a new future for both elves and humanity. Watching Rei and Sakura clasp hands, she feels a momentary waver, a flicker of doubt. But she quickly steels herself. For the sake of that future, she, as a mother, will accept all of the humans' asinine customs for eternity. Her resolve is firm. She declares there is no way she is wavering. Suddenly, she is seized by thick, vine-like tendrils that erupt from the ground, binding her tightly. She can only gasp in confusion. As the tendrils constrict, she feels an ominous presence, something different from the one she encountered 800 years ago. A cruel laugh echoes around her as she realizes something is terribly wrong. The source of the laughter reveals himself, a slender figure perched casually on one of the tendrils. Bound and helpless, Tiara demands to know his identity. The figure merely chuckles, remarking that he didn't expect things to go so smoothly, and finds it all too amusing to laugh. He begins to taunt her, calling elves a backwater, insular race that always tries to solve things on their own. He explains that he predicted that by meddling with the world tree, the elves would panic and rush to perform the ritual, noting that their long lifespan is their only redeeming trait. The figure continues, revealing a dark symbol glowing on his palm. He admits it was unexpected that Tiara became the sacrifice instead of her daughter, but he nonchalantly states that he can work with this outcome. He then cruelly mocks her motivations, questioning if what she feels is truly motherly love. As the tendrils squeeze her, he laughs at the idea of a 1,000-year-old being talking about love, finding a right. The antagonist declares that everything is proceeding according to his design. His final step is to siphon the mana of the world tree, using her as the conduit. He looks down on the trapped elf and delivers a final, crushing remark, telling her that her noble sacrifice was all for nothing. He calls it a crying shame as tears stream down Tiara's face. The figure leans in, his expression one of pure malice, and calls it a pointless self-sacrifice. With a grotesque flick of his tongue, he offers his sincerest condolences. His taunts were cut short as a fist slammed into his face, silencing him mid-sentence. Below, Lady Tiara and the masked swordsman looked on in shock at the sudden, violent intervention. The blow sent the slender antagonist flying backward with a cry of pain. The masked swordsman stood firm, his fist still clenched, confirming to his companion, Pena, that he had been aiming for this exact moment. The enemy, he noted, always shows up to hunt its prey the moment you don't know where it is. This intervention was a stark deviation from the original, tragic course of events. In the world as it was first known, Mama Tiara's mana and life force were completely siphoned, leaving her an empty husk before she passed away. As the immediate threats subsided, Lady Tiara looked toward her rescuer with a dawning, tearful recognition, weakly calling out a name, Demo Boy. He stood before her colossal form, flanked by Pena, and offered an apology. It had been a very close call, he admitted, addressing her respectfully as Mama Tiara. From a distance, their defeated foe struggled to his knees, demanding to know who they were. But the pair paid him no mind, their focus remaining entirely on the rescued elf. Pena then addressed Lady Tiara directly. She acknowledged that the disturbance in the world tree was the enemy's doing, but stated that things wouldn't return to normal without sealing away the big mature woman. She bluntly asked if Tiara planned to offer up her daughter as a sacrifice to solve the problem. Before Tiara could answer, the masked swordsman spoke with conviction. He declared he would not do anything that went against Mama Tiara's wishes, reassuring them that he had a plan. Pena added her own resolve, vowing to protect the mamas and the daughters they wished to protect. The masked swordsman drew his dagger, explaining that doing both is what it means to love mamas. This, he proclaimed, is what professionalism means to Demonia. At the sight of the elven ritual, confusion erupts among the onlookers. They question what is happening and whether the ceremony is over. One of the students remarks that something felt wrong the very moment the ritual began. Observing from a distance, the masked swordsman Rei takes in the scene, noting that two men had appeared out of the blue on the sacred platform. Bound to the great tree, the priestess Tiara looks down with wide, startled eyes. She recognizes the dark-clad figure, whispering his name, Demo Boy. Her recognition came moments after the swordsman had already acted. The slender antagonist lies on the ground, clutching a bruised jaw. He complains that the punch hurt terribly and angrily demands to know why he was suddenly attacked. He receives no sympathy. The swordsman retorts that he could say the same about the disturbance the man had caused. Enraged, the slender man calls him a damned brat, promising his death will not be an easy one. But the swordsman calmly lists his sins, forcing Mama Tiara into a painful choice, disrespecting her and attempting to kill her. His eyes burn with cold fury as he draws his jagged blade. He warns the antagonist not to think he would be let off with death alone. As the confrontation escalates, the other antagonists confer. The helmeted figure chastises the muscular man, Dororodeo, for deviating from their instructions. Dororodeo dismisses the concern, stating that it doesn't matter and that he was key to the plan's success, telling his leader to let him do as he pleases. The helmeted figure ignores his subordinate's defiance, instead commenting on how pathetic it was for their other ally to be defeated in a single blow. From a distance, Rei observes the entire villainous group assembled, recognizing them as the source of all evil. Their plan was indeed a great evil. They had caused a disturbance in the world tree, forcing the elves to conduct a ritual where a priestess merges with it. This process, meant to protect the mana pools that sustain the continent, instead causes the mana to increase exponentially, concentrating. This vast power was their true target. The slender antagonist defiantly holds up a dark, sigil-marked object, telling his helmeted leader he doesn't need his instructions. He then reveals the goal of their organization, Alta Mater, to steal all of that concentrated mana until the tree is left completely dry. The slender antagonist addresses his muscular companion, dismissing any notion of rank. He explains that their organization has no hierarchy, as their mother is equal to all and forgives every sin. Behind them, the massive roots of the world tree begin to crack and stir. He then lashes out, declaring that he won't be ordered around. As enormous roots erupt from the ground, he leaps into the fray, deftly weaving between the thrashing tendrils while the masked swordsman, Rei, braces for the assault. Watching the chaos unfold, Tiara realizes with growing dread that someone is controlling the branches of the sacred tree. She is certain it is a non-elf, a feat she believed to be impossible. Her fears are immediately confirmed as the slender antagonist closes the distance, lunging at Rei in a blur of motion. The masked swordsman reacts instantly, parrying the swift attack. The attacker presses forward, thrusting an open palm toward Rei's face, revealing a dark, swirling sigil on his skin. Rei twists away just in time to avoid the touch, as Tiara gasps in shock at the sight. In that instant, the winged girl, Pena, appears beside Rei. Sensing an ominous presence from their foe, she urgently warns her master not to let the plants he controls make contact with the cursed sword. Her warning solidifies a memory for Rei. He recognizes the man from the plot of the original game, soul-sucking Dororodeo. Realizing he cannot block Dororodeo's attacks with Pena, he understands this will be a difficult fight. He recalls the details of Dororodeo's vile ability, mana absorption. The palms of his hands can siphon both mana and life force from his victims, a power that made him a serial killer so infamous that the Neon Nation itself had put a bounty on him. Dororodeo smirks, effortlessly crumbling a piece of a thick root in his hand. He taunts his opponent, telling the perceptive brat not to dare run away. He internally gloats, confirming that the trick used on the world tree was his doing. His powerful mana absorption siphons energy from the very roots, and, as an added ability, he has now gained control over the trees and plants themselves. He casually remarked that it had just occurred to him how foolish it would be to fight the swordsman head-on. With that, roots shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around Mama Tiara and eliciting a cry of pain. He taunted the swordsman, noting his apparent care for the elven old hag, and declaring her hostage. He issued a stern warning. A single move, and the roots would crush her. But when he looked back, the swordsman was gone, leaving only a dissipating shadow in his place. Confused, he frantically searched, questioning where his opponent could have disappeared to. A voice suddenly spoke from directly behind him, chiding him for his lack of focus. The swordsman remarked that predicting the actions of a slime ball was a simple matter. Before he could fully turn, a powerful blow landed squarely on his cheek. He realized too late that his focus on the hostage had created the very opening his opponent was waiting for. He staggered back, grunting in pain as dark energy began to coalesce around the swordsman's hand. His attacker then offered to share another piece of information. He pressed his glowing hand against the man's back, demanding that he never again refer to Mama Tiara as an old hag. As his powers surged into his opponent, causing him to cry out, the swordsman mockingly asked how it felt to be pierced through with love. The masked swordsman, Demonio, stands over the defeated form of his foe. Nearby, Tiara wonders aloud if they have succeeded, but Rei knows that such an attack would not be fatal. From a swirling vortex of dark energy, the slender antagonist rises, confirming he has absorbed a massive amount of the World Tree's magic. This foe is Dorodio, the Soul Eater, and the final boss of this story arc. He was already a formidable user of forbidden spells, but with the buff from the World Tree, he has gained immense power and an incredible capacity for regeneration. Ray recalls that in the original story, even the protagonist, Ray Brave, couldn't lay a finger on him. Dorodio only became beatable after the magic he absorbed from Tierra went berserk within him. Hearing this, Ray urges them to finish him off while they still have a chance. The realization dawns on Tierra, who is still bound by roots. If they're to save her this time, they cannot rely on a convenient, last-minute weakening. They must defeat him at his full power, with no shortcuts. Demonio listens, understanding the gravity of their new predicament. From a distance, the muscular antagonist warns Dorodio not to get cocky, reminding him that Demonio is no ordinary student. Clutching his chest, Dorodio snarls, dismissing their opponent as a mere brat. The helmeted figure observes the swordsman, noting his exceptional combat ability and instincts, so sharp they seem to predict the future. They identify him as Demonio Tridor, revealing that even the primordial mother has her eye on him. In a flash, he moves, sweeping Tierra up into his arms. She cries out in surprise, but he quickly reassures her that he is fine. He braces himself, telling her to hold on tight as he prepares to flee. He leaps away with her. Enraged, Dorodio bellows that the shrine hag will not escape and begins to give chase. The helmeted figure calls out, warning him not to pursue them so recklessly. However, the muscular man stops his helmeted companion. He tells them to leave Dorodio be, reasoning that he cannot win in his current state and should be allowed to run wild. The helmeted figure remarks on how quickly he has taken Demonio's side. He clenches his fist, explaining that he can't help it. He owes Demonio. After all, when Demonio absorbed him, he shared some of the World Tree's power. He roars with laughter, feeling the overwhelming power of the World Tree surging through his body. He declares this newfound strength will be the end of them all. In the distance, a massive explosion erupts where Demonio and Tierra stand. He clenches his fist, realizing this is the perfect chance to test his new power. He recalls their original plan. Once the ritual was complete, they were to wipe out the elves entirely. His gaze falls upon the two who remain, an elf warrior and a student. He approaches them, commenting that he expects them to have at least some backbone as Ray Brave stands ready with his sword drawn, protecting the nervous elf guard. Meanwhile, Demonio races through the trees, carrying Tierra in his arms. She looks back, calling his name with concern. He strains, reassuring her that she isn't heavy at all. He explains that the gravity is just stronger than he anticipated. Tierra, concerned, clarifies that wasn't what she meant. As they continue their escape, he provides an update on their pursuers. He explains that the other two stayed behind, but one of them is chasing them now. A single, immense power that seems to be swelling. She wonders aloud if what she's sensing is an elf's tracking ability. Demonio, his expression grim, cuts her off, insisting they need to get back immediately. He tells her not to worry about the pursuit. Their priority, he declares, is to save everyone in the village. He admits that ideally, he'd be able to solve everything on his own, but unfortunately, he's still too inexperienced. He confesses that he's just an ordinary student, after all. Back at the site, Dorodio decides he will use this opportunity to make full use of his student's privileges. With a powerful grunt, he lifts a massive slab of rock from the ground as his two companions remark that they have just arrived. He unleashes his power, tearing a colossal chunk of earth from the ground and hurling it towards the helpless pair. As the massive projectile descends, he speaks of a privilege granted only to students, a concept that hangs in the air with the impending doom. The immense boulder plummets from the sky, a mountain of stones set to crush them. From the ground, they can only watch in horror as it fills their vision, a dark shadow sealing their fate. But before it can strike, a flash of steel and white cuts through the air. Maniana, the Witch of Thunder, appears as if from nowhere, her blade carving the massive rock into a shower of harmless fragments. She reminds them that it is all right to ask adults for help. Her intervention is not limited to defense. In the same fluid motion, she pivots and drives her heel squarely into Dorodio's jaw, sending him reeling back with a grunt of pained surprise. As he stumbles, the last of the stone fragments clatter to the ground around them. She lands with perfect balance, her body coiled like a spring, ready for the next move. Watching the sudden turn of events, Demonio's eyes widen. He realizes the meaning of her words. When it is time to rely on someone, one must trust them completely. Her voice cuts through his thoughts, sharp and clear. She tells him to rely on his senses and on his guardians, then issues a stark warning. Their enemies are arriving. Ray rushes through the forest, carrying the unconscious Tierra in his arms as he flees the immediate danger. As he flees, his small, round companion floats nearby, its mind racing. It recalls that according to the Master's so-called game, these two reinforcements, a perverted older woman and a tanned older woman, shouldn't even be here. Ray's expression hardens with determination. He understands that his complex feelings for his mothers are steadily altering the course of history itself. At that moment, on the battlefield, two formidable figures make their entrance. Maniana and Gloria, standing back to back, ready for a fight. Their sudden appearance stuns Monica, who runs forward calling out, "Mom, why are you here?" Gloria turns to her with a warm smile, replying that she couldn't possibly stay away when her adorable daughter was in trouble. She explains to the gathered students that they received an official rescue request from Sharon, one of the village's senior officers. Using a teleportation gate, they rushed straight from the academy, a move she notes is highly unusual for the academy and the Night Order. Listening to her explanation, Ray Brave realizes what was happening behind the scenes. He surmises that it must have been Demonio who managed to convince them to intervene. With the situation understood, Maniana steps forward, holding out a hand to stop the others. She addresses everyone, including Gloria, telling them to step back and leave the rest to her. Her eyes gleam with a fierce confidence as she clenches a fist. She explains that her unfamiliar job has been causing a lot of stress lately, and now she intends to blow off some steam properly. Across from her, the muscular antagonist Dororodeo breaks into a wide, excited grin. He crouches low, roaring about his incredible luck at facing such a promising opponent. He watched the two women approach, a look of surprise crossing his face as he recognized one of them. He never thought a figure of such renown, the thunder which Maniana, one of the 7 knights of the heavenly demon, would appear in a place like this. Behind her, Monica voiced a warning, urging Maniana to be careful of their opponent's tremendous power. Maniana's gaze remained fixed forward as she coolly noted that despite having kicked him quite hard, he seemed to have sustained no injuries at all. She confirmed that they were already aware of the threat, explaining that Demonio had provided them with intelligence on the enemy. Their foe was Galmo Rubor, a man wanted for the murder of his own kind. The intelligence revealed his origins from a southern minority tribe. In an obsessive quest for power, he had turned to forbidden spells and banned drugs, which he called a test of strength, and proceeded to attack people and their villages. Galmo scoffed at the unspoken accusation, clenching a fist. He questioned what was so wrong with seeking power, declaring that there is no greater pleasure than crushing the strong and trampling the weak with overwhelming force. He then addressed Maniana directly. As the Thunder Witch, he reasoned, someone as powerful as her must surely understand the thrill of violence. In response, Maniana drew her sword, its blade beginning to glow. She admitted that she couldn't say she didn't understand his point of view, and that she didn't actually dislike men like him. Her expression twisted into a predatory grin as she finished her thought. The reason she didn't dislike him, she explained, was because he looked like he would feel really good to punch. She retorted that she had a sharp tongue. In answer, Maniana planted her foot firmly on the ground, bracing herself for impact. The standoff shattered as Galmo lunged, throwing a powerful punch. Maniana met the blow with the flat of her glowing sword, the impact creating a shockwave as their battle began. She met his raw power with her own, her crackling blade grinding against his hardened fist in a stalemate of pure force. The resulting shockwave shattered the ground and sent her reeling, the fragments of her sword scattering through the air. She landed lightly some distance away, her expression hardening as she assessed her now unarmed state against the formidable foe. Her opponent, Galmo Rubor, threw his head back and roared with laughter, boasting that with the power of the World Tree, he was unstoppable. Watching from afar, Gloria noted to her students that Maniana's sword was a special type for physical enhancement, with abnormal durability and mana density. Maniana herself, now facing Galmo without a weapon, acknowledged him as a formidable opponent, realizing it had been a while since she'd had to get serious. Gloria then asked aloud if Maniana was planning to use that power. As the students looked on in confusion, she explained that each of the 7 knights of the heavenly demon is granted a sacred artifact by the king. These artifacts are national treasures passed down since ancient times, the ultimate secret weapons, with only 7 in existence in the entire world. The sacred artifact that Lady Maniana inherited, the national treasure that was hers alone, was Gungnir, the divine thunder spear. A memory surfaced of a younger, tearful Maniana wailing that it wasn't her fault. The spear had simply broken when she used it normally, on the very day she received it. Back in the present, Gloria revealed the simple reason Maniana usually wields a sword, because it looks noble. With Gungnir now in hand, Maniana faced her opponent, ready for the true battle to begin. She revealed the truth of her power. It was not in the spear she had just summoned, but in the crackling energy that now enveloped her fists. Galmo Rubor braced himself, sensing an immense surge of raw power. With a blinding flash, she lunged forward, her fist colliding with Galmo's guard. The students watched in awe, realizing that she was overwhelmingly stronger with her bare hands than with any weapon. The sheer force of the blow sent him hurtling backward, his body arching in pain. He couldn't comprehend it. This was absurd, brainless brute force. A level of raw violence that not even the strongest weapon could possibly endure. As he flew through the air, Maniana stood her ground, her expression one of intense focus. Gloria watched, her voice filled with conviction as she declared to the students that this was Lady Maniana's true power. Ray Brave, his eyes wide, could only agree, murmuring that this was truly the best. Her power, now fully revealed, left no room for resistance. Galmo Rubor lay defeated on the ground, unable to move, as Maniana stood over his fallen form. With the battle concluded in an instant, she relaxed completely, feeling refreshed. She gave a confident wink, remarking to herself that she preferred a job where a single punch could settle everything. a fitting display for the one known as the One-Punch Mama. Observing the aftermath of the battle, Gloria turns to Ray Brave and begins to explain Maniana's power, admitting that a logical explanation is difficult. With a single blow, Maniana had neutralized the threat. She elaborates that by layering multiple high-level lightning spells into an extremely precise composite, Maniana can move at lightning speed and unleash attacks on the scale of a natural disaster. She adds that the most terrifying part is that Maniana accomplishes all of this purely by feel, without any real understanding of the complex mechanics herself. Gloria mimes the process as a simple squeeze, vroom, and then boom. Impressed, Ray Brave remarks on Gloria's extensive knowledge. She reveals her insight comes from personal experience, explaining that back in her days with the Night Order, she was part of a unit that Maniana herself commanded. She describes it as a demon unit whose only standing order was full army charge, operating on the principle that if they just charged forward, things would somehow work out. The unit, she notes, was disbanded rather quickly. At that moment, Maniana, who had been kneeling, groans in discomfort. However, she quickly rallies, clenching a fist with a fierce grin, declaring she's not nearly satisfied and is ready to keep moving. As she tries to rise, a dark power ensnares her, and she feels her mana being drained away. A tall, helmeted figure emerges, acknowledging Maniana as the Thunderous Witch and confirming she is beyond the norm. The figure states that while their plan failed, the decision to tame and brainwash her was correct. Monica rushes to Maniana's side, calling her name in alarm. The antagonist reveals that a wedge has already been carved into Maniana's body. A glowing, intricate mark manifests on her side as the figure explains they were just one step from completing the brainwashing when they were interfered with. Elsewhere, Demonio Tridor reflects on the enemy's methods. He understands their plan was to use layered traps and a mythic-class cursed artifact to restrain Maniana, then engrave her with curse marks that would be completed through pleasure-based conditioning. Back at the scene, Monica watches the helmeted figure depart. Her expression darkens with understanding as she murmurs, "I see." She had thought something was off, and now the pieces were falling into place. Maniana finally understands the source of her recent turmoil. She realizes that the savage, explosive, and abnormally intense desires she's been experiencing, her inability to control her libido, were all because of the curse marks placed upon her. Her outburst is met with a flat denial from the helmeted antagonist, who states that the curse has no such effect and that they have no idea what she is talking about, leaving Maniana flustered and confused. They elaborate, explaining to the defeated Demonio that an incomplete curse mark doesn't hold much power. At most, it allows them to temporarily suppress Maniana's mana at will. Adding to the situation is already in total chaos. Concluding that trying to resolve matters from their current position would be a hassle, they hoist Demonio over their shoulder and announce their departure as a shimmering portal materializes behind them. Before stepping through, they declare their intent to report the facts exactly as they are to someone they call Mother. From the portal, a host of multi-headed snakes emerges, ready to strike. The sudden appearance of another summoned beast draws a cry of alarm from Rebecca. Monica quickly tells Gloria to leave the fight to them and rest. Ray Brave steps forward with Monica and Rebecca, swords drawn. He shouts that they're not there just to be protected anymore, ready to prove their strength. He and Rebecca then charge forward, leaping into battle against the serpentine monsters. Watching them fight, Gloria notes how dependable her students have become, confident they will be fine. Her thoughts then turn to the remaining problem, Demonio, who escaped with Lady Tierra. In a moment before the antagonist's departure, Maniana expresses her frustration, admitting her carelessness. She reveals she wanted to be the one to take down Doroto, the Soul Devourer, identified as a main culprit behind the attack on the World Tree. The Witch of Thunder found the news impossible to believe. Standing before Granny Cigarro's desk with Gloria, she processed the report. Doroteo, the murderer they sought, was said to be a white-haired boy, not the man over 90 he was supposed to be. From her desk, Cigarro offered an explanation. She had heard that the old mage had become obsessed with forbidden magic, researching ways to absorb mana to escape aging. This meant he was either disguising his appearance or had truly regained his youth. She continued, her tone grim, revealing the cost of his obsession. Driven by a simple fear of death, he had sacrificed hundreds of people, even infants, to complete the forbidden spell known as Soul Devourer. Taking a drag from her pipe, she concluded her assessment. His obsession with the students was, simply put, ugly and repulsive, making him a dangerous and formidable foe. The revelation worried Gloria, who noted that this man's power must be far beyond that of the large man they had encountered before. Maniana, however, tried to reassure her, insisting they must trust Demonio to handle it. Her friend's confidence seemed to work. Maniana looked on with a proud smile, declaring that Demonio was, after all, her #1 disciple and her proudest student. Overcome with affection, Gloria suddenly pulled Maniana into a tight, warm hug. The Witch of Thunder was momentarily taken aback by the gesture. The scene shifts to a tranquil forest. Sunlight filters through the trees, glinting off the surface of a small, flowing waterfall and the stream it feeds. Kneeling on a rock by the water's edge, Lady Tierra's peaceful moment is shattered. Her eyes widen with alarm as she senses something amiss nearby. Elsewhere, the masked swordsman is locked in combat. He unleashes a powerful, arcing slash with his jagged blade, acknowledging that the man obsessed with Mama is indeed a tough opponent. In a sun-dappled forest clearing, the masked swordsman stands his ground against a formidable foe. The elf guard is flanked by two massive, shadowy beasts with gaping maws, constructs of dark energy that lunge toward the swordsman. The elf guard whips a tendril of shadow at him, but the swordsman watches, unfazed. The guard scoffs, declaring such an attack to be useless. He taunts his opponent, goading him to show his full strength. The elf's hand crackles with dark energy as he boasts that he is still fully charged and ready for more. The masked swordsman, kneeling on a branch, finally understands. He realizes this power is how the elf rejuvenates his own body. It's a troublesome ability. The more they fight, the more his enemy recovers while he and his allies are worn down. His opponent confirms this, recognizing that the swordsman has figured him out. He names his power, the forbidden curse, Soul Drain. He admits that while its absorption power is immense, its efficiency is quite poor. He elaborates on the grim cost, explaining that to become just 1 year younger, he must drain the lives of dozens of humans. He confesses that, honestly, the hassle is quite tiring. His expression twists into one of manic glee. He declares that if he could only obtain the true power of the World Tree, he could live far longer and much more efficiently. Disgusted, the swordsman calls him absolute scum, devoid of sympathy. The elf retorts that he only wants to live a long life, just like any other elf. He unleashes a swirling vortex of energy, but the swordsman counters, erecting a shadow barrier that meets the attack in a massive explosion. The force of the blast sends the swordsman to the ground, defeated. He curses his powerlessness as Maniana arrives on the rocky clearing, calling out his name in concern. Meanwhile, at the World Tree, Lady Tiara reaches out a hand in horror. She realizes with dread that the forest itself has been taken over, and she wonders just how much of the sacred tree's mana the elf has already absorbed. She watches as the masked swordsman, still on the ground, reassures her that everything will be all right and over soon. Confused and distraught, she can only ask why. Her question becomes more specific, her voice trembling as she demands to know why he, of all people, is protecting her. He initially claims there is no particular reason, but then pauses, conceding that if he had to give one, he could. He begins to explain that it's because, for a very long time, she has meant something specific to him. Memories surface, images of her from long ago, moments of joy and care as a mother with her child. He finishes his thought with intensity, declaring that to him, she has always looked like someone asking for help. The revelation stuns her into silence, her cheeks flushing as she whispers his name. With his reason stated, he lashes out with his jagged blade, severing the shadowy tendrils that writhe towards him from the corrupted ground. As the battle continues, her thoughts turn inward. She admits to herself that she doesn't truly want to die, yet her professed desire to save her daughter was never a lie. She recalls proposing the plan to become a substitute, a suggestion met with praise from the other elves. In that moment of adulation, a chilling realization struck her. No one was actually going to try and stop her. Trapped by their expectations, she felt she couldn't back down. She confesses to herself that after a millennium of life, admitting a fear of dying felt deeply embarrassing. She concludes that a long life doesn't negate the fear of death. If anything, it amplifies it. The sudden, senseless appearance of 3 powerful enemies only compounds her terror. These were thoughts she believed she should never voice, words she had given up on speaking. The title she bore, the eldest of the elves, a mother, felt like shackles, forbidding her from ever expressing such weakness. Her tears flowing freely, she clutched the fabric over her heart, her composure finally broken. With a voice thick with emotion, she asked if it was truly permissible for someone like her to finally say the words, "Help me." Before she could even finish the thought, the masked swordsman's voice cut through the air with absolute certainty. "Of course," he shouted, urging her to ask for help as much as she needed, to hold nothing back. His words reached her. A single tear traced a path down her cheek as she found her resolve, her expression hardening with a decision made. In that instant, her voice, now clear and powerful, echoed across the battlefield. "Help me, Demo-chan," she cried out, a plea that solidified the swordsman's grim determination. The elf guard mocks the masked swordsman, calling his efforts pathetic. He sneers, telling him to abandon Tiara, dismissing her as a 1,000-year-old crone. Enraged by the insult, the swordsman lunges forward, but his attack is effortlessly parried. As their blades connect, a strange effect takes hold. The elf's long hair suddenly hardens like stone and shatters. The masked swordsman stares in shock, bewildered by the unexpected phenomenon. The elf guard glances at his own hand, where a glowing sigil has manifested on his palm. He smirks, remarking to himself how convenient elven techniques can be. He declares that the fight is over now that he has made contact. A powerful force erupts from his palm, striking the swordsman squarely in the throat. The swordsman lets out a choked gasp, his eyes wide with pain and surprise as the elf's hand constricts around his neck. He is thrown backward by the impact, tumbling helplessly over the edge of a cliff. The elf guard watches him fall, muttering a dismissive oops. From a distance, Tiara cries out his name in alarm as his body crashes into the ground below with a cloud of dust and debris. The elf guard laughs heartily at the sight. He mocks the swordsman's pathetic end after all his big talk, while Tierra kneels by the fallen man's side, her expression filled with concern. He inspects his hand, sensing the magic he has just absorbed. He finds the amount disappointing. Though the quality is good, the total quantity is far less than he expected. While the elf guard stands puzzled, the swordsman's eyes open. He thinks to himself that this outcome is exactly what he anticipated. He recognizes the forbidden, soul-draining spell, having witnessed it many times. The reason for the low yield, he realizes, is because he had compressed his magic beforehand. He continues his explanation, acknowledging the elf guard's overwhelming absorption power. However, he points out its critical flaw. The guard's own capacity is limited, and any excess magic he absorbs is simply expelled into the air from his right arm. His lesson continues, recalling a moment with Tierra. The choice to absorb or expel magic isn't automatic, but is based on an estimation of the incoming power. He then poses a chilling question to the elf. What happens if the magic one judges they can absorb suddenly swells in volume? He then reveals his specific tactic. Being quite skilled at magic control, he had compressed a portion of his own magic inside his body during their battle. The elf guard can only stare in wide-eyed confusion. He mocks the elf's short-sightedness. Without noticing the setup, the guard had tried to absorb the tiny, compressed point of magic, foolishly taking it all in instead of expelling it. The elf guard stammers, unable to process what he is hearing as the veins on his arm bulge. With the explanation complete, his expression hardens. He clenches his fist and declares that he will now release the compression. The release is instantaneous. The elf guard's arm, saturated with the now expanding magic, swells grotesquely as the immense power destabilizes within his flesh. The unstable energy erupts in a blinding flash. The sheer force of the internal detonation hurls the elf guard backward, sending him flying through the air. In the aftermath of the blast, the elf guard screams in agony, clutching the ruined stump of his right arm. His strongest soul drain has been destroyed. As he writhes, the winged girl, Pena, appears and drapes a coat over the swordsman, who reveals he had pre-stored her mana in his demon sword. He turns his head slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on his defeated opponent, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Meanwhile, the elf guard kneels on the ground, defeated and muttering in disbelief. He laments that if only he had absorbed the old elf hag, everything would have worked out. Just then, an unseen voice calls out to him. His defeat was absolute. The masked swordsman stood over him, his voice laced with menace, questioning why the guard was still calling Tierra Mama an old hag. The elf could only stammer in response, his eyes wide with fear. He immediately broke down, apologizing profusely and begging for forgiveness. In a desperate attempt to appease his tormentor, he promised that from now on, he would properly refer to her as Tierra Mama, just as the swordsman did. This promise, however, only enraged the swordsman further. With a furious roar, he delivered a powerful kick directly to the elf's face, shouting that he didn't dare call her Mama. As the guard was sent flying, the winged girl watched from the side, remarking with a hint of amusement that she was starting to feel a bit sorry for him. Standing atop the remains of a massive serpentine beast, Ray Brave sheathes his sword. He confirms to his companions, Rebecca and Monica, that they have cleared all the threats. His brief moment of relief is shattered as a deep rumbling shakes the ground. He looks up, his expression instantly shifting to one of alarm. Before them, the colossal world tree begins to tremble violently, its massive trunk and branches quaking with immense power. Meanwhile, at the tree's base, its roots writhe like living serpents. Lady Tierra walks through the chaos, leaving the unconscious forms of Ray and Pena behind her. She finds the elven guard collapsed on the ground, crying out in agony. Tierra realizes with dawning horror that the tree has gone berserk because the one who was controlling it has lost consciousness. Surrounded by the thrashing roots, she understands the dire situation. The disturbance was artificially caused, and the tree is now too unstable to regenerate naturally. She concludes that the crisis can only be resolved through a sacrifice, and she desperately wonders what to do. At that moment, Ray appears, having regained consciousness. He kneels beside the fallen guard, placing a hand on his head and calmly telling Tierra that there is no need to worry. He looks up at her, his gaze intense. "I knew it," he states plainly. Startled, Tierra asks what he means. Ray explains that the guard body is undergoing a profound change. Because he siphoned a tremendous amount of mana from the world tree using a forbidden soul-sucking spell, his very being has started to elfinize. He continues, laying out the entire scheme. The ultimate goal was to transform into an elf, a long-lived species. Ray concludes that the main motive for all the guard's actions was a desperate desire not to die. He stands over the struggling elf guard, acknowledging that his actions are unforgivable. However, he declares that the guard's ongoing transformation makes him useful for a new purpose. The guard sputters and gasps, drenched and disoriented by the sudden immersion in water. Pulling out a small bottle, the swordsman announces that this will serve as a baptism in holy water, splashing its contents over the guard. Now dressed in a formal suit, Ray continues the process, dousing the guard's head with holy wine. Watching from a distance, Tierra realizes with horror that all preparations for a ritual are complete. She understands that the only way to quell the world tree is for someone to be sacrificed. His eyes narrow with cold resolve as he concludes that the root of all this evil the guard himself should be the one to offer himself as that sacrifice. Meanwhile, near the rampaging world tree, Ray Brave and the others are in a state of panic. They know the interrupted ritual must be redone immediately, but wonder who would volunteer to be the priestess. Stepping forward, Maniana declares that she will seal it herself. Ray Brave urgently tells her not to do anything hasty. She feels her mana returning and realizes the sealing sigil must not work when she is far from the spellcaster. With her power restored, she agrees to proceed. As Maniana gathers a massive amount of energy, Tierra appears, pleading for her to stop and questioning if she intends to obliterate the entire continent. Maniana grins, confident that if she just crushes the tree, everything will resolve itself. Back at the clearing, Ray stands over the subdued guard, now joined by Tierra. As a magic circle glows brightly on the ground, he calmly announces that it is time to begin the ritual. From a safe distance, Maniana, Rebecca, and Ray Brave watch the aftermath of the battle. The Hydra's massive tail lies still. Maniana calls out across the clearing, shouting Demonio's name and asking if he managed to defeat Dorodio. Ignoring her question, Demonio acts swiftly. He raises a hand, projecting an unseen force to intercept a sharp, insectoid limb hurtling towards the captive elf guard. The limb collides with the barrier and shatters violently, its fragments scattering harmlessly into the air. With the immediate threat neutralized, he turns his attention to the primary objective. He instructs Mama Tierra to begin the chant for the ritual. She calmly agrees, ready to proceed. In response, Tierra closes her eyes and clasps her hands, her voice reciting the ancient words. As she chants, thick, white roots erupt from the ground, ensnaring the struggling elf guard and pulling him inexorably toward the world tree. Demonio observes the process with a knowing smirk. He recalls information from his research. Items like holy wine and holy water are not the source of the ritual's power, but merely catalysts that elicit a response from the world tree itself. The lore explains that the world tree lacks its own intellect. To regulate itself and maintain its stability, it requires the seal of an elf, using the sealed individual's mental faculties as a substitute for a mind of its own. For generations, the elven village has used the daughters of the elders for this purpose. This tradition was established for two main reasons. Female elves have longer lifespans, making it customary for them to become elders, and they were duty-bound to undergo trials to become eligible for the sealing ritual. The elf guard chokes and gasps as the roots tighten around him. The truth is that the world tree itself does not differentiate by gender. The long-standing custom of sealing only women was a result of the village's reclusive nature and their rigid adherence to tradition. His struggles cease as he is pulled into a dark void that opens within the tree's trunk. He screams in terror, pleading that he doesn't want to die and will do anything, but his cries are silenced as the darkness consumes him. As the tree's tendrils tightened around him, the elf guard cried out in defiance, mocking his captor by questioning if 100 years was not an awfully long lifespan for a human. A calm voice replied that it was good for him, as he would get to live that long inside the tree. The masked swordsman watched impassively as the guard was pulled away, coldly instructing him to go repent for his sins in pitch darkness. With a final, desperate scream of denial, the elf was completely drawn into the trunk of the world tree, which sealed shut behind him, leaving only silence. He stood before the now whole tree as a gentle pulse of light emanated from its bark, signaling the completion of the ritual. The light intensified, erupting from the world tree in a brilliant wave that washed over the entire landscape, revitalizing the land with its pure energy. Watching from a safe distance, the other elves were overcome with awe. Sharon declared that the brilliant glow was proof the ritual was finished and the tree had returned to normal. The others celebrated the miracle, relieved that neither Lady Tierra nor Tina had to be sacrificed. Among the crowd, Lady Tierra wiped away a tear of relief. She, Maniana, and the students from the academy all watched the restored tree, sharing in the moment of triumph. His task finally complete, the masked swordsman collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. His small, winged companion, Pena, floated nearby, observing that it seemed to be over. He managed a simple confirmation. She guessed that the ritual must have tired him out. He let out a breath, admitting that his mana had been completely siphoned and that even his ability to regenerate with saved mana had its limits. Pena then asked if the elf, Dorodio, would truly revive after 100 years. The swordsman's expression hardened as he explained the grim reality. Dorodio was merely a makeshift elf, with a life force considerably weaker than a true elf's. There was a high chance, he concluded, that the guard would simply perish once the ritual's effects wore off. He stumbles back, contemplating the distant future. Even on the off chance Dorodio survives and is released from a seal, he decides to let the people of 100 years from now deal with the consequences. As he processes his own callousness, Pena's disembodied head appears, calling his attitude half-assed. He internally retorts that he is neither a protagonist nor a heroine, but simply a villainous noble. Elsewhere, Lady Tierra expresses a similar sentiment to Ray Brave and Monica. She states plainly that she is not obligated to save the world, nor is she duty-bound to make villains mend their ways. With her declaration made, she turns and pulls Monica into a tight, emotional embrace, relieved that the immediate crisis is over. At the same time, a faint, satisfied smile spreads across Ray's face. He has enough on his plate, he thinks, just saving the mamas he has fallen for. His thoughts drift toward a peaceful home under a bright sun. Sometime later, his consciousness returns. He opens his eyes to find himself lying in a comfortable bed, sunlight streaming through a nearby window, and wonders where he is. A soft voice answers his unspoken question, and he looks up to see Lady Tiara's face. She gently confirms that he is awake. She explains that he must have been incredibly exhausted, telling him that he went out like a light right after the ritual was complete. Leaning over him with a playful smile, she welcomes him to what she calls Demonio's huge wonderland, leaving him staring up at her in stunned silence. In a recollection of events from before, the muscular warrior Galmo Rubor kneels in defeat. Before him stands the imposing, helmeted figure who bested him, confirming that their battle is indeed over. Galmo can only acknowledge the fearsome power he just faced. He looks up at his victor, offering thanks for saving his skin and promising to repay the favor one day. The helmeted figure, however, dismisses the sentiment, telling him not to concern himself with such things. Their intentions are suddenly made clear. The figure explains that handing Galmo over to the academy would have been irritating and that they will not rest until they dispose of him personally. As Galmo reacts in shock, the massive, fanged head of a hydra rises up behind him. The hydra lunges, its jaws gaping wide. The helmeted figure coldly addresses the doomed warrior by his full name, Garmo Dorodio, declaring that their organization has no need for sloppy mongrels like him as the beast begins to swallow him whole. He screams in disbelief, protesting that their organization has no rules or hierarchy. He questions how this can be happening, crying out that their leader, Mother, is supposed to accept and forgive everyone. The Hydra stands placidly before the helmeted figure, its meal consumed. In response to Galmo's desperate plea, the figure simply states, exactly. They elaborate on this point, explaining that it is precisely because of this lack of rules that Mother will surely forgive them for disposing of an incompetent subordinate. The Hydra remarks that dealing with Dorodio can wait, as he is practically dead now anyway. The helmeted figure agrees, satisfied that everything has proceeded according to Mother's wishes, and decides it is time to return and report. The scene shifts. Ray awakens with a start in a comfortable bed, a light sweat on his brow. He looks toward the window, where night has fallen, and realizes with a shock that he's been unconscious for an entire day. He asks about the others. By his bedside, Tiara reassures him, explaining that since it is already nighttime, everyone else is fast asleep. Beside him in the bed, Gelda sleeps soundly. Outside, the cleanup from the previous day's incident is underway. Ray Brave observes the collective effort, noting that everyone pitched in to clear the mess and provide aid to the injured. Among them, Maniana works tirelessly, hammering away at the wreckage with surprising force. The sound of her work echoes as debris crashes down around her, a testament to the scale of the destruction she is helping to clear. Meanwhile, Ray awakens in bed, feeling guilty for sleeping in and wishing he could have helped. Hearing this, Maniana freezes mid-swing, startled, considering his earnestness a delayed, but potent, attack on her composure. As he lies there, Tiara appears at his bedside, gently chiding him. She insists he should just rest, reminding him that he was the one who worked the hardest of all. She looks at him with sincere gratitude, calling him the hero of her village. If it weren't for him, she explains, both she and her home would have been helpless. He humbly dismisses her praise, claiming he hasn't done much. His modesty only deepens her emotion, and she clutches her chest, confessing she can't thank him enough for what he's done. She continues, clarifying that she merely plotted and schemed. The one who truly deserves praise for their noble heart and unconditional love, she insists, is him, the one who put his life on the line to protect the village and Tina. With a confident smile, he turns the praise back on her. The true hero, he declares, is actually her, Mama Tiara. His words catch her completely off guard, and a deep blush spreads across her face. Utterly flustered, she exclaims that he's being far too dashing, especially when he usually acts like an adorable baby. Overwhelmed by emotion, she presses herself against him, eliciting a startled cry from the surprised young man. Still recovering from their embrace, Ray listens as Tiara, her eyes closed in a gentle smile, explains her plans. She intends to hold a celebration the next day to appreciate everyone who fought so hard. Because of this, she insists he must rest now. She gently pushes him back onto the bed and begins to tuck him in, urging him to prepare himself. Flustered, he agrees to do as she says. As he settles into the bed, Tiara looks down at him, a question forming in her mind about the nature of the emotions she is feeling. She turns away and walks to the window, gazing out at the starry night. She reflects internally that she had long ago given up on humans. And yet, her thoughts drift back to a past love, a human she watched grow old and pass away, leaving her behind with his family. The memory reinforces her fear of being hurt by putting her trust in him again. Her gaze returns to the present, to the boy sleeping peacefully in the bed. She gently strokes his hair, admitting to herself that she can't help but find him unbearably endearing. This powerful feeling makes her wonder if these are the emotions of a mother, or perhaps she considers with a blush if they're feelings of love. She sits on the edge of the bed, watching over him. With a soft smile, she wishes her cute and dashing demo boy a good night. Leaning closer, her expression shifts to one of gentle intensity as she begins to whisper his name. His eye snaps open. A single bead of sweat forms as the whispered syllables of his name register in his mind, jolting him from his rest. He awoke to the sight of Tierra looming over him, her face flushed as she stammered in shock about his size. Her lips were pressed into a thin, nervous line, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down her cheek. He rubbed his eyes, groggily asking if it was Mama Tierra. Startled, she quickly insisted she was fine, her voice a flustered stammer as she called him Demonio Boy. Later, she found herself peeking out from behind a door, her face still warm with embarrassment. She realized with a sigh that this flustered reaction had become a conditioned response for her. The memory of a crying baby surfaced in her mind, a painful echo from her distant past. The scene shifts to a lively gathering, where Gloria and the other academy students mingle and enjoy themselves. At the party, Tierra savored a glass of wine with a contented smile. Nearby, Ray Brave cheerfully poured a drink for an unamused Demonio. After the festivities, the time came for farewells. Tierra waved goodbye to her fellow elves, while Demonio and the students from the academy stood on the steps of a nearby structure, watching them depart. As they watched the group leave, Dorodio remarked that it seemed he had left, advising her not to worry. Tierra, however, held a different thought, a faint smile playing on her lips as she mused to herself that she was sure they would meet again soon. A few days have passed since the students returned to the academy. Following their great feats in the Rest Village, a number of them have been rewarded with promotions. Ray, Rebecca, and Sakura have all advanced to Class C, while Tina and Monica's ranks in Class B remain unchanged. Meanwhile, in her office, the headmistress, Sagaro, speaks with Ray. She apologizes for not being able to offer him a more appropriate reward, noting that since she is already Class A, her own rank saw no changes. She elaborates, explaining that given his position as a student, it would be difficult to compensate him for his efforts in a more public manner. Nevertheless, she acknowledges that he is undoubtedly the one who achieved the greatest feats. He dismisses her concerns, stating that he didn't save the elves with the expectation of receiving something in return. Sagaro finds his attitude admirable and offers her help, telling him to simply say the word if there is anything he desires. She reinforces her offer with a promise, declaring that as the headmistress, she will do everything in her power for him. Ray considers this for a moment before responding. With a confident smile, he makes his request. He would like to take her to dinner, suggesting a restaurant with a lovely night view would be ideal. His unexpected proposition catches the headmistress completely off guard. She puffs a cheek in mild irritation before being rendered utterly speechless, her pipe dangling from her lips. After a moment of shock, she bursts into laughter. She tells him he says some very funny things, dismissing his invitation by referring to herself as a dried-up mature woman. Composing herself, she formally refuses his offer. She explains that her late husband in the heavens would surely scoff at her if she were to go out with a boy as young as her own grandson. Ray simply replies that it's a shame. As Sagaro turns to leave her office, she bids him farewell. After his departure, Headmistress Sagaro leans back with a knowing smile, taking a drag from her pipe. She muses to herself that the boy is truly something else. His spirits dampened by the rejection, he returns to the dormitory, muttering his disappointment. Pena, floating beside him, seems surprised, asking if he was genuinely upset about being turned down. He walks on, his thoughts shifting as Pena reminds him that they allowed the black-robed leader to escape. Ray dismisses the concern, confidently stating that it won't be a problem. His confidence stems from his knowledge of the original game. Pena recalls that the iron-masked figure, one of the antagonists, spent most of the story simply running away and reporting back to a figure called Mother, never engaging in battle until the very end. This passive behavior earned him the online moniker Iron Masked Reporter. He acknowledges that things won't necessarily follow the game's script perfectly, but considers the true identity of that particular enemy to be a major nuisance regardless. With that thought, he opens the door to his room. As the door swings inward, he is met with the sight of a woman in a state of undress, who lets out a sharp cry of surprise. He freezes instantly, his face flushing with shock and embarrassment at the unexpected scene. His eyes widen as he recognizes the woman, crying out her name in disbelief. Mama Rosa. She, in turn, is utterly mortified, her hands flying to her blushing cheeks as she apologizes for him having to see her in such an immodest state. A short while later, with Rosa now properly dressed, they sit at a table. She explains that after asking some students for directions, they showed her all the way to his room. Because the walk had made her sweaty, she had decided to change. Having composed himself after the initial shock, Ray sips his drink and asks his adoptive mother what brings her to the academy. She holds up a letter, explaining that she received a notification from the academy about an event happening next week. Though it's still a few days away, she figured she would take the rare opportunity to stay in the royal capital until it begins. With a joyful laugh, she spreads her arms wide, declaring that this means she'll be able to spend time with him, with Demonio. Her excitement manifests as she playfully spins him around in an imaginary field of flowers. He steadies himself, a look of realization dawning on his face as he confirms her statement. His mind connects the dots. He knows that after the events in the Elven Village, the next major story arc begins. It is the Academy Fighting Tournament arc. He recalls the game's lore, a classic event in an academy setting where all the students, including the protagonist and heroines, fight to claim first place. It was a massive event, drawing large crowds of outside guests to the Academy's Coliseum. And naturally, he remembers the students' guardians were among those guests. This was why the player base had a special name for this chapter. Elsewhere, Paina sweats nervously, drafting a letter of confession to the elves for destroying their storehouse. A sudden, sharp realization cuts through Ray's thoughts. His eyes narrow as he recalls the true name of this chapter from the game's story, the Class Observation Arc. He remembers now why players had given it that particular name. It was the arc where many mothers, powerful and influential figures like Gloria, the Veiled Lady Tiara, and even his own mother, Rosa, all converged on the Academy. The memory solidifies, showing a flood of other matriarchs, from royalty to distant nobility, all flocking to the school. This influx of powerful women created a uniquely chaotic and dangerous scenario, one that his disguised persona would have to navigate. At the Noblessa Academy, preparations are underway for the fighting tournament, a grand event that serves as both a student competition and a formal ceremony for the nobility. Due to its significance, the tournament is expected to attract all sorts of high-profile individuals from foreign lands, drawing them to the Academy grounds. This gathering of power, naturally, means that malice and conspiracies will also fester, as evidenced by a viscous poison being secretly applied to a royal crown. Meanwhile, in the time leading up to the event, the Academy is bustling with activity as students train rigorously for the upcoming battles. For these students, the voluntary tournament is a prime chance to display their skills, as their achievements will directly influence their grades and overall standing. During one such training session, a powerful blast of energy goes wide, hurtling uncontrollably toward an unsuspecting female student nearby. Her eyes widen in shock as the attack closes in, a frantic voice yelling for her to watch out. In an instant, Demonio appears in front of her, intercepting the blast with a swirl of dark power that harmlessly dissipates the threat. He earns a quiet thank you from the girl he just saved. Recognizing him, she notes that she's heard a lot about the highly skilled first year, confirming his identity as Demonio. She introduces herself as Brigid, a second year, and with a warm smile, asks if he would like to have tea with her later as a way of thanking him for saving her. Demonio holds up a hand, politely but firmly declining the invitation. He insists that he is fine. His refusal surprises Brigid. Nearby, other female students observe, with one noting how steadfast he is, musing that not even the cutest girl could charm him. Her friends agree, commenting that it's as if girls aren't even on his mind, and that he wouldn't fall for such a cheap seduction tactic, finding his nonchalant attitude quite lovely. He walks across the Academy grounds, unconcerned by the attention. From a balcony above, two men watch his departure. One remarks that there is still much they don't know about his true abilities, and that he is looking forward to Demonio's feats in the tournament. Elsewhere, in a garden gazebo, Rosa Tridal lets out a weary sigh, remarking on how busy she is due to a surprising number of invitations. It is explained that the fighting tournament also has a social side, where nobles and guardians gather in the royal capital of the night before to strengthen their bonds. She takes a sip of tea, her expression turning serious. She notes that Her Majesty the Queen will be attending, and, as the representative of the House of Tridor, she must carry herself with dignity to avoid sullying their name. Her thoughts then turn to Demonio. She enthusiastically promises to cheer for him, declaring that her support is as effective as that of 100 people. Overwhelmed, he can only mutter her name in response. Later, he processes this information, asking why the Queen is attending instead of the King. Rosa explains that the nation, the Kingdom of Gran Real, is a monarchy in name only, as its current ruler is a timid and weak-willed man. Because of the King's nature, he hardly ever engages in political affairs. Therefore, the court is run by the Queen, a woman described as fearless, with extensive knowledge and wisdom. She is, in other words, the true king of the kingdom. This absolute power is symbolized by an image of her with the king leashed at her feet. He finally understands the immense pressure on the students. If one can catch the fancy of the Queen, their entire family is guaranteed to climb the ranks and prosper. Elsewhere, in a lavishly appointed room, a woman with long, flowing, light-colored hair steps out of a steaming bath. This is Queen Guard, the central figure of the upcoming fighting tournament. As she emerges, her thoughts drift to the student competition, recalling that it is held around this time of year. An attendant with short hair, dressed in a sharp, formal uniform, approaches with a towel to dry her back. The attendant asks what her intentions are regarding the event. With a faint, confident smile, the Queen replies that she will, of course, take part. Her expression turns more thoughtful as she elaborates on her decision. She explains that it is a necessity. She must make regular appearances before her people, after all. Within a grand bathing chamber, Queen Motherguard reflects on her royal obligations. She muses that she must once again fulfill her duties and work for the good of her people. Her attendant, the princess's secretary Keel, approaches with a tray of folded garments. Keel politely reminds the queen that she has forgotten her clothes, though she also notes that the queen is already wearing something. In response, the queen splashes water playfully, a mischievous grin on her face. She asks Keel if she can truly see through her, boasting that her own beauty and authority are so divine they are blinding. She continues her rhetorical question, wondering what more she could possibly wear when her own radiance serves as its own magnificent attire. Guard smirks, declaring that a true king has no need for clothes. Unimpressed, Keel stares back with a stern expression and insists that she get dressed. The queen, however, seems entirely unconcerned, humming to herself as she imagines being surrounded by a flock of tiny, adoring birds. The scene shifts away from the queen's chambers to the towering spires of the Noblesse Magic Academy, as a thought about a lack of reverence hangs in the air. Meanwhile, on the academy grounds, Rosa Tridal walks with Demonio. She asks him if it's truly all right for him to be spending so much time with her, especially with the tournament fast approaching. He dismisses her worries with a confident smile, explaining that spending this important time with her is also a form of training. In the background, a memory or vision shows Rosa diligently practicing her swordsmanship. He continues his encouragement, telling her to aim for nothing less than victory in the tournament. Rosa looks up at him, her expression filled with warmth and gratitude. He watched a trio of finely dressed men, his gaze narrowing with intensity. The blond man at their center smiled, remarking on his audacity, but acknowledging it was to be expected from a member of the Tridal family. As he walked forward with Rosa, she bowed her head slightly, murmuring a formal greeting for their first meeting. The blond man's group observed their approach. He noted aloud that for someone at the top of the third-year rankings, Demonio was surprisingly humble. He maintained a pleasant demeanor, stating that such an attitude was favorable before formally introducing himself as LC Joshua de Grand Real, the first prince of the nation. Demonio glanced at Rosa, questioning if the man was truly the first prince. She confirmed his identity, but added a crucial detail. He was the son of a concubine, not the queen, and it was the second prince who was the heir apparent. Prince ALC then approached, placing a hand on Demonio's shoulder. He offered patronizing encouragement, saying that while it's fine to dream, he should simply do his best to aim for the top ranks. Rosa stepped forward, addressing the prince directly. With a polite smile, she introduced herself as Demonio's mother, Rosa. The prince's expression shifted slightly. He acknowledged her, stating that he had heard the rumors in high society about her becoming the second wife of the Tridal family a few years ago. His polite mask slipped away in his thoughts, replaced by a cruel, knowing smirk. He privately labeled her a gold-digging country girl. Rosa's composure faltered as she looked down, the prince's words echoing the painful whispers of her past, how a fallen noble family, on the brink of ruin, had sold their daughter to the wealthy Tridals to ensure their survival. As the tension lingered, Prince ALC's companions murmured in agreement. One remarked that, now that it was mentioned, she did seem quite unrefined. Another added that he could faintly detect the scent of the countryside about her. The prince continued his condescending speech, turning his attention to Demonio. He commented on what a difficult position Demonio must be in, having to endure such a crude woman for a mother. His words finally struck a nerve. Demonio's face fell in a shadow, his voice dangerously low as he asked, "Is that all you wanted to say?" Before he could escalate the situation, Rosa placed a gentle hand on his arm. She calmly advised that it is better to say more, especially words of gratitude to friends and family. Her intervention failed to quell his rage. A terrifying, dark aura erupted from Demonio as he roared that the prince's words were his last will and testament. The royal party recoiled as Rosa cried out his name in alarm. She immediately threw her arms around him, physically restraining him with all her might. Her desperate plea to stop snapped him from his fury, his eyes wide with shock at her action. Having successfully calmed her son, Rosa turned back to the prince and performed a graceful curtsy. She thanked his highness for his words of encouragement, humbly agreeing that she was still an unrefined woman from the country. She looked up, her face lit with a bright, unwavering smile. She promised to work hard to quickly become accustomed to the ways of the capital. Nearby, two noble women gossiped with glee. They whispered about how the current Lady Tridal was just a pretty ornament for her husband and how satisfying it was to see her put in her place. Demonio, now depicted as a small, tearful figure, trembled with anger at the insult his mother endured. He looked toward her with concern, but she simply turned and offered a gentle, reassuring smile. She told him not to worry, explaining that she is fine because she is different now from the person she used to be. She smiled, her confidence unwavering. As long as her son was on her side, she declared she wouldn't be bothered by what anyone else said. From a distance, the masked swordsman watched with a grim expression. He noted that Prince ALC had been accumulating animosity for some time. His small companion floated beside him, looking on with surprise. In the original story, the final antagonist of the martial arts tournament arc was the first prince, ALC. He wore a self-satisfied smirk, the very picture of arrogance. This plot, however, was far more sinister than a simple tournament victory. ALC was secretly conspiring with another nation, and behind the scenes of the competition, they were executing a plan to assassinate the princess. The scheme involved a grim scene. A noble woman, seemingly poisoned, slumped lifelessly over a table. A dark conspiracy brewed in the shadows of the upcoming fighting tournament. The targeted assassination of the queen. The masked swordsman reflected on his hidden knowledge of this world's predetermined path, a timeline where the monarch was fated to die at the conclusion of these very events. His entire purpose was to upend that tragic destiny, having meticulously laid out countermeasures in preparation for the tournament. Yet, his current reality sharply contrasted with those grim preparations. Instead of rigorous training, he found himself staring at a sun-drenched pool where the young hero splashed playfully in the water, surrounded by laughing girls in a chaotic, carefree display. He collapsed forward, his face hitting the ground in sheer exasperation as he internally questioned what kind of fresh hell he had stumbled into. The absurdity had begun a few hours prior. The young hero had approached him, excitedly describing a specially made pool infused with a unique water spell, designed to train a person's mana simply through movement within its waters. The boy elaborated, explaining that while the facility was typically reserved for senior students, their group had been granted special access as a reward for resolving the recent crisis in the elven village. Unimpressed, the swordsman turned his back, flatly telling the boy to do his best and dismissing the conversation as trivial. But the young hero quickly called out, urging him to wait. His expression hardened into one of deep resolve. He confessed that their recent battles had painfully exposed his own weakness, declaring a desperate need to grow significantly stronger to face the trials ahead. With unwavering earnestness, he pleaded for the masked warrior to personally train them. In the distance, the retreating swordsman merely let out a bewildered sigh at the sudden request. Now, back in the present, the palm trees swayed gently in the warm breeze, a tranquil backdrop to the chaotic training session that had somehow come to pass. Having agreed to oversee the training, Demonio lies face down on the poolside deck, utterly overwhelmed. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierces the tranquil air. The cause of the commotion is Ray, whose erratic magic triggers a massive, surging wave that crashes directly over Rebecca, Monica, and Sakura. The magical blast leaves the three girls completely drenched, their swimwear compromised by the sudden impact. They shriek in a mix of shock and profound embarrassment. Furious, they scramble out of the water, relentlessly chasing after a panicked Ray. He desperately insists the blast was an accident as they brandish their fists, loudly branding him a pervert. Watching the chaotic display takes a physical toll on Demonio. He hunches over a bucket, violently ill, while his small, round companion hovers in concern and Paina gently rubs his back to soothe him. He rationalizes his intense nausea as a severe rejection reaction. Mentally lamenting his ordinary sensibilities, he realizes his body simply cannot handle the overwhelming, chaotic energy of these reckless youths. Approaching the ailing instructor, Ray offers a sheepish apology for the trouble. Noting the older man's pale complexion, the young swordsman urges him not to push himself and to get some rest. Brushing off the boy's concern, the instructor straightens his coat and recovers his composure. With a sharp rustle, he pulls out a thick stack of documents and shoves them into his students' hands, declaring that they have more important matters to attend to. The girls gather around to inspect the documents, their previous anger entirely forgotten. They marvel at the meticulous details. Their instructor has accurately listed every single one of their individual strengths and weaknesses, providing precise, tailored methods to improve their skills. The young swordsman beamed, expressing his genuine gratitude for the careful observation and guidance. The dark-haired man in the heavy coat merely stared back, internally exhausted by the sheer amount of effort he had already poured into leveling up this very hero in his past life. Unaware of his internal exhaustion, the young woman waded into the cool water of the pool, remarking on their mentor's surprisingly kind nature. Her companion agreed, noting that despite a personality that often invited misunderstanding, the man possessed an undeniably strong sense of justice. Watching from the shade of a nearby umbrella, the small, floating companion voiced a lingering doubt. It questioned why they couldn't simply defeat the malicious prince right away to prevent the impending assassination plot entirely. He shook his head, explaining that the prince was merely a cog guiding a much larger scheme. Removing him wouldn't halt the inevitable. Standing up, he resolved to do everything in his power to prepare before the queen's arrival at the academy. With a sharp gesture toward the water, he abruptly initiated their next lesson. A complex magic circle flared to life beneath the surface, catching the two students completely off guard and sending them flailing in a sudden panic. As the chaotic splashing continued, the floating creature nervously asked if it was truly wise to leave them to their own devices. Retreating back under the shade, he simply muttered that he was going to get some much-needed rest. Night fell over the tranquil resort, casting long shadows across the water. Lounging on a chair, he let out a heavy sigh of relief, grumbling to himself about finally escaping the hellish ordeal of triggering a cliché swimsuit event straight out of the original game's plot. His frustration boiled over into a silent, impassioned rant. He mentally criticized the sheer absurdity of modern, revealing swimwear existing in a medieval fantasy setting, blaming the unseen creators for prioritizing cheap fan service over any semblance of historical authenticity. His bitter musings were abruptly cut short. He jolted upright, eyes wide with confusion, as the surrounding palm trees suddenly burst in a brilliant, unexpected illumination. The source of the disturbance revealed itself as the three young women approached, now clad in the revealing swimwear he had apparently procured for them. Bathed in the artificial light of the night pool, they playfully teased him about his questionable rental choices, their confident smiles cutting through the quiet evening. She stood alongside the others, their revealing swimwear illuminated by the night pool's glow. The winged woman playfully chided the young man, pointing out that he should have invited them if he planned on taking a late-night swim. Overwhelmed by the sight, he wept tears of pure joy, internally declaring that these forced swimsuit events were the absolute best thing to ever happen to him. He soon settled into a lounge chair beside the winged woman, both of them sipping refreshing drinks as they enjoyed the tranquil atmosphere of the illuminated water. The peace was momentarily broken when the red-haired girl splashed into the pool, playfully tossing a beach ball in his direction. His attention was abruptly stolen by a sudden wardrobe malfunction in the water. He stared in flustered shock as the winged woman scrambled to cover herself, leaving him to wonder if the slip had been entirely accidental. Pushing the embarrassment aside, he finally joined them in the pool. The group spent the rest of the evening splashing and playing under the night sky, fully embracing the unexpected leisure time. While he enjoyed the brief respite, his thoughts drifted to the looming events ahead. Elsewhere, a massive, circular arena stood empty, waiting for the inevitable clashes that were being secretly orchestrated. The time for relaxation abruptly ended as daylight broke. Bright fireworks exploded over the Grand Coliseum, signaling the official start of the highly anticipated fighting tournament. The academy grounds buzzed with anticipation as students gathered for the annual ceremony. Standing before the crowd, the instructor, Sagaro, addressed her students. Foregoing overly formal pleasantries, she encouraged them to compete to their heart's content in the name of the Noblesse Magic Academy. With a dramatic sweep of her arm, she officially declared the start of the fighting tournament. Down in the arena, the first clashes of steel and magic erupted, drawing the attention of the young swordsman, Ray, who watched the opening bouts with quiet focus. The structure of the event was grueling. The first and second days were dedicated to the playoffs, a chaotic series of random matchups designed to whittle down the competitors before the main tournament commenced on the third day. The stakes for reaching those finals were incredibly high. On that third day, the queen herself would visit the academy, and the finalists would be granted the rare honor of a private audience with her. Walking away from the arena, he calculated his next moves. He knew he had to breeze through the playoffs. Thwarting the impending assassination attempt required him to get close to the queen, making victory an absolute necessity. His strategic thoughts were suddenly derailed as he spotted three elegant figures walking ahead of him. The distinct silhouettes of a dark dress, flowing light hair, and a traditional floral kimono caught his eye. His eyes widened in absolute awe, his stoic demeanor instantly vanishing. He recognized them immediately, mentally screaming in excitement at the sight of the distinguished mothers of his classmates. A torrent of detailed trivia flooded his mind as he obsessed over their backgrounds, from traditional clothing to hidden hobbies. Beside him, his small, round companion's sweat dropped, begging him to stop the rapid-fire internal monologue. Unaware of the intense scrutiny, the three women turned slightly. Nada Flurin maintained a cool composure. Canela Mansarsa elegantly held a decorative fan, and Marino Fujimiya offered a gentle, knowing smile. The young swordsman clenched his fist in sheer delight, celebrating the wonder of class observation day that brought such a flock of mothers to the academy. His reverie was abruptly interrupted when a familiar voice called out to him, addressing him by his masked moniker. He barely had time to process the interruption before a familiar figure rushed toward him. Lady Tierra, her long hair flowing and a bright smile on her face, closed the distance with enthusiastic, heavy steps, delighted to see him after so long. The elf woman's maternal aura was so overwhelming it practically manifested around her. She cradled a small infant, cooing softly, leaving the onlookers utterly bewildered by the sudden display of pure motherly affection. Caught in the bizarre momentum, he found himself holding the child next. Surprisingly, he adapted instantly, offering a confident, charming smile that seemed to win the infant over without a second thought. Watching the two of them stroll away in perfect, domestic harmony, a nearby horned girl swallowed her words. She realized with a heavy sweat that attempting to make a sarcastic quip about the absurd situation would only mean admitting utter defeat. Stopping their stroll, Tierra turned to him with genuine warmth. She promised to cheer for him just as fiercely as she would for her own daughter, urging him to give the tournament his absolute all. Touched by her support, he bowed his head slightly, vowing to do his very best. Her demeanor suddenly shifted from motherly to something far more intimate. Leaning in close enough for him to feel her breath against his ear, she whispered a private invitation, reminding him that she was staying at the exact same hotel as their last encounter, and that he was welcome to visit whenever he pleased. The tender moment was shattered by a sudden, chilling voice cutting through the air. A shadow fell over the courtyard as a new arrival demanded to know exactly what his relationship was with the elf woman. He turned to see Rosa standing there, a terrifyingly sweet smile plastered across her face. Despite her elegant posture, her aura was undeniably hostile as she delivered a thinly veiled insult, loudly noting that his elven companion seemed awfully advanced in her years. The tension between the two women instantly spiked as they faced off. Rosa continued her verbal assault, questioning Tiara's capabilities as a mother figure and mockingly expressing concern over whether someone so seemingly young could properly raise a child. Unfazed by the sharp provocation, Tiara simply closed her eyes and offered a serene, unbothered smile. With a sickeningly sweet tone, she countered the insult by casually offering to take over his maternal care entirely, whenever Rosa felt she was no longer up to the task. Her rival, Rosa, offered a sickly sweet smile, dismissing the elf's concerns. With dripping condescension, the noblewoman advised her to spend her remaining years focusing on herself rather than meddling with other people's children. Watching the two women exchange veiled barbs while maintaining their cheerful facades, Ray observed with a drop of sweat sliding down his face. He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer blindness of anyone who might think they were actually hitting it off. He quickly glanced at a nearby clock, realizing the tournament was about to begin. Announcing his departure, he turned and sprinted down the paved path, leaving the feuding mothers behind as they called out their farewells. They waved after him, their competitive smiles never faltering. Rosa wished her demo boy the best of luck, while Tiara warmly reminded him to stay safe and avoid injury. As he made his way across the campus grounds, his attention was drawn to another family gathering. He spotted Rebecca standing with a well-dressed older couple, presumably her parents, chatting amiably under the trees. She waved goodbye as her parents departed. A male classmate approached her, casually remarking on how kind and gentle her folks appear to be. Staring toward the towering walls of the Colosseum, she let out a soft sigh. She admitted that their kindness was their only redeeming quality, bluntly criticizing their abysmal sense of business and management. Her expression softened into a wry, almost melancholic smile. She confessed that their financial incompetence had reduced her noble house to poverty for years, making her enrollment at the prestigious academy nothing short of a miracle. The young swordsman continued his walk toward the arena, silently absorbing her revelation. The weight of her struggles lingered in his mind as the massive structure loomed ahead. He stepped into the bustling stadium, where the atmosphere was electric with anticipation. Students chattered excitedly among themselves, eagerly awaiting the start of Demonio's highly anticipated first match. While the young swordsman prepared for his bout, two of his mothers watched proudly from the stands, discussing his undeniable reputation as the sole favorite to win the first-year tournament. He made his way up the stone steps toward the arena, gripping a standard academy blade. Beside him, his small, floating companion voiced its confusion, questioning why he continually refused to wield its true, cursed form during official school activities. He calmly reasoned that relying on such an overpowered weapon would be unfair, hoping his restraint would guarantee an easy breeze through the playoffs. However, his hopes were dashed when a sinister chuckle echoed from the shadows ahead, as his opponent eagerly anticipated fighting Demonio in the opening match. Stepping out into the blinding light of the Colosseum, he was greeted by his challenger. The rival student stood with his sword drawn, declaring his overwhelming joy at finally getting an opportunity to exact his long-awaited revenge. Caught completely off guard by the intense declaration, his eyes widened in sheer shock as he struggled to even recognize the vengeful figure standing before him. Meanwhile, up in the spectator seating, Rosa leaned forward in surprise as the arena announcers requested that all student guardians move to the front row to witness the unfolding spectacle. The arena erupts with the official declaration to begin a match. From the stands, Monica clasps her hands together, her face etched with worry as she calls out a desperate cheer for her friend. Far below her, the dark-haired swordsman stands perfectly still, his blade drawn and the small, round creature resting quietly on his shoulder. Across from him, the eldest son of the Carmes family brandishes his own weapon, loudly complaining about how his illustrious name had been dragged through the mud. His blonde opponent's face twists into a boastful sneer. He puffs out his chest, demanding to know if his adversary is trembling in fear at the sheer presence of a Carmes. Gripping his sword hilt tighter, the noble continues his taunts, asking if the silence is born of nervousness. His target merely stares back, his expression utterly blank, barely registering the arrogant display. Frustrated by the lack of reaction, he thrusts his hand forward. A complex, glowing magic circle materializes in the air before him as he roars that he will settle their score right here and now. With a dramatic shout, he unleashes an advanced fire spell. A barrage of blazing, magical arrows erupts from the circle, streaking across the arena directly toward his adversary. The fiery projectiles explode against the arena floor, sending up plumes of smoke, but his target casually steps aside, completely unscathed. Up in the stands, the other students murmur in awe at the display of advanced magic, praising the renowned power of the Carmes bloodline. Unfazed by the flashy attacks, he effortlessly weaves through the subsequent strikes. He notes the sloppy control and lack of speed, realizing the noble is merely putting on a desperate, flashy show for the audience. In a blur of motion, he vanishes from sight and reappears directly behind the noble. He raises his hand, ready to deliver a decisive, match-ending blow to the back of his opponent's neck, just as a shrill voice echoes from the crowd. His hand freezes mid-strike as a woman screams from the stands, her face contorted in frantic support, guaranteeing that her child will absolutely win. The sudden, piercing cry breaks the swordsman's concentration, causing him to look up in sheer bewilderment. He effortlessly sidesteps the flashy, magical assault. As Aniray lunges forward with a desperate, sweeping strike, the dark-haired swordsman simply shifts his weight, letting the attack sail harmlessly past. The sudden movement draws a frantic cry from the stands. A noblewoman, her face contorted in panic, screams for her son's safety, her voice piercing the arena's noise. The desperate plea gives him pause. He stares at his opponent, a sudden, heavy realization washing over him. Even someone as arrogant as Aniray has a mother who loves him, who poured her heart into raising him. The thought of striking down a child in front of their mother makes his grip loosen. Misinterpreting the hesitation, Aniray bursts into arrogant laughter. He mocks the sudden stillness, boasting of his own superiority as he prepares another magical projectile, completely oblivious to the mercy he was just shown. Annoyed by the continued screaming from the stands, the arrogant student turns and viciously snaps at his own mother, ordering her to shut up. In that split second of disrespect, the swordsman's demeanor shifts. His hesitation vanishes, replaced by cold resolve as he pulls his fist back. With a swift, brutal motion, he drives his fist directly into Aniray's face. The impact sends the arrogant noble reeling backward, his mother's horrified shriek echoing as he collapses to the arena floor. Up in the spectator seating, Rosa clasps her hands together, a serene and proud smile gracing her lips. Around her, the other students murmur in awe, noting that the match was decided with a single, barehanded strike, proving the vast difference in their skill levels. High above the arena floor, observing from a private balcony, a blonde-haired companion notes the impressive victory, suggesting the dark-haired boy will easily advance to the main tournament. Beside him, Prince ALC watches with a cool, unreadable expression. The prince dismisses the spectacle with a slight turn of his head. He states flatly that the tournament is merely a sideshow, a trivial distraction that holds no real importance to his grander plans. His companion agrees with a sly smile, noting that the distraction will make it easier for them to move in the shadows. The two turn their backs on the cheering arena, walking down the dimly lit corridor to continue their hidden agenda. He envisioned the current queen, his thoughts darkening with ambition. If he could just eliminate that nuisance, the throne would undoubtedly be his. A sinister smirk crept across his face as he walked alongside his loyal companion, his treacherous plans finally taking shape in the shadows of the tournament. Elsewhere on the academy grounds, Demonio strolled with his small, floating companion, piecing together the royal conspiracy. He deduced that if the current queen bore a son, the child of the concubine would lose his standing as the first prince, which perfectly explained the recent assassination attempts. His train of thought was interrupted when he spotted a woman struggling down the path, her arms wrapped around an overflowing woven basket of bread. Stepping forward, he effortlessly took the heavy load from her hands. She offered a warm, grateful smile, touched that a young student would go out of his way to help an older woman like her. He returned her smile with a charming grin, assuring her it was no trouble at all. But as he looked closer, his expression suddenly froze in sheer disbelief. Oblivious to his shock, she casually mentioned that she had been hired as temporary help just for the tournament, noting how surprisingly demanding the chores were. Demonio, meanwhile, was paralyzed, his mind racing as he recognized her exact appearance from his past life's memories. His eyes darted downward, taking in her incredibly generous proportions, confirming his unbelievable suspicion. She looked exactly as she did in his visions of this world. As she turned her back to continue her work, cheerfully remarking on the massive appetites of the academy students, the realization hit him like a physical blow. He never expected to encounter this specific person here. She glanced back over her shoulder with a radiant, youthful smile, praising the energy of the young students. Demonio's jaw dropped in absolute awe, his mind screaming at the sheer, undeniable beauty of a supposedly ordinary background mother. In the world of the game, she was a mere mob character, known affectionately as the Mob Mama. She appeared only once in a single event image during the martial arts tournament, with no name and barely any dialogue, before vanishing completely. But now, she stands before the masked swordsman, a complete, if unnamed, character. Her popularity among some players stemmed from her classic, comforting design and lines that seem to hint at a deeper meaning. As she smiles warmly, the reasons for this fondness are clear. She encourages the swordsman, asking if he's participating in the tournament and telling him to eat well and do his best. He smiles, clearly enjoying the attention from this beloved figure. His small companion, Pena, is stunned. It exclaims in disbelief that the Mob Mama is talking so much, when in the game, she only had 3 lines of dialogue. It also notes that she ate the entire special large portion of food, marveling at the appetite of young people. Pena continues its outburst, questioning what the swordsman is even saying. The maid, however, simply maintains her pleasant, unwavering smile. The swordsman watches her go, while Pena insists that there's no way to know if she's really a mama. He tells it to be quiet, thinking to himself that with her design, it's common sense that she must be one. He seems content with this conclusion. As he and Pena walk away, he reflects internally. He admits that he is very curious about the mob mama, but at the same time, he feels a strange desire to simply admire her from a safe, appropriate distance. Pena asks if he was really okay with not asking for her name. The swordsman confesses that he has a peculiar wish for her to remain a simple mob character. He feels it would be wrong for him to be the one to cross that line. Pena bluntly calls him a mental case. Elsewhere, the maid's cheerful facade drops. Her expression becomes shadowed and serious as she stands alone in a vast, empty hall. Her eyes narrow with sharp focus, her previous warmth gone. A single, determined thought echoes in her mind. I have successfully infiltrated the academy. The narrative shifts to the ongoing tournament, where the masked swordsman, competing under the name Demonio Tridal, has been steadily advancing through the preliminaries. His latest opponent, a third-year student named Zach, ranked 5th in his class, screams in utter frustration after his swift defeat. The battle had been a stark display of mismatched power. Zach had conjured a massive Great Stone Jaw, an advanced earth magic spell. In response, the masked swordsman simply invoked a beginner-level dark magic, Shadow Blade, and with a single, precise motion, sliced cleanly through the formidable stone construct. He stood calmly amidst the shattered remains of his opponent's spell. Zach could only stare back, his face a mask of utter disbelief at the effortless counter. His shock was mirrored in the stands, where the crowd erupted with questions. Ray and the other students couldn't comprehend what they had just witnessed, wondering aloud how a beginner's spell could possibly shatter an advanced one. The final blow was swift, ending the match decisively. Watching from a privileged balcony, Prince ALC and an academy official analyzed the feat. They concluded that the swordsman had focused his magic to its absolute limit to enhance the blade's cutting power, demonstrating a level of magical refinement far beyond that of his peers. Overwhelmed and utterly outclassed, Zach conceded defeat. From the announcer's box, the call was made. The match was over. The official result was declared. Demonio Tridal was the winner. Having won all his preliminary matches, he had secured his place in the main tournament. The crowd murmured in awe, acknowledging that he had completely overpowered the 5th-ranked third year, a clear display of a vast difference in skill. His victory drew varied reactions from the influential spectators. Maniana noted that his use of a beginner spell was what made the feat so impressive. The Horned Woman and an academy official agreed that his abilities had already surpassed the student level. Lady Tierra proudly identified him as the famed prodigy of the Tridal family, while Rosa and Demonio's father beamed, convinced he had a real chance at winning it all. Elsewhere, Granny Cigarro mused on the future with uncanny foresight. She knew the established pattern. The main tournament would be thrown into chaos by an assassination attempt on the queen, instigated by the first prince, causing the competition to be cancelled. She felt a twinge of regret for Rosa and the others, knowing it would be difficult for the masked swordsman to show them his victory. That night, the masked swordsman rested, but his thoughts were not on victory. His true objective was singular: to prevent the queen's assassination. To do that, he understood he needed to remain in the main tournament and find a way to get close to her during the inevitable chaos. His concern was directed at Queen Guard, who, at that moment, wore a confident, almost predatory smile. It was known that she would be visiting the academy that very evening. She was aware that only those who remained in the main tournament would be granted proximity to her. From a high vantage point, an observer noted their intention to use the masked swordsman, whom they had trained, as an escort, seeing it as a perfect opportunity. In the arena below, another match reached its conclusion. The victor was declared, Grebrancis. He raised his sword in triumph while his opponent, the game's original hero Ray Brave, knelt in defeat, his fist trembling with frustration. This outcome sent a jolt of pure shock through Ray. He stared, utterly dumbfounded, as his companion Pena floated beside him in concern. The one person who was supposed to win and protect the queen had just been eliminated. This was not how the story was supposed to go. For him, it was a game over. The outcome was unthinkable. Game over. For Ray, this was a complete deviation from script. The protagonist was never supposed to lose in the preliminaries. He had been operating under the assumption that Ray Brave would advance. He confronts Ray, demanding to know what happened as Rebecca looks on. His composure breaks as he grabs Ray by the uniform, shouting about the absurdity of a protagonist losing in the preliminaries and calling him a useless lolicon. Ray can only apologize, explaining that he had received special training from Demonio. He continues, recalling how he had practiced the technique he was taught over and over again in preparation for the preliminary rounds. However, despite all his practice, he found that he simply could not control it properly. As Ray speaks, a realization dawns on Ray. He had taught Ray a cheat skill, one exclusive to the protagonist and meant to be used only in the late stages of the game. He suddenly wonders if that was the cause of the failure. Ray confirms his suspicion, explaining that while he could manage to use the skill at his current proficiency level, it seemed to have actually made him weaker. Beside Ray, The small companion, Paina, trembles at the thought. Rei places a reassuring hand on Rei's shoulder, telling him not to worry about it. He states that there is no shame in a defeat that results from challenging oneself and apologizes for not being able to meet his expectations. Rei looks up, touched by the kindness, thinking that Demonio is a good person after all. Rei, flustered, feels he did something a little bad. With the preliminaries concluded, the 8 remaining contestants, including Rei, Iner, and Sagaro, are gathered. It is noted that all of them, except for Rei, are third-year students. That evening, they are led to the Academy guest house for an audience with the Queen. As the group proceeds down a long, carpeted hallway, Gloria sternly instructs them to be on their best behavior and show no disrespect. The person they're about to meet is Her Majesty the Queen, a woman described as both magnificent and grand, whose regal presence commands the space. She appears before them. Queen Guard, a tall, imposing figure with long, light-colored hair and a confident smile. As the others stare, awestruck, Rei looks on with intense focus. He has finally met her, Guard Mama. He and the other contestants stood before Guard Mirabelle Bain de Grand Real, the Queen of Grand Real and the country's de facto ruler, whose sharp gaze swept over them. Her origins were not blessed, but with rare beauty, a sharp mind, and a bold disposition as her weapons, she had risen to become the most powerful woman in the kingdom. As she sat upon her throne, Rei recalled that in the original story, she was a minor character who only appeared in this chapter. Despite this, she was immensely popular with some players, especially him. The Queen idly touched a new necklace. Her attendant, Keel, asked how it felt, but Guard dismissed it as uncomfortable and a nuisance, deciding to simply throw it away. Iner Carmes protested, explaining it was an expensive gift from his family. Unimpressed, the Queen declared it pointless to wear a dull stone that shone less brightly than herself, proclaiming that her own radiance was more dazzling than any jewel. Her disdain for such finery quickly extended to her attire. She began to remove her ornate dress, stating she had no need for it, but Keel rushed forward, insisting that she must remain clothed. As her attendant struggled to keep her dressed, Rei watched with a knowing look. He recognized this behavior instantly. It was just as the story foretold. Guard Mama's core value was that being naked was the truest formal wear. Having been restrained, the Queen regained her composure and addressed the students. She told the Academy's elite that she looked forward to the main tournament and expected them to fight in a way that would not bring shame upon the king. Later, at a formal dinner, Keel performed her duties as food taster. She took a small bite from a plate before casting a shimmering spell of detection magic over the meal to check for poison. With the food deemed safe, she presented the plate to the Queen. As they sat at the table, Iner Carmes turned to the Queen's attendant and remarked on how difficult her position must be. She sat before a chessboard, a wry smile playing on her lips as she considered her position. To achieve her current status as queen, she had systematically crushed every political opponent who stood in her way. Her hand hovered over the pieces, each one a memory of a vanquished foe. Petty rivals jealous of a woman's ascent, old guards clinging to their vested interests, and the general refuse of the court. She had confronted and swept them all away. Taking a slow sip from her glass, she acknowledged the price of her ambition. Such a path had inevitably earned her a great many enemies, both within the kingdom and beyond its borders. Her gaze hardened slightly as she returned to the present moment. She remarked that on outings like this, one must be especially vigilant against the threat of assassination. In response to her concern, Iner Carmes offered a confident smile. He declared that should any such insolent person appear, he would personally vanquish them, staking the very honor of the Grand Real royal family on his word. His bold promise hung in the air. The Queen called him a reliable nephew, but Rei, knowing the true story, found the conversation intensely nerve-wracking. He kept his composure, but internally noted that the truth was a far more complex and needlessly elaborate scenario. In the original story, he recalled, the one who plotted the Queen's assassination was none other than the first prince, ALC. He remembered the plot's intended resolution. The protagonist was meant to thwart the assassination, defeat the mastermind Prince ALC, and bring about a happy ending. But just after that supposed victory, a shocking twist occurred. Queen Guard was assassinated anyway, but by a completely different, unknown assailant. In the Grand Hall of the Guest Palace, an official announcement rings out. The main tournament is cancelled, and all attendees are to disperse. The crowd, including the masked swordsman Rei, watches as Queen Mother Guard and her retinue depart. The events of the tournament arc are thus summarized. The first prince's commotion was quelled by the hero, Rei Brave, and his companions. They successfully defeated the prince and thwarted the assassination attempt on the queen. Uncharacteristically, Rei noted that he had worked hard for the sake of the mama heroine. It was speculated that the queen's enemies within the court had used the prince's plot as a diversion to carry out their own assassination attempt. However, the full truth of the matter remained obscured in shadow. The original story's chapter concluded with the hero's grim realization, his face tight with concern as he clutched a report and acknowledged the deep darkness festering within the court. Rei, however, has a far different reaction. He erupts in fury, declaring that the darkness isn't deep at all and that the infuriatingly vague conclusion is unacceptable. He paces angrily as his companion, Peina, notes how complicated the situation is. Rei laments that the queen was treated as a mere side character, unceremoniously killed off just to advance a future plot point. Pena then asks if this means Rei also doesn't know who the killer was. With a grimace, Rei confirms it, explaining that even in the original source material, the mystery was never revealed. Meanwhile, the main writer, Anakichi Ujima, reflects on this very point. He considered revealing the truth behind Guard's assassination, but decided it would be tasteless. He believed the theme of darkness and creating a mystery the protagonist couldn't solve was more important. His reasoning infuriates Rei, who accuses the writer of deliberately obscuring the truth to create a pretentious, stylish scenario. As Rei shouts that some things shouldn't be left unsaid, the writer smugly thinks to himself that it's precisely the opposite. This realization solidifies Rei's resolve. He declares that since they don't know who the killer is, the only option is to stay as close to the queen as possible to protect her. However, their path is blocked by the queen's secretary, Keel, who flatly denies their request, stating that student escorts are unnecessary. She assured him that his concern was unnecessary, explaining that the queen's own royal guard had established a flawless security perimeter. Despite her words, Rei remained anxious, thinking he should stay just in case, but his unspoken plea was met with a firm dismissal. He realized he couldn't explain his knowledge from the game, which made his request to be a direct guard impossible. Seeing his hesitation, the secretary bowed slightly and formally requested that he leave. Frustrated but undeterred, Rei found himself outside the main chambers. Since he was already inside the state guest house, he resolved to keep watch on his own throughout the night. His small companion, Pena, buzzed with agitation beside him. He knew that in the original story the assassination attempt was scheduled for the following day, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something might happen this very night. Meanwhile, inside the queen's chambers, Keel reported on the encounter. Queen Guard inquired if the student who had offered his protection was the heir to the Tridal house, recalling him with a smirk as a dark, ill-tempered little brat. She listened as her secretary continued, explaining that there were rumors of someone plotting her assassination. The queen found the notion amusing, remarking that the boy was interesting. She then laughed off the threat, dismissing the idea of an assassination as nothing more than a joke. Her secretary's expression, however, hardened. For those in her position, she stated with grim resolve, being constantly vigilant against such threats was simply a part of their daily lives. The queen, now clad in her nightclothes, smiled and called her a reliable aide. She then requested her nightgown as Keel began to wheel a service cart into the room. She initially told her aide to do as she pleased within the room, but quickly changed her mind, stating her desire to be alone and ordering her to leave. Keel poured a glass of wine, took a contemplative sip, and then quietly acknowledged the command. Now alone, the queen stood by the large window, gazing out into the starry night with a glass of wine in her hand. Her earlier amusement had vanished, replaced by a pensive expression. The word echoed in her mind. Assassination. While the queen contemplated the threat from within, a lone figure scaled the palace's outer walls, moving with silent agility under the cover of darkness. As he reached a balcony, his hand shot out, seizing the arm of another shadowy figure just as they slipped out from an interior room. The unexpected capture startled the intruder. He pulled the person back into the open, his expression hardening. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, though he immediately thought to himself that he was hardly one to talk. The captured figure flinched, utterly surprised. His grip remained firm, but his own stern face dissolved into shock. The intruder was a woman in a maid's uniform, her eyes wide with alarm. The swordsman was stunned into silence, internally screaming her name, Mob Mama. He realized this was the one person about whom he had no information, the unknown Mama. In a hallway of the royal guest quarters, Rei suddenly grabs the arm of the temporary maid, startling her. He demands to know why the Mob Mama is there. She looks at him, her expression hardening as she questions why a student is in this area, identifying him as the Queen's Guard. She internally recalls the layout she was given, noting that no guard was supposed to be posted in this specific corridor. Her demeanor shifts in an instant. With a warm smile, she gently takes his hand and remarks, "Oh my, you're the one from before." Standing in the long, empty hall, she explains that it's been a difficult day. She was working at the guest palace and became so engrossed in cleaning the kitchens that she lost track of time, and it became night. Nearby, Rei's small companion, Pena, finds her story suspicious, thinking it odd for a server to be wandering around at such an hour. He, however, is utterly captivated. With a blissful expression, Rei concludes that she must be incredibly hardworking, much to Pena's visible exasperation. Just as a shout of alert, "Intruder!" echoes from down the hall, he cheerfully comments on her success in the tournament. "Oh, by the way," he says with a charming smile, "you made it to the main competition, didn't you? That's amazing." The urgency of the alarm finally cuts through the moment. Both Rei and the maid whip their heads toward the sound, their expressions instantly turning serious. He reacts without hesitation, shouting, "They've appeared," as he pushes her back and orders her to get to safety. She watches silently as he sprints down the long, ornate corridor, his figure shrinking in the distance as he rushes to confront the threat. Once he is gone, a knowing smile spreads across her face. She muses to herself that it would be best for her to withdraw now. Down a long, ornate hallway, the intruder sprints, their dark cloak billowing behind them. The figure shows surprising agility, leaping over a wide chasm in the corridor with a sudden burst of speed. They land only to be confronted by Ray, who has already drawn his jagged blade, ready for battle. He sizes up the suspicious individual. He points his sword forward, his voice ringing with authority. He declares that simply by being in the guest palace, the intruder has forfeited any chance to explain themselves. They are an enemy, no questions asked. From behind him, his small companion mutters something about a mob crone before catching itself. The intruder does not hesitate, lunging forward to meet Ray's challenge. Their bladed weapons clash with a sharp ring of steel. The impact reveals a shocking truth. The intruder's form distorts and unravels into a mass of thorny, dark tendrils, exposing a skeletal frame within. "Curse you," it rasps, its body twisting into an unnatural posture. Unfazed, Ray stands his ground and demands to know what the creature is doing there. In response, the thorny entity dissolves into nothing, leaving only a small, stitched doll that drops limply to the floor. Ray stares, questioning if it was just a doll. At his side, the maid who had been left behind appears, her expression one of wide-eyed shock. Ray picks up the fallen object. He recognizes it as a golem, a substitute body, but the magic used to create it is not from this country. Furthermore, he senses that it held very little magical power. Holding the simple doll, he ponders the situation. Such a crude construct could never have broken through the palace guard on its own. He turns his head slightly, asking aloud what this all means and what the true purpose of the intrusion could have been. He hears the sounds of approaching guards, shouting that they heard noise. Realizing he'll be in trouble if discovered, he knows he must flee immediately. He rushes down the corridor with his small companion, recalling a specific location nearby and making for a set of large double doors. Just as he moves through the doorway, two armored royal guards pass by on their patrol. He presses himself back into the shadows, narrowly avoiding detection. Having slipped past them, he enters a hidden corridor. He recognizes it as an emergency route for the royal family, a feature he remembers from the game and had fortunately confirmed the location of earlier. He proceeds down the stone-walled secret passage. Reaching another door, he decides it's safe enough to step out into what he believes is an empty room. Upon entering, he finds not an empty space, but a brightly lit, well-appointed chamber. As he wonders why the room is illuminated, a voice from within asks about the noise. He turns toward the voice and is confronted by the sight of Queen Gardmira Belbane herself, standing with an annoyed expression on her face and wearing absolutely nothing. His composure shatters completely. He can only stare in wide-eyed shock, stammering her name and questioning why she is in this room. The realization of her strategy dawns on him. While the Queen's personal guard maintains a flawless security perimeter around the main VIP room, she has used the secret passage to relocate to a separate chamber. He marvels at the thoroughness of her deception. He recalls a piece of lore from the original game, a character profile stating that Queen Guard is basically naked when in her private rooms. He is stunned to discover that this seemingly trivial detail was, in fact, completely true. He instinctively covered his eyes, stammering an apology to the Queen for his sudden and deeply inappropriate intrusion. The Queen, however, erupted in fury, her voice sharp as she pointed at him. "You, what insolence is this?" she roared, her own shock turning to outrage. Her anger intensified as she demanded to know why he was covering his eyes. She called the act an incredible disrespect, her voice rising as she questioned his motives. "Are you saying my body is so repulsive, so filthy, that you cannot bear to look at it?" The Queen then declared that her naked form was the nation's greatest treasure, a divine work of art possessing celestial beauty. She was baffled that he would avert his gaze when faced with such magnificence. Why wasn't he rejoicing at this stroke of luck? The proper response, she insisted, was to be captivated, to stare in awe. With a commanding shout, she ordered him to behold her. "Now look," she demanded, insisting he burn her radiance into his very eyes and soul. This, she proclaimed with absolute conviction, was the proper etiquette when in the presence of the monarch. To gaze upon her was not an insult, but a required show of respect.